validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
Whew, he got us a lot of lag today. How y'all doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we're talking about this, that, and everything in between. Yet again, we're an hour late for the show, but we do have a pretty decent show for you guys tonight. First and foremost, we want to let you guys know that we've got a guest coming onto the show. Should be May 8th. We're going to be putting that out there for all of you who didn't know. And then we're going to actually be, I think I got to do a call to action. I got to grab a lot of you guys. How did I do that last time? Grab a lot of you guys and put you guys on notice, so that y'all know that we're supposed to be going live, and try to get you guys to come into the show and see what we've got going on. Who was the other one? Special shout out to Mr. Satellite. Special shout out to Bayside. Let me see. We got version 2. And I'm about to do that right now because I got to make sure that you guys know what's going on. Because since we're supposed to be having that live person coming in contact, I'm going to be throwing out a call to action real quick. So this is going to be crazy. If you are in the list, I'm letting you know, come through. Uh, on this Thursday, at 8 o'clock, we're supposed to have all of y'all, who's anyone, coming through so that we can start to evaluate all of your dating questions. She's supposed to have, her name is Sarah. She's supposed to be a dating coach for men, helping guys with finding romantic interests. Uh, she would be the other half of what I talk about on the show, because I actually do not give you guys any tips about flirting or any ways to wow the women, because my perspective is that we're supposed to be trying to find a person that benefits our agenda so that we can become more successful as men, and putting a lot of effort into wowing a woman without finding out if you even want this woman, I believe is counterproductive. But that does not change the fact that we do need to know how to interact with the women in order to gain the woman's attention and presence, in order for her to then decide, yeah, I want to sign up for this. So it is a two-part process. It is not a one-sided scenario where we just demand that she shows up and hang out, and then she's actually going to show up and hang out. That doesn't work out that way. She has to have a reason to be there, the same way we've got to have a reason to be there. But I have been telling men to focus solely on your ability to make sure that you want her to be here before you start putting all that extra effort into getting her to be here. So once you have decided that this is the girl that you want, or this is the girl that you hope that you want, that's where Sarah comes in. Because how do you approach the girl? How do you interact with the girl, get the girl's attention, keep the girl's attention at least long enough to get to the second or third date? Her 12-week course should cover, I would assume, the first 12 weeks of dating. If you don't got it under control inside of 12 weeks, that is what, 3 months. If you don't got that relationship under control inside of 3 months, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. But Sarah will be here live on the show next week, Thursday. So next week, Thursday, we will be starting on time, while we have started late throughout the year. We have a guest on the show, we don't start late because I have to value their time coming to the show. So I don't want them to sit here wondering where I am for an hour and 45 minutes, because they've got better things to do. So I may even come early on Thursday, because I don't have to write a script. The show's going to be set up this weekend, and that means all I got to do is just show up and talk to Sarah. So I might come to the show early and wait for Sarah to get here, shoot the breeze with Sarah, so that we can kind of familiarize ourselves with one another before the show starts. But once we tee off at 10 o'clock on the dot on Thursday, we will do a brief introduction, and whatever knowledge and information that I can get from Sarah, I'm going to be providing to you guys on the show throughout the show that day. Now, today we're supposed to be talking about ways that we can benefit from improving our relationship status and other such things. Okay, so I'm looking. She secured the May 8th date, but has not provided me with any of the detail on me. So I will be doubling back on her for that. So you'll see the show scheduled later today, but we have not gotten all of the links that you guys are going to need for when she comes up onto the show. So I had to swing around and go and take a look at that. Now I can tell you, yeah. So we're halfway there. But once we get everything situated, we're going to go ahead and let it run. Now, as we're dealing with it, it's been a rough day with the internet connection. And that's what's causing us to be such a late start today, because while everything is supposed to be working the way it's supposed to be working, it is not working the way we had hoped. Lag has been an extremely big problem today. rebooting the computer seems to be the way to do it. But since we're live, it's kind of hard to reboot the computer. So let's see what we can do about this. See if we can All right. So we're almost there. There you go. Trying to see what's going on here because we're having some. I told y'all this is one of the reasons why we have to. Oh, well, that's one reason. Let's get back to our integrated camera. There we are. All right. So that was very inconvenient. Browser crash, StreamYard crash, internet crash during the live show. This is one of the things that caused us to save $150 a month on our cell phone bill. So for those of you that are still with us, I greatly appreciate it. As I was telling you guys before the extreme interruption, we are going to be having our live person come to the show. So we're going to be talking about that throughout the week. I will be bringing this to you guys' attention every day until Thursday because she is confirming. So we just got to make sure that she is going to show up at that time, but I'm going to schedule it after the show today. So with that being said, since we've had a lot of disruptions today, it's a reasonably short show today because I mean it hasn't gone the way we would like it to go, but the show must go on. So, fellas, let's get real. We all know that both wealth and love are crucial for a life that actually feels fulfilling. So think about it in this fashion: having a partner who's got your back and shares your wins is something that we all want, right? That pure joy of having the financial muscle to create freedom and security. That's a level of power that all of us wish we had. The real question is, which one should come first? In today's world, there is a ton of pressure to pick a side. Some people say stack your cash, build your empire, and then settle down. Others believe you should find your soulmate first and the rest will follow. I've seen plenty of guys wrestle with this either or scenario. Do you chase your dreams and risk being alone, or do you focus on finding love and hope that money works itself out? Society's expectations don't make it any easier, where we find ourselves bombarded with the idea that financial success equals happiness. But look around us. There are plenty of guys with fat bank accounts still searching for someone to share that large quantity of resources with. On the flip side, some dudes find love early but end up stressed out about money. And let's be honest, this dilemma hits harder, especially in your 20s and 30s, when you're feeling like you should have it all together, but you don't. Do you double down on your career, or do you put yourself out there and risk a few heartbreaks? There's no universal playbook. So here's what's interesting. Research shows there's a real connection between wealth and love. Couples who build together often report higher happiness, but studies also show that people who value love and relationships tend to have better mentality and improved mental health. And if you look around, you'll see couples who support each other and their ambitions share improved expenses and having more discretionary cash, because they're not just happier, they're more financially stable too. Experts have come to understand that a partner can actually help you build wealth. You split the bills, you put each other's goals on the front lines, where you're pushing each other to hit those goals and achieve those accomplishments, and you keep each other in check. Now, keeping each other in check doesn't mean devaluing or demoralizing another person because they're not doing what you want. Holding your partner accountable for their decision to be a certain level of success requires you to remind them of what they claim their goals are, and then what they declared that they were planning on doing to be successful. This isn't bullying somebody into doing something that they otherwise don't want to do. This is reminding them to follow their motivations. Others argue that getting your financial house in order first makes for healthier relationships because money stress is real and can break even the strongest bonds. But money stress typically breaks the strongest bonds due to the lack of compatibility with the desire of prioritized financial responsibilities. Certain things that one person might find to be important and need to be paid first might not be as important as the other person. If one person is trying to build credit and the other person is just trying to survive, the person that's trying to survive might allow a late payment and pay for the late fee with interest, whereas the other person doesn't want to damage their credit score unnecessarily and get the payment done on time. Prioritization between a late payment for one person and a foreclosure, final notice, eviction, collection notice for another person might cause conflict between the two parties, where especially if you were paying all of your bills on time before this relationship and now all of your bills are late during this relationship. These are the things that negatively impact your ability to succeed. Something as simple as looking at when the bill is due and then paying it early instead of trying to pay it on time if you've got too many bills due at the same time. Something as simple as putting a lot of your bills on an active credit card and then paying the active credit card on time, where you're consolidating all of your bills to a line of credit, and then you're now redirecting your funds to catch that bill when that bill is due. I told you guys before on the show, if you were to pay attention to when the billing cycle ends, if you were to redirect your attention to those days and then put your funds up. So if you have a bill due on the 27th, you get paid between the 20th and the 27th. You want to put all your money on that bill to pay that bill down. If that credit card is covering other bills after the 27th, when the bill cycle rolls over, you want to pay it before the 27th so that it reflects on the bill that it's paid in full. Then on the 29th, 2 days after the billing cycle rolls over, you can charge everything to the card, which shows that, and then that pushes off your requirements. So if you've got a bunch of bills due on the 1st, and you take your check from the 23rd or the 25th and you pay that credit card. If you have a $500 credit card, you pay that credit card. And then if you could put 2 or 3 bills on that $500 credit card after the 29th, you're still paying all of those bills before the 1st. And now your check that comes on the 1st can go directly on the rent, because all of the other bills that are due, light bill, water bill, gas bill, all on that one credit card. If you've got more than one credit card, you could throw your car insurance on some of those on the other credit cards, and then the checks that you get between the 1st and the 5th and the 15th, you put that down on all the credit cards that you spent to cover everything for the 1st. You're still juggling resources, but you're restructuring your priorities, which puts you in a better position to be more successful. These are the reasons why we end up with arguments, because if you're not paying bills on time, I had someone I know, they took their income tax check. I told you the story before. They put the whole thing on credit cards, on back credit card, and it wasn't even to pay off the credit cards. It was just to make the minimum monthly payment. So you put $2,000 on interest. So the cards are still maxed out. They're still overdrawn. You're still getting negative reports to the 3 major credit agencies. So you haven't done anything other than give away $2,000. I would have effectively charged off all of those credit cards and kept my $2,000 and said, you know what, this ain't worth it. But I'm different from most people. Now, because I asked myself, what looks worse on my credit score? The charged off account that's no longer reporting monthly negative transactions, or the one that continuously says late payment, late payment, late payment, late payment? I think that they're both bad, but I believe that multiple reports of late payments over the course of months over the course of years looks worse on your overall payment history than a charge off one time, where after that charge off, all payments are on time. So you have on time payments for all active accounts and 1 or 3 charged off accounts. That actually looks better between the two. If you could have no charge offs and no late payments, that would be better. But if you had to choose between charge offs and late payments, you do a charge off. Close down the account and then work on payments. Because whatever you pay, but the account is done. They are not reporting payment options because the account is done. So these kind of things lead to arguments. These kind of things lead to falling out. These kind of things lead to the relationship not working. But if the reason why statistics show that some families, some relationships can thrive in financial strife is because those relationships, they're both working together. They're struggling, but they're both working together. So let's cut through the noise, fellas. You don't have to pick between stacking cash and finding real love. In fact, the stats say you'll go further if you build both at the same time. So here's what the numbers show. Married men are wealthier. By their 50s, married guys average over $640,000 in assets, nearly 4 times what single or divorced men have. Why? Teamwork, shared goals, and someone to keep you accountable. Happy couples make more. Nearly 9 out of 10 couples earn over $50,000 a year say that they are happy. Money doesn't buy love, but it sure helps build a solid foundation. So how do you pull it off? You don't just look for someone who's impressed by your grind. Find a woman who wants to build with you. Talk about your goals, your hustle, your visions for your future, your retirement expectations. Where do you see yourself in 20 years? Where does she see herself in 10 years? When you're both on the same page, you become unstoppable. You don't wait until things get serious to talk finances. Be upfront about your goals and your expectations from the beginning of the engagements. Studies show that honest money talks lead to stronger, longer lasting relationships. Couples who set goals together, saving for a house, investing, building a business, or not only more stable, but they're happier, support each other's ambitions, and you will both win. Yeah, the grind is still important, but don't let your self-worth get tied up in your bank balance. Men who do that end up with more stress and more relationship drama. Focus on building yourself emotionally, financially, and relationally. So you want to plan dates that fit your budget. Be transparent about where you're at and where you want to go. And then the right woman will respect your honesty and want to build with you, not just spend your money. So the bottom line is you don't have to pick between love and wealth. The most successful men you know to balance both, and the stats you'll find can back that up. So if you find a partner who's got your back, set goals together, and let your relationship fuel your ambition, you'll find yourself in a more successful and positive scenario. Now, one of the things that we're going to find is that if we end up in a relationship where we have a partner that doesn't quite participate effectively, we find ourselves with that breakdown, which leads to resentment, because we have individuals that know that they could be doing more. They know that they could be being more proactive and doing better in the relationship, but they choose not to do so. This is a situation that does require intervention, but a lot of the times we come to find ourselves in relationships where individuals could care less what we say and how we say it and how often that we say it, that their lack of willpower and lack of motivation to be productive to the success of the relationship is not going to change and improve. These are some of the things that we have to evaluate before we get too invested in a relationship. And we have to mitigate the negative outcome of this lack of motivation. If you're going to choose to stay in that type of environment, you have to recognize that you're taking on a larger responsibility than the other person. And we also understand that statistics show that in a lot of relationships, the responsibility is divided typically 90-10 or 80-20. And some of the better relationships are 70-30 and very rarely 60-40, but never 50-50. And typically the one that is more motivated in a relationship does more stuff in the relationship, which contributes more towards the success of the group. Even though there are two parties in the group, one party is more actively productive for the success of the group, and the other party is less active for the success of the group. It does take proactively letting the other party know, hey, you need to pick it up and do more and grind harder. But you are going to find that those less motivated individuals are going to spend more time making excuses about why they're not contributing and less effort into figuring out how to contribute. Even if you make a list of all the things that could be done to make the situation better, you will come to find yourself in situations where not all the time are those people willing to take that list and apply themselves to it, versus putting forth the effort to say, hey, I'm just not going to do anything. Now, you're not going to be financially successful in that type of relationship, but if you're going to hold on to that type of relationship, you're going to have some hurdles to overcome. Now, we understand that sometimes love comes first, and this helps you get your money right. Other times, we have to understand that building wealth gives you the confidence and stability to attract the right person. Because if you are not financially successful when you get into the relationship, if you have a partner that is not interested in being successful, they're just interested in existing in life, not even actively existing, just existing, where like laying around doing nothing, watching TV all day is like the fulfillment of life. This type of attitude will leave a person to not have the drive to get up and be active in doing anything other than entertaining themselves until they fall asleep. That's not going to aid you in being successful. It's not going to aid you in improving your standard. You can make changes in what you do and take on more responsibility to offset what's not getting done. But a two-party operation requires two parties. You cannot have one person rowing the front and the back of the boat at the same time because the other person is too lazy to row the boat. And it's not a scenario where it's up for discussion. It's like, if you're riding on this ship, you need to start participating in it. You know, and that's one of the things that it really changes the way you recognize things. So as soon as you start getting into this relationship, you want to make sure that you tap people on the shoulders, and you want to make sure that you come to find out what their motivation really is. And I've heard stories from guys who say meeting the right woman made them step up financially, and from couples who started business together and crashed it as a team. We've heard a lot of individuals who have come to us and given us very interesting, long drawn out stories about how they were trying to make themselves successful, but they were all but thwarted by the lack of effort, motivation, and bad decision making of their partner. Moving forward, these individuals get into new relationships with parties where they don't give them any responsibility because they will fail at succeeding if they rely on the other person, which is negative emotional trauma from past relationships. But this type of effort and lack of motivation negatively hinders the success of the relationship overall. And this is typically because the parties do not have the proper structure and proper communication and motivation to navigate how they're going to be successful in their relationship. If you are wise about your budget and you pay attention to what you want in life along with what your partner wants in life, you will find yourself in a position where you can go on financially affordable dates and go on them at a frequency that does not compromise your ability to be financially successful. Then you are able to have a partner that will be able to contribute into the entertainment instead of leaving the responsibility of entertainment on men. I know a lot of women are willing to say 50-50, where you pay for yourself and I pay for myself. But truth be told, if you're in the kind of relationship where you take turns, it's different. It's a little bit different because I pay for me and you pay for you is not working together as a team. I pay for it this time, you pay for it next time. Every time I do an action, you're doing it for us. And every time you do an action, you're doing it for us. That is a little bit more team mentality. I'm not a big, I believe that women are entitled to equal responsibility. The same way, because women's liberation was fighting for more responsibility. It wasn't fighting for freedom from the responsibility of the household, because when women's liberation was out, women were not really allowed to work outside of the home, and they had to depend on their husbands, where their husbands were going to war and not coming back from the war. So fighting for their right to go to work while their husbands were dying at war so that they could take care of the house until their husband returns from war, where their husband would have been gone for months and years at a time. That's what women fought for: more responsibility, the ability to hold the fort down until my husband comes back. Right? Now, women's liberation has deteriorated into the lack of responsibility in the household because the girls got a job. And then it was offset by, well, I'll put up half because, I mean, I'm responsible for half. She's responsible for more than half, cost wise. But truth is that women typically cost a man 41% of his income while he's maintaining a relationship, where that 41% of his income covers whatever it is that a woman wants in life. Because when statistics show that when parties break up, that the man gains 41% of his or 42% of his income back outside of what gets forked over for alimony and child support. Now, the issue that we have here is that while a lot of women aren't willing to hear that, women have a harder time during breakups because they lose that 41%. And then they end up tapping into their resources, their savings, to offset the lack of income that they get from their men that they broke up with, because more often than not, women break up with men. And the hardest part about that is that she's struggling to do it on her own when she could have succeeded more effectively if she communicated with her partner. So this isn't a situation where I'm bashing on women. I just want you guys to understand that if you had the right partner, so ladies, because y'all make the choice, the guys accept whatever you get. If he likes the way you look, he's going to approach you. If you allow him to pay, he's going to take you places. If he pays often enough, you'll commit to staying around. At no point is the woman's value put on the table, but in that scenario, but the commitment to monogamy happens before commitment to contribution to financial success in historic times with relationships. Now, at some point, when the parties start combining their resources together, moving into the same house together, start trying to build wealth together, that's when you start seeing the discussions of finance, that when the relationship starts becoming serious. Seeing if one person can cover all of the expenses versus whether or not it's not feasible for another person, and other such. These things start happening once the relationship starts getting serious. And then the goals of each individual are pretty much kept secret. The ability to be successful comes from you making an impulsive decision that you didn't tell your partner, or your partner making an impulsive decision that they didn't tell you, which puts y'all at odds with one another, which leads to the fights about finances. So, what's your plan? Are you building both, or do you feel stuck choosing one over the other? If you have been coming to the show for the last year and you have been working on upgrading your decision-making skills and improving your ability to communicate with your partner, then you're probably trying to be financially successful. If, like some people that's been on the show, say they want to be a millionaire within a year, you might have that goal every year. And that still might be a 5 or 10 year plan, because just like I told you guys, if you find a partner that's fiscally responsible, you would be able to live a mediocre lifestyle, since you grew up in a financially destitute environment. Living a mediocre lifestyle, combining two incomes in a household that only requires 60% of the combined income. And the reason why I say 60% is because most Americans in low income environments, impoverished in family households, typically live at about 90% of their income, 95% of their income. Well, if you can combine the income of you and another person, and the two of you can live at 120% of one person's income, that means that if two parties that have the same income would be living at approximately 55 or 60% of the combined income between the two, which means that you would have 40% income left over to invest or waste on entertainment and frivolous spending. Now, if both parties are working towards taking that other 40% and investing it in all of the stocks, bonds, and real estate that I've been giving you guys information on over the past 6 months, you would come to find that 40% of your annual income would be building wealth. Within 8 to 10 years, you'd be millionaires. But within 5 years, you would be making enough money to quit your jobs. In 7 years, at least one of you would be able to quit if you did it for that period of time. Because think about it. I told you before, if you're making $50,000 a year on a minimum wage job, and she's making $50,000 a year on a minimum wage job, you're making $100,000 a year. If you've got a $50,000 a year job, you should be living a $50,000 a year lifestyle. So if she has a $50,000 a year lifestyle, and you have a $50,000 a year lifestyle, and you consolidate your lifestyles together, you might increase your annual income to about $60,000, because there's a lot of things that you're not going to have to pay all of, because you both are splitting the difference, like shared phone bills, shared car insurance, shared households, so shared utilities. But there is going to be things that's going to increase, like double the food for the extra people in the house, double the transportation for the extra people in the house, double the medical expenses for the extra people in the house. So you're probably going to see a little bit more of costs, because there are going to be some things that you have to pay for two of, but there's going to be some things that you're only paying half of, because you're both sharing the same resource. Now, if your combined income or your combined household cost is $60,000 and your combined income is $100,000, you've got $40,000 left over. Now, most Americans don't realize exactly how much money they're not investing on themselves when they think about how there's $40,000 extra dollars left over. Now, there's a lot of women that says, "Oh, no, you can't dump your money into the relationship because what if it fails?" Well, ask yourself, why did your relationships fail in the first place? All of the relationships, not just one or two of them, all of your relationships. All of your failed relationships were either they decided to leave you for whatever reason, or you decided to leave them for financial troubles, lack of catering, lack of time and attention because they spend too much time at work, lack of responsibility because they don't spend enough time at work, infidelity. And these are the positive ones that are not like, oh, he was abusive, right? So if we get rid of infidelity, because infidelity is motivated, it's not something that just happens because the guy wasn't worth it. If you get rid of infidelity, all of the other ones that I said outside of the abusive behavior are circumvented because he's spending too much time at work because he's paying for too much stuff. If you pay for more stuff, he'd have to work less, which means he'd have more time for you. If he's not at work enough, he could be doing more around the house, so that since you're the primary breadwinner, instead of you complaining about him not putting in as much as you should just take the reins and do stuff and then leave him to the other devices. Plenty of stay-at-home dads, stay-at-home husbands, and happy relationships. It's just that there are some that prefer to be taken care of than to be the one taking care of other people. Reciprocation. Because just like men are expected to allow a woman to stop working, go to college so that she can get a better job, reciprocation would require for the woman to allow the man to stop working so that he could go to college and get him a better education so that he could get a better job. But not a lot of women are willing to wait for a man 2 to 4 years of college so that he can get out of college and become something more financially successful, considering that less than 20% of graduates actually get the job in the field that they went to college for. So looking at that, you're having less of a drive to motivate each other's success, because while women want to find a man that will prioritize her dream to be successful in her career, we're not finding as many women in 2025 that are willing to build a bear with a man and help him to strive for his success, even though his career will provide the income that will provide her any luxuries that she would expect to receive in a relationship. Those same women are going to leave the man because the man does not have enough resources to provide her with the luxury. Now, the downside to that is that, well, if you contributed to your relationship to aid your partner in being financially successful, then you would be able to see the success in your relationship. The other one, lack of investment. If you're leaving because there isn't enough money there, but you're not putting enough money there, think about the $40,000 a year that you could be putting away, where you could be getting, even at 10%, you'd be getting $4,000 off of every, well, you'd be getting $10,000 off of every 10, or $1,000 for every $10,000 you put in your account. That's what it would be. So if you put up $40,000, they'd be giving you $40,000 would get you $4,000 back. That would be the numbers that you would crunch, right? But I've been giving you guys 20% interest dividends, some of them paying monthly and some of them paying quarterly, where you would put up $40,000 and get back $8,000 inside of a fiscal year. So if you're sitting on $48,000 at the end of the year, you're going to add $40,000 to that and get an extra $8,000 plus interest off the 48, putting you something closer to $12,000. By the end of year 2, you're over 100,000. If you're over 100,000 by the end of year 2, let's keep doing this math. Now you're putting down almost 20%. You're going to be getting 20 grand back off your 100,000 when you're adding 40 grand to that, which means you're increasing your year 3 to 160,000. Right? You're still getting that 20%, but now you're getting 20% off 160,000. You're going to add 40 grand to that. And now you're getting what? $32,000 back, right? Think about the difference here, because you're still putting your 40 grand up every year. But each time you put up, you're basically putting up an extra 48 grand plus interest. every year, which is almost adding 50 grand to your principal every year. So you started off with 40 in year one. You're at 100 at year two, 160 at year three, 220 at year four, 350 at year five. You should be close to 500 by year six. And that's 3 times longer than the average relationship. But if you're making 600, if there's 600,000 in the stocks by your 6th year in your relationship, right? And you're getting 20% interest off of that, right? That means that you're drawing back what? 120,000? Which means both of y'all could quit your jobs 6 years into your relationship. So you could meet him at 32. Dedicate yourself to his financial success until you're 38. Both of y'all quit at 40. And live the next 30 years enjoying life. So why do we have 95% of Americans broke as fuck? Because each individual person in a relationship is selfishly working towards their own desires and not paying attention to the collective whole. If we were all working towards the same unified success, ladies, y'all could find a broke dude working at a McDonald's and make him a millionaire in less than 10 years. The time it would take for him to get promoted on his job, you could just leave him on the base level of his job and take whatever y'all don't need towards the household and put it towards your financial success so that in 10 years, he can quit, you can quit, and y'all don't have to worry about nothing. Because the way I just told you guys how you can stack your cash inside of 6 years where you're not a millionaire. You're not a millionaire. It's only 6 years. But even though you're not a millionaire, you're still making more money in 6 years off of the interest from your investment than what you would have needed to sustain that $60,000 a year lifestyle. Because again, I told you, I'm giving you guys stock options that's giving you 20%. If you were getting 10%, you'd be getting 1,000 for every 10,000 that you put in a bank. If I'm showing you 20% interest stock options, you'd be getting back $2,000 for every $10,000 that's in the bank. So you put up 40,000, you're getting back 8,000 every year. You're putting up 48,000 every year. That's almost 50,000 a year. And like I told you, you stack that for 6 years. From year one, you stack that for 6 years. You're looking at more than $500,000 sitting in the bank. And if $500,000 is getting you 20% interest, that means you're making more than 200,000. Because it'd be 20,000 for every 100,000 in the bank, right? Which means that that with that 500,000, you'd be making at least 100,000. But your standard of living, remember we discussed that, was 60,000. The $40,000 or $50,000 lifestyle that he had, plus the extra 10 or 20,000 that you added on top of it, to round you up to 60,000, which is the top half of low income living. But you do it for 6 years, and now you're making $40,000 more than what you need to live. Now, if you're reinvesting that money back into the account, this is one of the reasons why I keep telling you guys that you would make it. You would make it, because by year 6, you'd have 600,000 in the bank or more, 650,000 or more. But if you're making 120,000 a year, 6 years into the relationship, y'all don't got money problems. Which means that by year 10, if you had a 10-year plan for your relationship, y'all would be a millionaire. Y'all would be a millionaire. Because if you're living a lifestyle that's like $2,000 a month standard of living, and you're making $4,000 a month, or if you had a $3,000 a month standard of living and y'all are making $7,000 a month, and you're taking the other $4,000 a month and reinvesting it, ask yourself, how much are you putting away to put away 40,000 a year? Because that's like what, 4,000 every 10 months, right? For 40,000 a year. Break that down even further. You're probably doing what, $3,800 a month, $3,600 a month that you're putting away. Now think about why two-party relationships where each person's making 50,000 a year and y'all don't have $1 million in the bank and y'all been together for 15 years? Where'd the money go? That's what you need to ask yourself before you ask yourself, why'd your marriage fail? Before you ask yourself, why were you dating this person for 5 or 10 years and a relationship ain't working out? Before you say, oh, well, we broke up because of money problems. Well, where the hell was the money going? What was y'all doing that y'all was living a upper lower class standard of living, 50, 60,000 a year, let's say 72,000 a year, because y'all not fiscally responsible, but both of y'all are making 50,000 a year. So wouldn't you have, ironically, wouldn't you have at least 30,000 to put away? And even with 30,000, doing what we were just talking about, running the numbers, you would still have $500,000 in 6 years. You would still be making 100 to 200,000 a year in 6 years. You would still be able to successfully overcome a $60,000 a year income inside of the first 5 years of your relationship if you had a partner that was willing to contribute to the relationship and the success of the overall relationship. Now, this is one of the key factors that not a lot of people think about. If you're making 50 grand a year, he's making 50 grand a year, you guys have built up an estate that is producing 50 grand a year. The three entities are bringing in 150,000 a year, which means that you're doubling down on a regular basis. And you would find yourselves in the type of relationship where y'all don't need for nothing, y'all don't want for nothing, and you don't have to work as hard, because since we got all this extra money coming in from somewhere else, we could work part-time on the job now. Because if your goal is not to be a millionaire, your goal is to be fiscally stable, where you don't have to wonder where the money comes from to pay the bills. If you're getting $1,000 a month checks from your investment, or $2,000 a month checks from your investment, where you can just drop that money into your bank account and pay all the next bills with your stock option that just got released last week. You're paying next month's bills with your stock option that you got from last week. So you're in May paying June bills. That means you could take your whole paycheck for the rest of May and put it on your stock option, because you'll be taking your stock option money from June paying your July bill. Only thing you might have to do is hold a little bit of money for the remainder of the month to cover groceries and gas. Once you get to that point, you can say, well, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna put all the rest of it up there and let it sit. So are you building both? Or do you feel stuck choosing one over the other? Maybe it's not about picking one over the other. Have you ever felt stuck back in the day choosing between your grind and your love life, especially if you were dating a kind of person who wasn't really interested in being more successful because they were satisfied with the lifestyle that they had? Because a lot of us make that big mistake of lowering our standards and selecting the type of person that is where we are, even if we are not where we want to be, because we don't value ourselves enough, because we are not the finished product. But if you're finding somebody where you are and you are not satisfied where you are, and that person is satisfied where you are, you've already got a red flag. If they don't wish that they could be better and have a plan to do better, there's good where they at. As you improve, guess what's going to happen? You're going to leave them where they're at. And that's the other half of financial arguments that people don't talk about. Because if you're striving to be more successful, if you grew up in the hood, you dating somebody in the hood, you start becoming financially successful, you want to move out of the hood. What do you think's going to happen? Your partner doesn't want to move out of the hood. So what's going to happen? Y'all are going to break up. You want to be more successful. She might want to travel the world. You might be good where you're at. What's going to happen? She's going to travel the world. If y'all do not have the same drive to succeed from the gate, it doesn't matter if you're both broke. It doesn't matter if one of you is reasonably successful and the other one's trying to get there. It doesn't matter if you're both reasonably successful, but want more success. If you do not have the same mentality and drive to find a higher plateau in your life, not just your relationship, in your life, you will outgrow each other. The only thing that stopped Goku and Vegeta from outgrowing each other is the fact that the harder Goku strive for success, the harder Vegeta strive for success. But if he would have plateaued and said, you know what, this is beyond me. Look at what happened to Tien. How often did Tien jump into battle? After a while, he was like, you know what, I'm not doing this. Look at what happened. After a while, Yashirobe's like, nope. See what I'm saying? As long as everybody in the squad that say, hey, I'm going to get in here and fight with you, they fought every battle together. Once people started saying this is above my pay grade and run, they stopped showing up for the fight. Your relationship is going to be the same thing. As long as they stop being willing to contribute to the success of the relationship, whether there's monetary contribution or physical contribution, once they stop being willing to contribute, they have withdrawn themselves from the fight of success. And once they withdraw themselves from the fight of success, the relationship starts to fail. One of the biggest issues that most people don't realize is that it is demoralizing for you to quit fighting while other people in your household are still fighting for your success. It is demoralizing for you to stop trying while other people in your household is trying for your success. It is a problem. If the coach quits coming to the game, the team is not going to want to play. It is a problem. If defense doesn't show up onto the field, offense can't continue to run the game. It is a problem. If the quarterback doesn't have an offensive line, the quarterback cannot make the play. If you're in it by yourself, you're less likely to succeed when you're in a team effort environment, because the lack of morality involved with not having a full team active demoralizes the active players still on the field. So you cannot be in a relationship. You cannot be in a friendship. You cannot be in a interaction with family where if you were the only person grinding for the success of the group and the rest of the group ain't getting up and picking up and carrying that extra weight falls on you, and that is demoralizing. And it builds a ton of resentment. And that resentment eventually ends up with fights and arguments in the household, people moving out, people putting other people out, people just giving up and just not doing anything and letting the whole ship sink. Because who cares if the bills get paid on time? I don't care anymore. And then everything goes down. But that type of negative behavior is counterproductive to the success of the overall relationship. And it's going to be counterproductive to the success of the household. The old saying that a house divided always falls. So if you are not the most productive person in your relationship, and you know that you're not, because you listen to your partner complain about how they need help and how not enough stuff is being done. So you know that you're the one that's not productive. I ain't saying that it's a her thing or a him thing. If you're in a situation where it is you and another person, and the other person is complaining about how they wish more stuff was getting done, not, oh, I wish that so-and-so would pay more money. I wish so-and-so would get off their ass and help me do shit. That person is the less productive one. The one that's not getting up and doing. And when you can hear that from your partner, from your counterpart, from the other person in your household, that they are disappointed in your lack of effort, that is the biggest red flag for self-improvement. And you need to find shit to do. You need to figure out what it is that's not getting done and go get that done. You need to be more proactive about helping out in the relationship, whether it is monetary assistance or just physical attribution. And then you'll start seeing an improvement in your relationship. But ask yourself, if you were on that grind and you chose love over the grind, thinking that the relationship was going to work itself out. And for those of you who were on the fence between the love of the grind, which one did you prioritize? How did that play out? How did it play out when you dove into a relationship where she wasn't grinding or he wasn't grinding as hard as you was grinding? I can tell you right now that if that relationship is not your current relationship, we already know what's up. But maybe the real win is finding your balance, building your wealth while staying open to the idea of love and letting both fuel your drive. So I'm not going to tell you guys, don't get out there and go and try to find love. That's not the case. But I am going to tell you, don't waste all of your financial resources trying to find love. If you're walking around talking to folks and the folks that you're talking to don't sound like the kind of person that you would want to be your partner, ladies, this applies to you too. If you're walking around and you're talking to folks and you're coming to find the communication with these people are not the kind of communication that you would want to have with a partner, then you need to focus on your grind until you hear the words that sounds reasonable to your objectives and your agendas. Now, I want you guys to drop your thoughts in the comments. And if you're looking for more ways to level up in love, wealth, or both, make sure that you guys pay attention to the Thursday video that we got coming up, because we're live 7 nights a week. We don't let the sun rise without going live. But this Thursday, we're going to have Sarah come down to the show on May 8th. We're going to start at 10 o'clock on the dot. We are not going to be late because she's going to be here. We got a live guest coming to the show. Unless she cancels, and I don't believe she will, because she's confirming from a invitation where we first started talking about Sarah in September. So it's a late response already. So when Sarah comes to the show, she should definitely be coming to the show. And when she gets here, we're going to be combing over a lot of these things over at least a 1 to 2 hour podcast time between 10 and 12. We're probably gonna, if she tiptoes through until about 12:30, 1 o'clock, it depends on which side of the country she's on. But we're gonna be starting to show off on time on Thursday. So Thursday is gonna be that day where those of you, I see y'all still popping in and watching the show. Thursday is gonna be that day where you will be able to show up and ask Sarah all kinds of questions from a female's perspective as to what guys can do to be more successful in their relationships. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Sarah's got a 12-week class that she does to help guys make better decisions in their dating life. I understand Bayside's already married, so, Bayside could probably get some help as to communication with his wife. But for the rest of you who don't have a wife, Bayside's holding a stable relationship and already got his revocable trust established. Rev was working on this as well. Usman and Bayside's got investment opportunities, at least in America, if not in Europe and England as well. Some people are taking the advice that comes to the channel. If you come here on Thursday and you've got some questions about relationships, whether you're already in one or you're trying to get into one, you show up on Thursday and you put those questions on the table, and let's see where this goes. Now, I am going to ask you guys that I want us to get after this together. And we're going to be trying to find ways to build fulfilling relationships and find purpose to drive us in our lives. But while we're getting after this, I'm going to ask you guys that on Thursday that we try to stay reasonably appropriate with our line of questioning, because I am going to tell you guys, I am positively representing Sarah and her ability to coach you guys on how to find a relationship. Don't think this is going to turn into no red pill podcast where I'm going to be asking her left field questions that's going to be questioning her judgment. She's going to give you guys advice on how to improve yourselves. I can tell you how to change your mentality and how to make yourself focus on what matters to you so that you are not abandoning your ambitions for the sake of somebody else. But she's going to tell you what women are looking for and how you can grab one. So the difference between me telling you how to focus on which fish to hunt for and her telling you which bait to get the fish, you still need her advice alongside my advice, because the only thing I'm going to do is tell you which ones are good for you to get. And she's going to tell you how to get it. So when we start talking about the bigger picture, because I've never done this as a seminar where I'm just like, oh, there is another way, without telling you the other way. I always tell you that there is another way, and then I tell you ways that you can do. And if you're not satisfied with those ways, we can look for some other ways. But we are live 7 nights a week. And we don't let the sun rise without going live, and we're doing a different topic every week. Now, I understand that this is a male-driven podcast from a male's perspective. This Thursday, we're supposed to be getting it from a female's perspective, but we're still in the niche of providing you guys with motivating and uplifting relationship advice that will aid you guys in being successful towards your improvements of your relationships. Because it's not about me and a number of fans that come to the show, because I could give two shits. It's about you coming to the show and leaving with something meaningful that you can apply to your everyday life. That's what this is about. So with that being said, special shout out to Bayside, Mr. Satellite, Usman, Rev Chap 76, and Mr. Pibbs, Omni 81, and Danny Steffen, Red Void, and Max Opposer and his father Joe. I really appreciate you guys, and special shout out to Reese Martinez and Delilah for their reasonable contributions, and special shout out to Victoria B for her motivational statements on the show a while back. So that's all I got for you guys for tonight's show. Ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking you ladies to make it make sense. So ladies, please make it make sense. And fellas, as I said before, we're about 75% male podcast. We're a male-driven podcast from a male's perspective. So come and get that insight, because while I'm giving you guys the advice to be higher valued men, the ladies can take this exact same advice and be more successful, applicable women in their own individual rights and aim for their own personal success in their own ways. So this isn't just a one-sided podcast that's only going to improve and empower guys. This podcast will also provide ladies with enough information for them to get their money together and start being self-made millionaires, where the women can say with pride that they got their millions without divorcing somebody to get it, that they bought their first house without divorcing somebody to get it. Because no matter how successful a woman is in this society, all people in our society believe that a woman gets her success from a man. And it is inherently true, specifically because the desire of the hypergamy theory requires women to only get men that have more than her. And then when she leaves the man, she takes half of what he's got. But that half is not what she put in. It is what he had when she got there, which is what frustrates the men to begin with. Because if I have to spend 3/4 of my life to make myself this successful so that you can take half of my livelihood and walk away with it, and now you've got more than what you walked into this relationship with, and more than what you've contributed into this relationship, and you're going to take that level of status and use it to define the hypergamy theory for another relationship, you're basically bouncing from husband to husband, boyfriend to boyfriend, collecting wealth until you reach whatever level you're trying to get at. And that's not the way to be, because not all women are successful at that. Because again, when you break up, 40% of what you wasn't paying for, you now have to pay for. So yeah, you get a decent quantity of cash from this guy, but it's not going to last you as long as it would have lasted you if you was generating your own wealth before you got into this relationship, generating your own wealth while you're in that relationship. Build a trust where both of y'all are getting equal distributions from that trust. You know what? If you've got a trust, a irrevocable trust, you could have a revocable trust, but before the divorce, make it an irrevocable trust. Before you break up, make it an irrevocable trust. That way, each X that you've got, you're getting a check from a trust. You know what, ladies? Y'all would have more money flowing through if y'all did that. Y'all can't say, oh, I don't want to date a man and I'm not trying to raise no boy and this, that, and the third. Sweetheart, each man that you date, You let him pay the primary bills. You put your money up towards the trust, right? Now, the trust is irrevocable. The money is going to come back to y'all. Nothing is going to change. Y'all break up. That's okay. Each one of y'all is beneficiaries. That is never going to change. You stop contributing to that trust, and that money's still going to come to you wherever that trust stop at, right? Then you go back and get you another trust with the next boyfriend. If you have 12 different boyfriends over the course of your 10 years of your life as an adult, or 20 years of your life as an adult, and you've got 10 different or 12 different trusts, one from each bad relationship that you had, and each one of them trusts is still paying you money, you could find yourself coming back with more residual capital from all of the relationships that you actually invested in. So that when you do get into a relationship that is the last relationship, you got 12 different checks coming from everything you've invested your life in over the past 20 years, and you would still be able to build with the current man the same way you tried to build with all the other men. So instead of being bitter about having a guy allegedly use you and not do right by you, you could literally say, well, shit, I'm gonna get him because he's got ambition. We're gonna build this up. And then when it falls apart, the trust is gonna keep paying me once we walk away from the deal. Then we start up another one, and we keep doing that. From the time that you're 20 years old until the time that you're 32 years old, if you had 3 relationships that you invested in, you should have 3 trusts that you invested in, which means you should have 3 checks at 32 plus your current income, which, ladies, I already told you, if you taking 40,000 a year out of the 100,000 that the two of you are making together, because if he's making 50 and you're making 50, y'all are living 50, 60, y'all living comfortably, you got 40. He's covering most of the bills. You throw him a little bit on top of that, then you could take the other 40, set it up. And it's fair for the both of y'all because whatever's going into the trust, that's split 50-50 because he's covering the bills, you're covering the investment. When a relationship ends, you stop investing into that trust. That trust, wherever it stops at, is going to keep giving you, for the rest of the existence of that trust, is going to keep giving you money. You get into another relationship, you set up another trust, you do the same thing all over again. So instead of doing that escape fund thing that these battered women be doing, build you a damn trust for your relationship. That way it's like, well, if this relationship fall apart, I'm still going to get a check from this relationship. I'm going to get a monthly check for the rest of my life off of this relationship, because before this relationship fails, I'm going to turn it into an irrevocable trust. Then I'm going to set up another relationship and I'm going to do the exact same thing. And before that one fails, I'm going to turn it into an irrevocable trust. Why? Well, if it's an irrevocable trust, your ex-boyfriend can't be bitter and fuck you over with your money because he is not managing that money. That money is not his and it's not yours. It belongs to the trust. Now you got all this money coming in from your last 3 bad relationships. So they ain't that bad of a relationship. It's each one of your relationship that you invested 70-80% of your income into that relationship, and that relationship is paying you royalties after the relationship. Y'all ladies, y'all would be fucking millionaires on your own merit. You could say, shit, I got five ex-boyfriends and I got 5 checks from 5 trusts. That's not his money. That makes way more sense than I got 5 baby daddies that pay me child support, because you living off of his effort. If you living off of your effort, where you built 5 trusts off of 5 bad relationships, and each one of them trusts is paying you $1,000 a month because that's how much you built up over the course of those relationships. You got 5 different trusts paying you $1,000 a month. That's $5,000 a month. That's $50,000 in 10 months, $60,000 in a year. Yo, I just told you guys that y'all live in a $60,000 a year lifestyle. Well, if you got a $60,000 worth of money coming to you from 5 different trusts combined, and you still working a $50,000 a year income, ma'am, you got $110,000 where you can start up your next trust with your 6th or 7th boyfriend and still do the same thing. Put your 80% into that trust. But if you making $60K off of the trust and $50K off of your job, and all you going to put up to the relationship is $20K, you got $90K going into your new trust with your last boyfriend at 38. Shoo, you almost at millionaire status. But by the time your relationship with this 8th or 9th guy makes it to where it is locked in stone, you will be making $120,000 a year on just the trust that you built with each one of these relationships, where you would not have to worry about the divorce. You would not have to worry. You will be having dudes signing prenups for you because you're like, nah, you can't have this trust. We building it together, is dividing up the assets. You are not taking control of it. If I leave you or you leave me, the trust is divided between the middle. It is a third party scenario. It does not get dissolved. It is not disputed. We each get our guaranteed percentage as was entitled into the trust contract. You set that up before y'all get married. So if y'all get divorced, shit, that trust don't get fucked with. And truth be told, if you divorce him and say, I don't want nothing, just leave the trust the way it's at. Walk away from the deal. Ain't no judge gonna give that man more stuff than what he put into that relationship, because the legal system literally leans on the women's favor anyway. So if you married the guy, you brought more to the table than what he had. You walk away and say, I don't want nothing. I just want to separate my relationship with him, cut all financial ties with him, and leave the trust the way it's at. Residual paycheck. You don't need alimony because that's the trust. But y'all can make yourselves millionaires and not need the negative relationship with the man to do it. You don't need child support to do it. You don't need alimony to do it. You just need to be a financial partner to a person that has a financial drive to be a millionaire, where y'all are both investing in the same success. So when you find that guy, ladies, on my way out the door, because I was about to wrap this show up, but I was just like, nah, I struck a nerve. If you find that guy, instead of finding that guy that's willing to spend a lot of money on you to take you out, instead of finding that guy that's willing to wow you on a date, instead of finding that guy that's got a nice flashy car, find that guy that's good with his money. Find that guy that only spends on the stuff that he needs to spend. Find that guy that is saving, building, or rebuilding. If he's got out of a bad relationship and he's got to rebuild his life, find that guy that's trying to get somewhere in life. Pick his brain and see what his motivations are. Because when y'all find a person that is willing to put the effort in so that they can retire off of their financial efforts instead of depending on a Social Security disability scenario, that I already did 2 shows on and told you guys that they're getting less than $1,000 a year more often than not. And that's not enough to live off of. And out of that, they got to pay for the privatized healthcare. So, and the privatized healthcare in some situations is like $750 out of the $900. So they're not really, and they paying for their own medication now. So the elderly people are getting less from the government, paying more to their standard of living, and they ain't got a pot, neither a window. Standard of living going up, and benefits from the government, whether it's military benefits or Social Security disability benefits or Social Security in and of itself, is not meeting the minimum requirement for most renters for 3 times the rent or 2.5 times the rent. Right now, rent is almost $1,000 a month. Most people got to make $3,000 a month, and the combined distribution of money from the government is anywhere between $1,000 and $2,000 a month, which means you got to find a place that is going to rent to you at $500 or $600 a month, so that the 3 times the rent is $1,800 a month. No place is renting at $600 a month that's not in a crime-ridden neighborhood, unless you're renting a room out of an apartment for $500 a month, which now you've got to deal with roommates that you don't know that probably don't respect you, which is a whole nother problem. So you can't say that setting up yourself for success in the future is not important. And if you're not finding somebody who has that 20-year plan, even if they're not able to achieve it because they got more bills than they've got ideas, the fact is that if you're not trying to find somebody that's got a 20-year plan, that's got a 10-year plan, that's got a 20-year plan that they're 10 years into. If y'all ladies, y'all pick the men. The men just say, hey, this is what I am. This is what I got to offer. But ladies, y'all pick the men. Because if y'all don't say yes, the man doesn't have consent. So he doesn't have a relationship. So if y'all are picking the men, y'all need to change y'all mentality. Because I do this podcast every day telling men to change their mentality on how they select women that don't prioritize them. But ladies, I'm going to tell y'all on the same note that y'all got to change y'all mentality on what y'all look for in a man. Don't just look for a man that got a bunch of money. You look for a man that spend that shit appropriately. That way y'all got the ability to approve. Because those of you that are 30, 20 years from now will be 50. Okay. And when you're 50, you don't qualify for disability until you're over 65. And by the time you make 65, they might push it to 70 because people are starting to live to be closer to 100. Right. And they typically only want Social Security to pay you for your last 10 or 20 years of life. So if the average life expectancy is going to push from 84 to 94, they're going to push disability from 65 to 72. And when you're 50, you're not going to want to be working at Walmart greeting people at the front door or standing at Home Depot greeting people at the front door. When you're 50 years old, 55 years old, 60 years old, you're going to want to stop working hard, especially if right now in your 30s, you're doing physical labor to make money. You're going to want to stop working hard. So at 30, 35, ladies, what plan do you have? What is your 20-year plan? What is your 20-year plan to retire, to stop working and have enough money to pay for your standard of living? Not the unrealistic desire to travel the world and meet all these other people in other countries. Like literally have your bills paid, have all your stuff paid on time, not worry about where you're going to get your money from, still have money for food, reasonable amount of money to keep your clothes maintained, your hair, your nails, all this other bull junk that you like to spend your money on. Like literally the standard of living that you live at. What 20-year plan do y'all ladies got for that? Because I could tell you right now that I've had a lot of times that I've asked women, what is your 20-year plan for retirement? They don't know what the fuck. What is retirement? Is the attitude that I'm getting. But ladies, how do you know what kind of man you want? You want a man that's got money coming in on a regular basis, but he don't have a 20-year plan. If you, instead of asking him what he do for a living, what is your 20-year plan for retirement, sir? And if y'all held that mentality in y'all minds, make sure y'all like and subscribe as y'all following in here. But if y'all held that mentality in y'all minds, when y'all go and pick somebody, y'all not picking him because he spent a lot of money, because he's driving a Lambo, because he showed up in a Porsche, because he got a limited series, black edition Lincoln or some shit like that. You're picking this guy because this man just finished talking to you about investment portfolios. He was sitting there talking to you about 401ks, Roth IRAs. This man's telling you about saving 40% of the money that he makes every year. It doesn't matter if he's a fucking bus driver, a janitor. He could be scrubbing the back of the dump truck. It don't matter. If he's got a plan where he can cut this shit out in 10 to 15 years and you don't have a plan, that man's got ambition, and that's the man you're supposed to be chasing. You're not supposed to be chasing the guy that's making it rain in the strip club, because that's his whole fucking bankroll. If he just went to the strip club and threw $5,000 on the floor, that is not the man that you want to date. If he was in a nightclub throwing $700 in the air, that's not the kind of man you want to date, because he just threw away $700 when I just told you for $6.80 a share that you can buy something that gives you 22% interest every month. And at $700, you would have got over 100 shares. So what the fuck was he throwing $700 on the floor for when he could have threw $700 on the stock? You feel me? So when y'all out there looking for the right guy, you're looking for character. How does he prioritize your needs? Fuck the wants. How does he prioritize your needs? What do you need in life? Food, clothes, feminine products. Fight your battles for you when people disrespect you in the street, but don't disrespect yourself in the street so that you don't get disrespected in the street. So when he do bust somebody in the mouth, it's well warranted, like Will Smith did at the Emmys. You feel me? Then you want to find a man that's got good financial sense. So good financial sense is not giving you trips around the world. So you need to go on your social media profile right now, change that dialogue. You don't want a man that travels, because that's fucking wasteful if he's not traveling for work. You don't want a generous man, because that's a wasteful man if he's spending a bunch of money on you, impressing you with gifts that cost a lot of money. You don't want that. You want a fiscally responsible man. You want a man that is consistent with his obligations, because you will become his obligation, and he should be consistent about you. You are not going to be a financial burden on him, so that he can focus on financial success. Any responsibilities he takes off of your plate will leave you more room to find ways to make y'all more financially successful. Then you should be able to find ways to make sure that he has less stress on his plate. So if you take financial burden off of his plate and he's taking responsibility off of your plate, you're both less stressed. And now y'all can spend more time together. So if y'all have not figured these things out, ladies, and y'all in y'all 30s, 35, 38, y'all getting close to menopause. And menopause is a big deal because men can still want to be fathers at 50, but women cannot still want to be mothers at 50. It don't work out the same way. Y'all start having, even if y'all want to be mothers, even if it is possible to still give birth at 65 years old, y'all got to understand, ladies, the older y'all get, the more problems y'all have with birth, which leads to the higher risk that the husband loses the mother and the child at birth, or be put in a situation where he has to choose to sacrifice one for the other. And the younger you are, the less the man is required to make that choice. So since y'all not willing to have children in your 20s and stick with that man and become financially successful before you're 40, y'all are 30, realizing that after y'all done sampled all the men in the country, now y'all want to settle down. Y'all don't have what it takes to carry the child, and y'all didn't think to save the eggs when y'all was fertile. So now y'all can't even go get a surrogate to give the guy his lineage that he needs and still be the 40-year-old or 50-year-old mother. So y'all not making good plans. Why are we talking about it, ladies? Y'all need to be putting y'all money together to take 40 of your eggs and go put them on ice somewhere, so that y'all got some, so that when y'all 50, 60 years old and y'all find that man that still wants to be a father, that you can go ahead and pull 5 or 7 of them eggs out and hook up a surrogate and give him the child that he's looking for, so that you can still be the valuable woman that he wants and still be the mother of his children at the same damn time. Where there's a will, there's a way. If y'all don't start trying to find another way, instead of just saying, oh, I don't want to, y'all all up in the air about abortion. But now one of y'all is saying, before I get this abortion, let me take like 50 of these eggs out. Because you could do that. You could take 40, 50 of them eggs out, get a hysterectomy, and you ain't got to worry about having children. Then you ain't got to worry about abortion. But you know what? People don't think there's another way to do this. There is another way to do this. We got technology all over the place. So just like some women say, I don't need a man, I can go get artificially inseminated. You could say, you know what? I'm willing to be the wife that a man deserves. Now that I got my mentality together at 35, 38, I'm going to save, I'm going to invest, I'm going to take the last handful of surviving eggs, I'm going to put them aside, and then I'm going to find me a man. When I find me that man, he wants to be a father, no worries. I still got some eggs, bro. At 42, I still got some eggs. You ain't got to worry about it. I'll even put the extra money down for the surrogate. We're going to make sure that you get to be the daddy that you want to be, and we're going to do it where we're fiscally stable, we're financially stable, so we can afford this kid and we don't got to work to do it. If you got that kind of mentality where you're saying, hey, I'm going to cover all of your bases, bro, and I'm bringing money to the table, that's when you start showing your value. Because if you didn't have that mindset, I ask women all the time, what do you bring to the table? I've only had Victoria B and Vera are the only 2 women that came to the show and said anything of relevance about what a woman should bring to the table as far as value to a man. All men know what they got to do to be valuable for a woman. Most women do not know what it takes to be valuable to a man. But all women aim to be the successful man that they look for. But women stop teaching women how to be a partner to a man that is successful, or to be a partner to a man that is striving to be successful. So y'all missing half of the notion, because you're aiming to be self-successful so that you don't have to depend on a deadbeat man. So now you're becoming the man in your own life because you don't have a man in your life. Then you're looking for a man that's a better man than you in your life, and you're trying to make that man accept you as a man just because you can reproduce. But you forget that you got a clock that's counting backwards on you. So while you're aiming for this man to be a better man than you at you being a man, he's looking for a woman. You don't want to do that because that's oppressive, because you just put your whole life, 3/4 of your life, into being a successful man. As a woman, you put 3/4 of your life into being a successful man. This man put 3/4 of his life into being a successful man. You don't want to be a woman now because you spent your whole life trying to be a successful man the same way men do. So now you're pissed off because men are looking for a woman. You don't know how to do that. You know how to be a sexy man in a dress, but you don't know how to be feminine. You don't know how to submit to the man's authority. You don't know how to allow him to be in charge. You can't allow him to be in charge because you didn't pick a man that was fucking responsible. You picked the man that was fucking wasteful because you got one that's going to spend money on you, take you a bunch of places, wow you, give you the life that you feel like you deserve. But let's think about this though. Since we've done this math multiple times, even in today's show, if your 50K and his 50K came together for 5 years, why the fuck were y'all still broke when y'all broke up? If a $72,000 a year lifestyle between two people making 30-something thousand a year could live a stable, happy lifestyle in America, why the hell is both of y'all making 55,000 a year and y'all still broke after a 3-year relationship? And God forbid y'all broke up because of money problems. Where the fuck was the money problems at? Because he was wasting money on you. You was wasting money on you. You might have been wasting some money on him, but both of y'all was wasting money. And then y'all was fucking broke and y'all was arguing because y'all wasted the money at the wrong time. Bills needed to be paid. The bills didn't get paid. Now y'all fighting. But see, if both of y'all was working on y'all's success at 50,000 per person now, 50,000 ain't a lot of money now. 50,000 ain't a lot of money. That's what, 3,000, 4,000 a month. And most of y'all got to do that just to maintain for yourself. A lot of y'all are making $4,500 a month right now because you got to make 3 times the rent. Your rent is $1,500. Yeah, yes. If y'all know what I'm talking, hit them reaction buttons, like and subscribe. Y'all already know your rent is $1,500, or your rent is some of y'all got rent that's $2,500, and you got to make 3 times the rent. And since you got to make 3 times the rent to live there, you didn't threw down on a job that's paying you $6,000. You dating somebody, got the same situation. They might live in a cheaper place than you. They might be paying $1,500 a month, but they $1,500 a month required them to have 3 times the rent, which is $4,500 a month. So one of y'all making $4,500 a month, and the other one's making $6,500 a month, so that y'all can struggle together. And let's say y'all come together in the more expensive apartment because you're not going to want to move down. You're going to move up. If the $2,500 a month apartment, you just added $4,500 a month to your $6,500 a month lifestyle, and y'all making $11,000 a month. Now, put this money together. I ain't gonna say that there's nothing wrong with the women, and I'm not gonna say that there's nothing wrong with the men. There's something wrong with everybody, because if you just did that shit and you got $11,000 a month, that's $110,000 in 10 months. And you still living the same lifestyle as a one person living by themselves. That's $110,000 in 10 months. You add another $22,000 on that. That's $132,000 in 1 year. So 2 broke folks struggling on their own come together and be responsible with their money. Y'all be making $132,000 a year, so that you can make 3 times the rent on a $2,500 a month apartment. And this is places like Florida, California, New York, Brooklyn. Come on now. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So why is you broke? If you've been dating since you was 18 and you 35, why is you broke? Where did your money go? Because if you was living $2,500 a month for the rent, y'all lifestyle was something close to $5,000 a month for $5,500 a month for your lifestyle. Where did your money go? I'm not going to say that there's something wrong with women, and I'm not going to say that there's something wrong with men. I'm not. This isn't a red pill, black pill, blue pill podcast. We talk about saving money, investing money. Sarah going to be here giving y'all advice on Thursday about dating advice. So we're going to have live women on the show telling y'all about how y'all can find better relationships. But where's the money going once you get into the relationship? Because if two people, I just gave you the scenario, if 2 people can put it down and you do the math, and one person's income moving to the household of the other person with the more expensive lifestyle, you add to that lifestyle, y'all just made $132,000 a year. Where did the money go? Because if the one person could satisfy the standard of living by themselves and they added $4,500 a month to that standard of living, then why the hell didn't that $45,000 a month get invested in the stocks, bonds, and real estate? Why the hell did you not have the other half of that income? Because you would have been looking at almost $50,000 a year that wasn't needed to be spent on a household. But let's say, like I told you before, take $10,000 extra dollars or $15,000 extra dollars out of the second person and put it into the first person standard of living. So you upgraded, moved into my house. My standard of living was inside of the $6,500 a year income or $6,500 a month income. Your $4,500 come in, you give me $1,500. You take the other $300 or $3,000 and invest that shit in the stocks. Hold on now. when we start doing the math like that, it's like, damn, every sister in the hood should have a bankroll if they've been dating. Because just like we showed y'all on this podcast, you could build your irrevocable trust for $100, $150, $200. You could turn it into an irrevocable trust at any time. You can start putting your assets into that revocable trust. You can set it up where both you and your partner are beneficiaries of that trust. Y'all can build yourselves up a level of wealth for y'all, so that if y'all separate, y'all don't make it to the marriage. If y'all separate, y'all both beneficiaries of the trust. So you're not using him to build your life up. You're building this with the intent that both of y'all succeed. But if y'all break up, the trust is still there. You turn it into an irrevocable trust before y'all break up. Deliberately turn it into an irrevocable trust before y'all break up, so you continue to get money from that trust, but you're not putting anything else in that trust because that relationship is over. You're just going to keep collecting checks from that trust. And like I told y'all 20 minutes ago, you just keep doing that. Every time you get into a relationship, start up a trust. Start up a trust. No man is going to say no to a woman that says, well, I'm going to take my paycheck and I'm going to put it into the trust and we're both going to get a check off of that. No man's going to say, I don't want you to do that. They'd be like, all right, cool. Do whatever you want to do. It's your money. You don't have to. I'll take care of everything. That's what most men say. Even if they can't take care of everything, they're going to say, oh, I'll take care of everything. All right. You take care of the bills. I'm going to slide you 20% of my income, and I'm going to take the other 80% of my income and I'm going to invest it into the trust. Then, ladies, because you're investing 20% of your income into the trust, you live off of the dividends paid to you from the trust. And that's where you get your hair, nails, and all this other stuff did, because the principal from the money that you worked on go directly to the trust, and the interest paid to you from the trust takes care of your luxuries. So if you're getting $1,000 a month back from the trust to take care of your hair, nails, and all that other stuff, sweetheart, that money can come to you every month. So now you ain't got to miss your hair appointment. You ain't got to reschedule nothing because you ain't got enough money this month because your man lost his job or nothing like that. Your money's still going to come regardless, because you put it towards you put the principal towards investment and you living off the interest. But if you keep your mentality that way, where you take your primary paycheck, you give him his cut to take care of the house, you put the rest of it into the trust to take care of you later, you're getting the dividends from your primary investment. You living life based off of what you earned from yourself, and split it with him because he's taking care of your standard of living. So he gets some, you get some too. But if you getting 500 and he getting 500, you know what he gonna do with that 500, right? He gonna give that shit to you. You already know it. You already know it. If he getting 500 a month from a trust, he's starting to get extra deposits into his bank account that he don't need. Even if you don't have a fiscally responsible man, if all he going to do is pay the bills on time and he got an extra 500 a month to do something nice for his girl, he going to do something nice for his girl because his whole paycheck go towards taking care of the house. So you still going to benefit from the whole payout from both of y'all. The only difference is when y'all break up, he going to keep his 500. You going to keep your 500. You're not going to invest in that trust no more, but you're going to keep getting checks from that relationship. And you just build on each relationship that you do. So ladies, this went from me telling guys about how they could build wealth and live life and find love to ladies. Y'all can build wealth and submit to the authority of the man in the relationship in the aspect of, look, bro, I'm not going to ask you no questions. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to be the silent partner in this relationship. I'm going to follow your lead. You do what you need to do, but I'm going to take 80% of my income and put it into this trust so that we got something to fall back on in 20 years. And ladies, if y'all maintain that mentality, He could be in charge all fucking day because you focusing on tomorrow. He's focusing on today. He could be in charge all day long. Let him say and do whatever he want to say and do. Whatever you need to do to help out around the house, you help out around the house, because this ain't about today. This is about tomorrow. And if tomorrow never comes for him, that's okay, because you set yourself up for tomorrow. You could have, if like I told you before, from 18 years old to 38 years old, it's 20 years. And if you had a bad relationship every 3 years for 20 years, you got at least 6 trusts out there that should be paying you a check, plus your next relationship. So if you was really doing right with your money, ladies, instead of wasting it on bullshit, hanging out with your homegirls, lavish, oh, happy birthday party for her, I want her to feel special. Fuck her. She ain't doing shit for you. She probably the reason why you broke up with the last man anyway, giving you bad advice, talking about something he ain't shit. Leave him instead of work it out. Ask your grandmama, because you can't ask your mama. Most of y'all grew up in a household that only had one parent in it. So you got to go ask your grandma and your great grandma, how did you manage to stay married for 50 years? Okay. And most of them going to tell you, sweetheart, I put up with the bullshit. I ain't walk away from it. I put up with the bullshit. Nah, knowing that, if your mentality is right, instead of you running out there trying to say, oh, well, if he don't do what I say when I say it, I'm going to leave him for another. No, fuck that shit. Put that man on fucking autopilot. Let him do his thing. If you pick a man that make good decisions, he not going to be out there wasting his money on hoes. He not going to be out there wasting his money on homeboys. He's not going to be out there bailing stupid niggas out of jail. What he's going to be doing is he's going to be taking his ass to work, bringing his ass back home, and going to bed. If you keep him with a clean uniform on so he can take his ass to work and make that goddamn money, he going to pay for the house. That's his responsibility. Take care of that shit. Then you take the money you ain't got to pay for the house and you build yourself up. Now, this is from the man's perspective now, ladies. Now, so you can't say, oh, that's wrong, how to do men like that. That ain't good. That's a man telling you, sweetheart, that should make more sense to a man than you wasting all of your money and then asking him for a fucking check. That's what got men pissed off. Men ain't mad because women want men to pay for the women. Men are mad because the women make their own motherfucking money. They're not incompetent. They're not destitute, but they still want half of the man's income on top of that. Why? You don't need half of my money. You got your own. And then you're going to say that I'm not valuable as a man because you want half of my income and all of yours. That's what got men shutting down. You too damn greedy. You want 75% of the pot. And I got to live off of what's left of the whole pot when half the pot going on the house. So I don't got shit. And you got all of it. That's not fair. Uniformity dictates that you got a reasonable amount. I got a reasonable amount too. So ladies, that's why I tell y'all, this is the best way to go. This is the best way to go. And y'all could do this today because it don't take nothing. It don't take nothing for y'all to go back to some of the other videos that I got on this podcast about how to start up a trust, how to start up a revocable trust, where to go to get a legal binding document, set up the bank accounts for the trust, set up the investment opportunities for the trust. If you set up the type of trust that's going to pay you directly off of the profits earned on the trust, yeah, that's taxable income. You gotta claim that on your taxes, but who gives a fuck? That's still paid to you. Give Uncle Sam some damn money if you're not going to donate money to the school for the kids' education. Since they privatizing everything, public school is not going to get as much money from the Department of Education, and the private school ain't shit because they not giving you no better of an education. They just living off the prestige of the kids that graduated out of that school and went somewhere and made something out themselves. So really and truly difference between private school and tax deducted investments in the public school is the fact that you get your fucking money back. So if you really sitting over here trying to be a true G, ladies, y'all don't even got to have fucking kids. You ain't even got to have fucking kids. You could take 80% of your income, give him 20. You could take 80, invest it into the stock, and take that, put that into the trust, had a trust pay you interest off the royalties from the stock. You take 20% of that, invest it to the school, and that way somebody's kids get a better fucking education. But all the money you gave to the school, because that's a nonprofit entity, is a government discount. 100% of the money you write off to the school comes off your tax return. So if they was about to tax you $2,000 or $4,000 for the money you made off of the stock option, and you gave that $2,000 to $4,000 as a donation to the damn school, that $2,000 to $4,000 come off of your damn tax return at the end of the year. You ain't got to give Donald Trump shit. You could put all the money on the public school, and then the kids get goddamn computers and VR glasses and teachers that actually want to come to work and teach the kids. And you could be helpful to your community. You feel me? There's way more ways that we could do about this instead of women saying, oh, I just want a man that make money. I want a man that already got money so that I don't have to apply myself to get money. No, that's not the mentality you're supposed to have. Fuck that. I want a man that's not going to fuck this shit up so that if I put my money towards us being successful, even if the relationship ain't successful, I'm still going to be successful because I'm going to get a check out of this relationship, whether he here or not. And every man will say, you know what? That shit is fair. That shit is fair. Because if the trust is set up where he's going to get a check when the shit is over with, he can't say, oh, well, she used me to build her own wealth because I'm going to get half of whatever the trust is paying out anyway. That makes sense. So if I put all my income on this and now I'm getting 50% of that trust when we broke up, I can't complain because I contributed my half to keeping the house together. She contributed her half to building a check. And then that doubles back to, ladies, ask yourself before y'all listen to today's podcast, ask yourselves, how many relationships that y'all walked into and the man was more financially successful when you walked away? Most of y'all going to say he had the same bullshit ass job that he had when you met him. He had the same standard of living when you met him, or his standard of living diminished after he got with you. Most of y'all cannot say that I found him broke and made him rich before I left. Most of y'all cannot say that I found him stable and made him financially successful before I left. Most of y'all cannot say that that man is still getting money from me after I left. But I can guarantee you, after you listen to today's podcast, you damn sure can say that shit, can't you? And the value of a woman that's able to set herself up where she's making money and money is making so much money for her that the motherfuckers that fucked with her last year is still getting money from her this year. That is the kind of females that are standing on business. You feel me? Here we go. We got Robo Thug can say that. Robo Thug, that ain't no female though. Special shout out to Robo Thug jumping into the show first time tonight. You know, I throw y'all down on a regular basis. I'll tell y'all that he can say that he didn't put it down and he didn't show some love to some people in their relationships, and when he walked away from the relationship, he making it. Now, why can't everybody say that? I'm gonna be real with y'all. This is the kind of thing that most men can say that they put into their relationship, and after the relationship ended, that the female got money. She got more than what she came in with. If she had her own apartment, she moved into his apartment. He moved out of the apartment. She still got the apartment. She was walking with him, met her. He bought an extra car. He let her keep the car when he left. Now she got a car. Some of them, there was only one car between the two of them. He left and left her with the car, especially if she got kids. Most of the time, a fella can say that he walked into that relationship where she ain't had nothing, or if she had something, she was barely stable. And when he left her with everything he worked for in the relationship, and he's got to start his life over, and she just has to continue it without him. Ladies, today I just laid down an hour's worth of telling y'all how y'all could put y'all money. And I can tell you right now, the last 5 podcasts I did this week, y'all could pull up all them stocks I was telling y'all about, invest in them right now. Half of them just finished giving dividend payouts for the last quarter. Some of them do right now, where if you invest in it over the next 7 days, that you will be in there before the ex-dividend date, where they're going to pay at the end of this month. Monthly dividend distributions. Y'all look at the ones that I told y'all last week, especially Tuesdays. I know Wednesday we were talking about different countries, but Tuesdays we was always talking about an investment opportunity. This past Monday, I was telling you different investment opportunities. Y'all could just go back into the history of this podcast and look at all of the stocks that I've been telling y'all to put y'all money towards. And over the past couple of weeks, I was actually putting the name of the stock and the dividend value into the comment section. So you could just go back and replay the show and look at when the comments started being filled with names of stock options that y'all could have invested in, where y'all can make money for yourself. Y'all don't got to be sitting here waiting on somebody else. Y'all don't got to be sitting here twerking in the club, hoping that y'all going to find one of the dudes that's popping bottles in the club and hope that that guy is going to make you rich off of him working on a daily basis. Y'all need to think. Look at how fucked up the society has gotten, ladies. Y'all got ladies night, y'all got Latin night, y'all got ladies drink free, y'all got free cover for the girls so that y'all can go out there and attract a man that ain't got shit. He's wasting his fucking rent money at the club because he got to pay two prices of cover. You think that you get in free and oh, that's good for you, but he paying $25, $40 to get into the club because all the club is full of hoes. That's what he doing. Then he gonna be paying $25 a drink because the club is full of hoes. You ain't paying for shit. He's paying double because the club is going to get their money. Don't think that they're going to take a pay cut because they like women. They don't give a fuck about women. The club is making money off of the fact that thirsty men is going to come to the club if the club is full of women. And if the club is full of men, the women ain't going to go into the club. So they fill the club with women first, and that encourages the men to come to the club. That's why the bouncer's standing at the door and you see that line full of dudes that can't get into the club, but all the women skip the line. Why you think that is? Because the more women inside the building, the more men got to pay to get into the damn building. But it ain't about you finding happiness in that club. It ain't about him finding happiness in that club. It's about the club making fucking money off the man because men spend money. Most advertisement is not about what's best for the customer. Most advertisement is designed for women to be impulsive with their shit. So they're going to sell a bunch of stuff that women want to see. Then it's about men buying it because men think that women want that. So notice two types of commercials. Women's stuff that women like that's got women in it. Always attractive women. Never the busted woman, never the C-class woman, never the girl that looked like she got hit by a bus before she came to the set. Always some skinny girl, some sexy girl, some full figure girl. So always her hair is always on point. Her makeup is always on point. The outfit fit her correctly. You ain't never got no girl that's got one stomach hanging out on one side and the stomach tucked in on the other side with the shirt not fitting right, wrinkles, stretch marks. You don't never got that kind of woman on the show. Every time they advertise some stuff for the women, the clothes fit right, the makeup look right, the hair look right, the shoes look right, everything look right on the woman. That's gonna make the women buy it. Now, flip what they do for the man. All they put is a woman in a half naked in a bathing suit or some shit like that next to the product. Man's gonna buy it. Beer, what that got to do with women? Nothing. But if a hot chick is standing there next to the beer, he's gonna buy the beer. SUVs, what that got to do with women? Nothing. But if a hot chick is leaning on the SUV, he's gonna buy it. Mustang, what that got to do with women? Nothing. But if a hot chick sitting on the hood of the car, he gonna buy it. You remember the Mercedes-Benz pose? Mercedes-Benz became so popular not because it was a good-ass car. Mercedes-Benz became so popular because of the artist Mercedes-Benz doing the Mercedes-Benz pose over the Mercedes-Benz. So all you could see was a crack of her ass and the Mercedes-Benz logo. That car sold. Not because it was a good car, but because it was a hot chick laying over the hood. So ladies, instead of projecting your bodies because y'all don't want to be judged for your bodies, you want to be judged for your mentality and your skill set. Where the fuck is your skill set at? Where the fuck is your mentality at? I just got to ask you. I'm going to call y'all out on this shit tonight. Where is it? Because y'all smart. Y'all got degrees. Y'all done been to college. I done been in college for 8 years. Some of y'all been in college for 6. Where the fuck is your skill set at? God dang it. I just really want to know this shit because y'all are capable. All of y'all ladies, y'all can go into these Fortune 500 companies. Make sure y'all like and subscribe as y'all fall through here and utilize some reaction buttons. But ladies, y'all can get into these Fortune 500 companies. Affirmative action is stop allowing people to get selected because they're black, but the gender inequality is still mandatory. So women can still get hired just because they're a woman. Women can still get promoted just because they don't have enough women in management. All a woman got to do is not get into a sex scandal on a job. And she will get promoted to the highest levels of the job within 6 to 9 months. A man got to be there 10, 15 years to make it to middle management. A woman just got to not sleep with her coworkers to make it to middle management. Because all it takes is for a woman in middle management to get pregnant, retire out of the job because she's going to become a mother, complicated pregnancy. There's a job title available. You get the job because you're still employed. That's it. I'm not saying that the system is fair. I'm just saying you can benefit from the system. So there is no reason why you can't be fiscally responsible already. Then if you go out there and go find you a dude that's got his mentality in order, he don't got to be a Wall Street worker. He could be a McDonald's worker. He just got to be able to spend his money correctly so that he ain't wasting his whole damn paycheck on bullshit. And then you can link with him. You could take what he's not spending on bills and you could put that on stocks and investments and y'all will be rich inside of 10 years. Hands down, you'll be rich. If you don't waste your money on bullshit, you'll be rich inside of 10 years. The average relationship right now lasts 1 year, 5 months, 6 days, because y'all not responsible about y'all shit. Both men and women together, y'all are not responsible about y'all shit. Ladies, y'all are focused on the wrong thing. Men are focused on sex. We already know what the men are focused on. So a man will give his entire estate to the woman just so he get laid. And the women are willing to take the money just so that they don't got to work hard for it. But the women that are working hard ain't got time for that shit. The women that are working hard, all they need to do is change their mentality. Instead of saying, I want to find a man that's more successful than me, all you got to do is say, I want to find a man that's not going to waste my success. And now you've got an entire fucking gene pool of men, because right now the top 23% is divided between 100% of the women. That is not an even ratio, because the ratio of men to women is 1 to 1. And then when you start getting 30 and 40 years old, there's 2 women to every man. So when you 30 and 40 years old, you are not only competing with twice as many people, because you got to compete against all the women in your age group. You also got to compete with all the 20-year-olds that's willing to take those 45-year-old men. So if you don't, what are you bringing to the table right now? Because I could tell you right now, the egalitarian lifestyle of, oh, it's supposed to be 50-50, bullshit. Men are raised to this day in 2025 to be protectors and providers, which means that his whole life is to be successful enough so that he could pay for you and pay for him. That is his duty in life. Then he is supposed to get his ass whooped for you. He is supposed to get hurt for you, broken bones, gunshots, arrested, all this other bullshit for you, which requires you to follow his instructions so that he could keep you safe. So when he tells you don't go, don't go. Not because he's your boss, not because he's your daddy, because it is his responsibility to tell you when it is not safe, so that if in the event that he has to do something that he will lose his freedom for, he is doing it to protect a woman that respects his authority as a man to put himself on the line. Just like the wife whose husband got shot at the presidential election, because when he said get down, that bitch got down. So when he got shot in the back, he didn't get shot in the back because he was arguing with her about, why are you telling me to get down? I can't see the president. You get out of my way. He didn't have all that. You feel me? That's what y'all are finding men for. That's the character y'all are looking for in men. Y'all are looking for the kind of man that is going to put life and limb on the line for you, so that if you are making enough money and you get a life insurance policy on that man, and you have the beneficiary be the trust that you make, even after you break up with that man, if that man die, you get $1 million. Hold on, ladies. What the fuck? You can have 6 ex-boyfriends with life insurance policies that are dedicated to you, that is being paid for by your trust. And if them 6 men die before you, each one of them men could pay you a big ass chunk of change. You ain't even got to be affiliated with him no more. That's your policy that you're paying on him. And once he died, all you got to do is get the death certificate, take it to the insurance company, show it was natural causes, collect your money. You ain't talked to him in 5 years. Does it even matter? Now, let me ask you something, ladies. Have y'all ever thought about that shit? Have y'all ever thought about ways that y'all can make yourselves more successful without having to manipulate a man? Just literally say, hey, you be the man that society has raised you to be. I'm just going to be over here in the background on autopilot, invest in everything else that you don't need. Then y'all won't be broke. Y'all guaranteed not to be broke. Because how many of y'all know that at least one of your ex-boyfriends is dead now? Come on now, because men die faster than women. Let's think about this now. Now, in addition to that, at 30, 38, you would have been doing this 20 years. You got your money in order. You got your assets, estates in order. Ladies, y'all already know y'all could set the par right now today if y'all was able to walk up to a dude and talk to him about money. And when I say talk to him about money, I ain't talking to him like bragging about how much money you got or demanding him to spend no money on you. I'm talking about if you was able to walk up to a dude and you start talking about how the stock market took a turn yesterday and the stocks that was $20 and $30 a share are now $7 and $8 a share, and how you was planning on investing in some of them stocks before the stock go back up right after they sell TikTok. You know that sounds sexy to a man. A girl talking about what she could do with a strawberry is not nearly as successful as what a girl can do with her next paycheck, if that is going to turn about a 50% inflated cost in the next 2.5 months when TikTok is sold. Because the stock market is only down because China is being hit with 145% tariffs. When TikTok is sold, it goes back down to 34%. When TikTok is sold, all of the real estate is going to explode. When real estate explodes, it is going to be a bull market. It is going to be a buyer's market because there's going to be more houses for sale than there are people willing to buy, which means more people are going to buy, which means more banks are going to lend, which means more interest rates are going to go out. The interest rates are going to go down so that more people can buy stuff. And guess what's going to happen? All of those real estate investment trusts, triple. You've got, just think about this now. You sitting at the table, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite food? What's your favorite? Nah, man. My favorite stock option is this, and this. Because them motherfuckers is under $10 a share. They're paying between 15 and 20 cents a share, 45 cents a share. They pay every month. Some of them pay every quarter. They guarantee dividend distributions. And in 3 months, the value of them is going to triple. Fuck what her favorite food is. I want this one because she just told me some shit that I didn't know. But I can guarantee you, everybody watching the channel right here, make sure that you like and subscribe and hit them reaction buttons. I guarantee you, all of y'all seen that video where half the men was asked this question: would you take $100 or a Bitcoin? And the girl said fucking $100 because she didn't know what the fuck a Bitcoin was. And the man got pissed off and was ready to break up with the girl if he didn't break up with the girl in that 60-second video. Do you understand how many women lost a man in that 60-second video? That was not skits. That was damn real world social experiments showing technically that, one, not all women know about finance, and two, they don't have enough respect for their boyfriend to listen to his knowledge about finance at the same damn time. If you don't know what the fuck a Bitcoin is, it's like, well, he know what it is and he say that it's a Bitcoin. So just because he knows what it is, I'm going to follow his lead, not because he's a man, not because he's my boyfriend, not because he's in charge of me, but because he knows what you're talking about and I don't, and I trust his judgment because I chose him. So if you don't know what a fucking Bitcoin is, and a man asks another man, would you choose a Bitcoin over $100? And the man say yes, and they both look at you. Well, shit, he said yes. I don't even know what a Bitcoin is, so I'm going to go with whatever he say. But I can tell you right now, ladies, if y'all don't know, Bitcoin is at $100-something thousand. So if you told any man that you would take $100 bill right now today before you take a Bitcoin, he need to put you in a garbage can and hit that garbage can a few times. Because that is the worst decision anybody can make. But you only making a bad choice like that because you don't know what the hell it is. So for those of y'all that went to college, I don't give a fuck if it was nursing, accounting, business. I don't care what the hell you went to college for. Your degree is not going to make you successful in your relationship. Your attitude will make you successful in your relationship. Your ability to cooperate, not just submit to the man, cooperate with whatever fucking agenda that he had before he found you, because he has to build himself up to be successful. So if you have what you consider as a successful man, then to prevent him from being a deadbeat man, you have to adapt to his ability to be successful. So now your goal is, what do I got to do to make him better than what he was when I found him? Not, oh, you can't tell me nothing because I'm grown. Not, oh, you not my daddy. What do I got to do to make him more successful than what he was when I found him? Because he did a damn good job by himself because I'm choosing him. So what do I got to do to make him better than what he was when I found him? Ladies, have the same mentality that men have about cars. Women say that they don't like being compared to cars. But when a man gets a car, if he don't like the way it is, he souped that bitch up. He put all of his money into that car. Rims, stereo systems, backflow, exhaust pipe, stage 2 cooling system, scat back, wide bottom, no muffler, straight pipe, adjusted suspension, turbines, turbos, superchargers, ECM chips, all of these things that they do to make the car that they got as fast as they wish that they could, it could go. And they put enough of their income into that car to make that car the fastest car that it can be inside of their income. Now, that mentality, ladies, if y'all took that same mentality and put it into fucking men and say, well, shit, he's good enough, but I could rearrange his hours so that he's making more money. Put him on night shift instead of day shift, so he's making extra money overnight. I can take care of some of the finances so his bills are paid on time instead of him paying late fees and interest. I can help boost his credit score. I got 3 shows about that so that he can get a better credit score, so he has a lower insurance cost. I can bundle our insurance so that we don't have to pay as much money for insurance. If his driving record is bad, I can take his car off of his insurance, put his car on my insurance, and just drop his insurance if he don't have an SR22, and he could just drive the cars and just don't be on the insurance policy. Save both of us some damn money. You know, there's all kinds of ways that you can figure out ways to save your boyfriend money, save your boyfriend financial expenses, and then say, okay, now that this is the lowest that we can get our joint standard of living, I'm gonna put 20% on top of that. I'm gonna give you 20% of my income to put on top of what you already paying for yourself. And I'm gonna take the other 40 and I'm gonna put it over there. That way we both got something. If we ride this wave, for 10 years, we ain't broke no more. And the fucked up part about it is that if you're doing what I'm telling you to do, because this is cash dividend stocks I be telling you guys to invest in. This is cash dividend stocks, which means that y'all will find yourselves with money coming in every month within the first 30 days of your investment, which means that by the time you done put that first 40,000 up in there, you start seeing that $8,000 coming back to you over the course of the year. You start seeing $300, $400 a month, $700 a month coming to you every month because of all the money you invested into the stock. You're going to be like, oh, hell yeah, we got to put more money into the stock. Hell yeah, we got to put more money into the stock. People are going to be talking about, oh, I want my vacation check so I can go on vacation. Fuck that vacation. Let me get your vacation check and put it down on the stock before the stock paid. Because we just had one stock that we just looked at, Seaway, International Seaway. I just put it on the show yesterday's show. If not yesterday, day before yesterday, because everybody was on the show day before yesterday. Day before yesterday, we was talking about this particular stock. Some bitch gonna pay $1.74 a share in June. Ex-dividend date, June 12th. It is May 4th. You got 30 days to put money down on that stock before the stock go up, and then it's gonna pay you after that. It's a quarterly stock, but the quarter is up. If you put your money down on that stock before the end of May, come the 12th of June, you qualify for some goddamn money. So I'm trying to figure out, why the hell is people not doing this? Why do we not have that? If this is crypto promoting, no thanks. Oh, you're welcome, Wood, man, because I'm not just promoting crypto, because I was just sitting over here talking about ETFs and stocks. Actually, this particular stock, I think, is $33.35 a share. Most of the stocks that I talk about are under $10 a share, but they're cash dividend stocks, so not crypto. So you're welcome. You don't have to jump in on that, but I do appreciate you coming. At no point did I tell you that you should go and invest in crypto. I'm just saying that if you were going to invest in crypto, it would make more sense for you to have the kind of person to invest in crypto. Because again, this isn't the kind of podcast about you just going off and throwing your money away. This is about making yourself a higher valued individual, because we're standing on higher ground, right? We're trying to be better individuals. We're trying to make ourselves more successful, and we're trying to find the kind of individuals that want to be successful with us. So I appreciate you jumping in and letting me know that you're not interested in crypto. You don't have to be interested in crypto. You could be interested in day trading. You could be interested in regular stocks and bonds. You could be interested in options trading. You could be interested in just investing in a business that's going to pay you a bunch of money so that you don't got to work for that money every month. Or you could be interested in being broke. I don't really care. This podcast is about helping individuals that want to be financially successful. Let them know that there are ways that you could go to be financially successful. So right when you threw your comment in there, and I'm talking to you about a company that is about to make a payout in 5 or 6 weeks, And if you own the list of people, you get paid, because the ex-dividend date is on the 12th and the payout date is on the 25th of June. So if you buy into it on the 27th or 28th of May with your last paycheck after you done paid your rent, on the 12th, they're going to cut the books. And when they cut the books on the 25th, you're going to get paid. And they talk about $1.74 a share. If you're not on that roster, that's on you. That's on you. But at $33.35 a share, if you ain't got 100 shares at $1.74 a share, that's on you. That's on you. Because right after that, you could sell if you would like, because it's a quarterly. So you could put your money up for the 12th of June, leave it there till the 25th of June, get your money on the 27th of June, sell it, and go figure out something else to do for the next 2 months. You ain't even got to leave it there no long ass time, because the ex-dividend date is June 12th, June 11th to be on the safe side. So if you put your money in by June 8th so that you get in there before the stock starts going up, because the closer to the ex-dividend date you get, the higher the value of the stock gets. So if you start buying into it before the 8th and let it sit there till the 25th for less than 30 days, you make a shit ton of money off the money you put down. And then a day or two after you got the money, sell the fucking stock. And you're telling me, no, that's okay. If it's a crypto promotion, I'm not interested. Well, one, I didn't ask you to come to my show. You found me because you need money. And that's why I came up on your For You page. You know what I mean? And then two, this show is about building yourself up personally, building yourself up financially, building your relationship up so that you can have a successful financial relationship. And when you jumped into the podcast, I just finished an hour ago telling men how we could invest in ourselves and invest in love. And then I just went on a 1 hour tangent telling ladies how instead of listening to how the men could do it, ladies, y'all could do it. So what, women, if you don't want to be successful, I don't mind. But I do not have unsuccessful people deliberately unsuccessful in my life. And that's one of the things that you guys got to do to improve yourself, is improve your network. Instead of only having people to come and hang out with you when it's time to have a good time at your expense, you only have people coming to talk to you when it's time to grind out and make extra money with the money that we just made. If y'all stop having birthday parties where you set up your birthday party, invite everybody to come at your expense, if you start setting up business write-offs by inviting people with wealth, with businesses, with business opportunities to come to your event so that you can meet and greet with these people and find out ways to make your money, make more money for you, so that your birthday will lead you to a year's worth of new connections and new financial opportunities. If y'all don't start doing that, y'all fucking up. Because why are you spending hundreds of dollars on your birthday so that you could pop a bunch of bottles, wake up in the morning with a migraine, not remembering what happened last night, can't find your clothes, don't know who apartment this is, don't know how you get here, but your ass still broke for the rest of the year, when you could have stayed sober? You could have talked to 20 people you didn't know, 15 of them got stuff that you can get involved in, 5 of them want to do business with you, 2 of them going to start with you this month. You start making money, make money for you. Then your whole damn birthday is a tax write-off because that was a business meeting. So yeah, you might have spent $500 on your birthday party, but it's a $500 tax deduction on your tax return at the end of the year. So instead of giving Donald Trump your money, it went towards you making new connections. I keep telling y'all, do not be the most successful person in your group. So if you are the most successful person in your group, you need to find better friends. I ain't saying ditch the old ones. I'm saying you got to find better friends, because if you are the most successful person in your group, you have plateaued. You can't get no better than you are because you cannot find another way. But I know somebody that is more successful than you. It ain't got to be me, but I know somebody is more successful than you. And that person knows another way because that person did it. So why is that person not in your network? So if you find people that are not already less successful than you in your network, and you expand on your network where you're in the middle between the ones less successful than you and the ones that are more successful than you, then you can have a well-rounded scenario. And you have to be of value to your network. So you're not over here trying to find rich people that you can leech off of. You have to have value for them, but they got to have value for you too. This isn't a situation where you and all your friends that you grew up as trying to share the same dollar, because the person that is not inside of your network still want their fucking money and you got to pay them. So your network needs to be trying to find ways to make more money for all of y'all. I just did 2 or 3 shows about how y'all can start up LLCs. Y'all can go into business with a friend. Y'all can go into business with your partner. If y'all went into business with your romantic partner and y'all had kids and you hired your kids as employees, instead of giving your kids allowance to be badass kids, you could give your kids allowance of being responsible and helping you out around the house and doing shit. And then when they start becoming 15, 16, 17 years old, instead of them helping you out for a paycheck, you start teaching them how to diversify and go find money outside of the house. When you teach them that they are part of this network, and in order for them to expand this network, they've got to do what they do in this network outside of this network to get money and bring it back to this network. Teach your kids how to be responsible, and your allowance that you're giving your kids now being a paycheck as a 1099 employee, still tax deductible because your LLC just paid your kids. So between your allowance money being tax deducted and the money you donate to the school being tax deducted, am I not in the last hour and 20 minutes out of the 2 hours and 20 minutes we've been on this podcast giving you more than just go invest in crypto stock? Wouldn't it? Because all of this information, it's like, well, shit, I didn't know none of this shit existed. On top of that, building a trust. And if you donate money to your trust, you fill out a Schedule K, and that's tax deducted off your income. Yeah, you're going to get taxed on the dividends distributed to you from the trust. But with paying the kids and paying the school, how much are you paying Donald Trump? He put all them executive orders in line for businesses. That's C corporations and LLCs. You as a W-2 employee don't fit in that. Ain't no benefits for you in that. But if you build yourself a C corporation or LLC, build yourself a family business and run the family off of that business. Start making money, make money for you. You done built the business, and then your birthday is a business expense. Run that off the business. Then when you start traveling, the traveling is a business expense, and run that off of your W-2s and shit. Then when you start making money off your W-2 work, and you offset that with the expenses of the business, as long as you're developing the type of business that can truly turn a profit, holding companies and investment firms is a business. So you could truthfully build you a business, take that 40% of your income, invest it into the business, have all the stocks pay for the business, have the business invest that into the trust, and then have the trust pay you. Come on now. And you would have spent what, $250 for a tax identification number, $150, $250 for the trust, $500 total dollars, where you could have turned nothing into something that will build you residual income. Because what kind of business are you going to have? A stock option investment holding company. That's it. That's all the fuck you got to do is build that. Its existence is to invest in and hold stocks for its beneficiaries. So when it starts generating capital, Schedule K it to the trust pays you and your husband. You got kids, you hire the kids up underneath that investment company. What are the employees doing? Maintaining the business, cleaning their rooms, cleaning the kitchen, cooking, doing the yard, cleaning the cars. Vehicles involved with that, business cars, vehicle maintenance, car insurance, all that for the business expenses. You run out of shit to do. Because the only thing that the trust and business is not going to have as a tax write-off is your personal non-work related eating habits. And the trust doesn't pay for your clothes. But your business will pay for your clothes if it's a work uniform. So every suit that I wear to this podcast is a tax write-off. But the per diem for food is 50% tax deducted. So out of every $600 worth of groceries that you buy, $300 of it is tax deducted since you're eating for the company. Again, there's a lot of things that you could do in life if you just change the way your mentality is, which is why I talk to you guys about this on a show on a regular basis. This is why I feed you guys knowledge and information so often that if you just watch the last 4 months of this show, especially on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Tuesdays and Fridays, you can start piecing this shit together and be like, God damn, this man, they organized all of the shit that I need to turn my nothing into something else. And nowhere in here are we saying that women ain't shit. We're just saying that we're disappointed at the fact that women are so awesome that they just decide to deliberately not be shit. And this isn't all women. This is just the women that the men complain about, the ones that don't want to be better, but they want to live better. And they got a bunch of ain't shit men out there too. They got a bunch of dudes that'll prefer to be sitting on a stoop smoking a J, talking about how life is holding them down. Society is holding them down. He ain't got no opportunities in life, but he ain't once got off that damn stoop and did nothing but go meet the dope man. At the end of the day, if you're not trying to be successful, you're not going to be successful. This is a capitalist country. You cannot make yourself successful watching other people be successful. You got to make yourself successful by doing something. So today was a whole show about letting y'all know that, and ironically, I did it from both sides of the fence, letting y'all know that y'all can be successful in your relationships, men and women alike, by focusing on your financial success while you navigate through love. Because the men build their financial wealth so that they can find love. Women allow men with the resources that she's satisfied with to entertain her time, and she might love him in return. But very few women love a man for the man before they find out how much money he got, what kind of car he got, what kind of house he got. And truthfully, ladies, in the first 90 days, while men are lusting after the woman's body, the woman is lusting after the man's income. Now, once she gets used to his income, once she gets used to the standard of living that he's giving to her, once he gets used to the sex that she's giving him, that's when y'all start realizing that y'all got shit that y'all did not like about the other person that y'all let slide because of the lifestyle that you did not have before, between you having as the woman the resources from him and him having as a man the sexual engagements from you. Both of y'all was fucking up and allowing the other person to do stuff that they should not be doing, instead of standing on your non-negotiable expectations for behavior, where y'all would have been making sure that your values are still intact, making sure that your personal preferences are still intact, making sure that your agenda prior to this relationship is still intact, so that both the man and the woman can aim for the success that they're looking for while working towards their partner's success, so that in standing on your non-negotiable expectations for behavior, y'all have a mutual arrangement between each other that this relationship will lead y'all to glory. It will lead y'all to new heights. It will lead y'all to the higher ground that we've been talking about on this show. It will make you a better person. It'll make you a better. And when y'all come together, y'all find somebody that's supposed to be the other half of a whole. You're not looking for dead weight. You're not looking for something to do. Because the older you get, the more you find that this bullshit out here in the streets is not where it's at. And if y'all could find better ways to put yourself on the market where y'all could be recognized as valuable, because ladies, I didn't ask y'all, I've been on here for an hour and 20 minutes since I asked y'all what y'all bring to the table, but I'm telling y'all what y'all could be bringing to the table. Not one woman jumped up here and said what they bring to the table, but I could tell you right now that after I ask the question every day, while the women sit here silent, some thumbs up, some thumbs down, most of them say nothing. But if you think about, since your career is not valuable to him, your education is not valuable to him, he wants a partner. He wants somebody that's going to cooperate with what he's trying to accomplish. If you're picking a man that makes the right decisions, if you're picking a man that is going to work towards financial improvement, if y'all are going to save to buy a house, if y'all are going to save to buy new cars, and I wouldn't buy a new car. I would buy a used car. I would buy a used car under 100,000 miles. That's like 6 years old. And the reason why I say it's 6 years old right now is because all the cars that's been made in 2025 and most of the cars that's being sold from 2024 are going to be sold under inflation because of the tariffs. But any car that's sold from a used car lot, certified pre-owned dealership, that's pre-tariff car. They're going to sell it to you without inflated costs. So you would do better in 2024 trying to find you a 2019. Trying to find you a 2017, that you do better doing that. But find you a 2017 with 50,000 miles on it and go buy yourself a new car. Something that doesn't have any maintenance requirements on it. Get you a full package, bumper to bumper warranty on it, where while you're paying whatever note you're paying on the car, if you're going to finance it, it includes 100% of the maintenance on the car, including tire changes and rotations and shit, oil changes and shit. Well, the only time you got to pay for something is when somebody crashed your shit. That's what you need to be doing. That's what you need to be doing. So you're paying $300 a month or $450, $500 a month for the car. You're not paying for the regular oil change, the tire replacements, or nothing to that effect. You know what I mean? You could be more responsible with your stuff. You really could. You really could. We don't, because we didn't know no better before today. We didn't know no better before this podcast started. We didn't have elders teaching us how to be responsible with ourselves. We didn't have elders teaching us how to be responsible about our partners. Ladies, y'all do not have women that are older than y'all telling y'all what y'all can do to make yourselves more useful in your relationship with your husband, with your boyfriend, to become a husband. They got a lot of y'all watching the channel right now that's fiancés that just broke up, ex-fiancé. There's a lot of y'all right now that's ex-wives. There's a lot of y'all that did not make it to the engagement and broke up right before. Y'all done been together 5-7 years and y'all broke up because he would not propose to you. And why do you think that is? It ain't him. It ain't him. And the reason why it ain't him, I'm not saying it because I'm trying to pick on the women. I'm telling you, first person accountability, ladies. You are the key common denominator in every last one of your bad relationships. So if you've dated 5, 10, 20 guys, if you've hooked up with 50 to 100 guys and you are still not married, there is something about you that got you not married. Not just the fact that you wasn't ready for it, you ain't feel like it. The fact that they ain't proposing to you, the fact that they're not carrying out that proposal to the marriage. If you're divorced, where he divorced you, you got to think about that, ladies. What the hell is you doing wrong? Because from the opposite side of the fence, every man is responsible for the reason why the last 10, 20, 30 girlfriends he's tried to date didn't work out. What is he doing wrong? It's not just the person that you pick. It's how you allow things to happen in your relationship. Bullying your partner into doing what you want is not healthy for your relationship, ladies. You got a lot of feminine men out here these days that will do what you say so that they can get laid. But bullying your man is not going to make him do anything other than resent you. And that, ladies, will lead to him cheating on you with a woman that will follow his instructions. And y'all going to say that men is garbage because they cheated. But bullying your boyfriend with this yoking him up by the neck and, oh, he better not engage that girl, and that bullshit I see y'all doing on social media right now where y'all are challenging the man to show you what he would do if a strange woman was to walk up to him. First of all, ain't no strange woman supposed to be walking up to him if you got your shit in order. What the hell is another woman talking to your husband for, talking to your boyfriend for, if you got your boyfriend on lock? Your boyfriend is on lock not because he's afraid of you. Your boyfriend is on lock because the whole time he's not with you, he's wishing he was with you. But if you treat your man that kind of way where he wished that he could get away from you sooner, he's leaving early and coming back late. He hanging out in the car 10, 20 minutes before he coming to the house. Because he tired of the bullshit. He got a man cave in the house where when he come in the house, he might give you a hug and a kiss and then he go into his special room so that you don't come in there because he tired of the bullshit. You got to start asking yourself, what the hell is going wrong? Because men don't pull away from their wives because there's something wrong with the man. Men pull away from their wives because the wives are not paying attention. Women's intuition will let a woman know when a man is giving up on his woman and is moving on to another woman. But women's intuition does not tell the women that the man has been unhappy for 3/4 of this relationship, and that is why he is walking away from it. So if y'all change y'all mentality and stop focusing on yourself and start focusing on your partner, you can make yourself a millionaire by making your husband a millionaire. It's the same way Michelle got what she wanted from the Department of Justice by making Obama the president. He wasn't the president because he was good at what he does. He was the president because his wife was good at what she does. And then she got the benefits of him being a president. He didn't become successful and then make her successful. She made him successful, which made her successful by proxy. But that is a woman that followed her shit because her goal was to start at the top and work her way down. And how she did that, she put her man on top so that she could get everything on top. And if all women had that mentality, instead of finding a man that's already on top, find a man with the potential to be on top, put him on top, and then you benefit from him being on top. Men don't just go buy the fastest car in the world. They build the fastest car in the world, and then they benefit from having the fastest car in the world. So if a woman finds a man that's got the capabilities to be financially successful and she puts effort into him being financially successful, he will be financially successful, and then she will be entitled to his entire estate, not half of it just because she let him sleep with her. So changing your mentality. Instead of being outright selfish, be passive about the shit. We already know that you're in this with an agenda. But if I'm going to be successful because of you, you get whatever the hell you want. How many of y'all, when y'all was growing up, ordered the Happy Meal just to get the toy? You didn't want the Happy Meal. You ate the shit, but you got the Happy Meal to get the damn toy. Now, why y'all going to say, oh, well, I want the toy without ordering the Happy Meal? You're going to spend 3/4 of the cost of the Happy Meal to buy the toy, just a toy, when you get the toy free by ordering the Happy Meal. Same method applies to men. Why ask for a man that's already financially successful when you can find a man, make him financially successful, and he can give you all of his money? Because you find a broke man that ain't got nothing and you make him rich, he don't want nothing, because he go to work all the goddamn time. All he want is a clean uniform, a full stomach, and a good night's sleep. So since that's all he want in life, sweetheart, you make that kind of man a millionaire, he's living off of $20,000 a year. So where the hell you think the rest of the money going to go? His whole lifestyle is inside of $20,000 a year. So if you make that kind of man successful, where he got $200,000, $300,000 a year coming from him, all he need is $20,000. So where the other $150,000, $200,000 going? To you. So instead of you thinking, oh, I need my man to be rich before I get him. No, fuck that. You want a broke man that you can make rich so that you can get 90% of his income, because he ain't going to want it. He go from struggling to living breezy. He going to be buying you all kinds of expensive jewelry and flashy cars. You're going to be telling him, no, don't buy that. We don't need that. Invest in this stock real quick before it cash out. Because that is going to lead y'all to a lifetime of retirement. Y'all wouldn't even be fighting over money, because instead of him pissed off because he can't afford what you want and the bills at the same time, he's going to be excited because he ain't got to pay for shit, because you got everything that you need. You don't want nothing. You don't need nothing. And you're satisfied with everything that he does. So then the little one time he give you that $5 gas station rose that won't wilt, you glad that he thought about you when he was out in the street. Instead of having to come back with a fucking $2,000 diamond necklace from K Jewelers. Why? He could have put that $2,000 on like 200 ounces of silver and made a bunch of money off of that shit. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell y'all? Like y'all could be financially responsible. Y'all could be financially successful. But what y'all not doing right now is y'all not paying attention to the things that would keep y'all financially successful. So the relationships is failing right now because everybody's priorities is fucked up. It's not just the women. It's not just the women. Make sure y'all like and subscribe as y'all pop in here. Y'all relationships is fucked up because y'all did not have the right intentions when you first got into this relationship. Y'all did not have the right motivation when y'all first got into the relationship. And because your intentions weren't positive when you jumped into this relationship, your relationship is not positive. That's why your relationships suck. Then when a relationship fall apart, y'all fighting, y'all bickering, y'all taking shit from each other, y'all taking back stuff that was supposed to be intended for the other person to show how much you care. You're going to show how much you don't care by taking it back. So you're going to destroy this person's whole mentality. For what? Because you bitter. Why? Because I can tell you right now that rich people have bad relationships too. Rich people get divorced too. Rich people cheat on each other too. Do you think that finding a wealthy man is going to keep you from being cheated on? If that don't encourage cheating, because Nick Cannon, he can afford you and 5 other women. So what do you think he's going to have? 12. Because he could pay $50,000 a child per woman, where each one of them women ain't got to work. But he got what? 12, 13, 14 baby mamas? Nick Cannon had 5 children born a month apart from 5 different women in the same year. That means he had hoes because he rich. Look at Chris Brown beating on each girlfriend. He had 20 different girlfriends. He done had to beat on each and every one of them. Do y'all really think that finding a wealthy man is beneficial to you? But most broke men worship the ground that you walk on because he didn't think that he qualified for a woman in the first place. One of the reasons why men hop planes and fly to get the women out the Philippines, because them women didn't think that they was the best thing on the block. Them women know that they're capable. They know that they will help you, but they're not sitting over here egotistically talking about, oh, so you better do X, Y, and Z for me. They're like, oh, thank you so much for showing up. That difference in attitude make the world a difference. So, when you get a man that don't never get appreciated or valued by a woman, and the woman come up and show him value, child, that man will worship the ground that she walk on because he is getting something that he has been missing and needing in his life, his whole life. Is fucking recognition, appreciation, reciprocation, accountability. These are things that men don't see in women. So the first time you show up and bring that shit to the table, he figured he got the best woman in the world. Now, if you could take all that and you could couple that with financial responsibility, I tell you what, you the one that he not gonna let get away. But that takes y'all changing y'all mentality. So like we just seen on social media, some of these females that her rent need to be paid. And she gonna tell him that her rent is $2,000 when her rent is only $500, $750. We had one woman on the show. She was talking about how she needed her hair did $2,000 for the hair when she really only needed $250. But she told the hairdresser she was gonna get a hairdresser $50, and she got this man just wired her $2,000 something for to get her hair done, so that she could get extra money out of her man. You taking out the household. Fuck the fact that the man got used. I'm not even going to sit over here and say, oh, you did that man wrong. I don't give a damn about what you did to that man. Because if he dumb enough to give you money like that, that's on him. First off, you tell me your hair costs $2,000. You bald headed, because I'm not paying $2,000 for your hair. That's only going to be there 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I can buy a used car for $2,000 and spend 2 years putting $4,000 more in it to make that bitch run, and still have a value in that car that I'm not going to have in the weave that you're going to throw away in 6 weeks. I would not spend $2,000 on your hair to get done. So the fact that he sent her the money, he was dumb. But my point of the matter is that you taking money out of your household when you say your hair costs $2,000 so you can go party with your homegirls, and your boyfriend is dumb enough to give you $2,000 you go party with your girlfriend. I just want to tell y'all straight up from a man's perspective. If you could get $2,000 from him to go get your hair done, you could have got $2,000 from him to invest into a damn stock. Y'all need to start building. How many women right now on the show? I done seen a few hundred of y'all come through here in the last hour. How many of y'all got a retirement plan? Something that's not paid for by your job, because I just want to tip you off that if you get fired from your job, you forfeit all benefits offered from the job. So the 401k, Roth IRA, all that shit that's sitting there is only there if you retire after you've put in your years of service. So if you get terminated tomorrow, your whole investment is gone. You don't take that 401k or that Roth IRA with you. Watch them contracts. You got private investments in certain companies that they allow you to invest in stocks in a company while you're an employee. If you don't sell them stocks before you quit, if they fire you before you get cashed out on them stocks, they keep all your stocks. All the shares that you've been putting into that company for the last 10, 12 years, they keep that, because the contract agreement is that you only can possess shares of the company as an employee. So once you stop being an employee, you surrendered all them shares. So back to, what is your retirement plan? What is your 20-year plan, ladies? Those of y'all that's 30 years old that did not get it together before y'all came to today's show, what is your 20-year plan so that by 50 you got a nest egg where you can retire? And please tell me that your 20-year plan is not a divorce. So besides divorce, what is your 20-year plan to make yourself financially successful enough where you can quit working and not depend on Social Security? If you don't have that 20-year plan in play, Y'all need to like and subscribe and follow this show every day of the week, because Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we talk about ways that y'all can make money for you. We talk about investment opportunities in different areas. We talk about ways that y'all can start up businesses, start up side gigs, start up residual capital, distributing opportunities that could change from your primary 9-to-5 W-2 job to your own self-employed situation, with SBA modifying its rules by June 30th. And come August 30th, it's going to have more stuff in play. It's going to be harder for you to qualify, but better for you to qualify, because if you can show yourself a standalone business setup, you can get you a $50,000 SBA loan. And the SBA loans are still capping between 8 and 14%. And I just told you about a bunch of stock opportunities that are covering y'all 15 to 25%. 22%, 19%, 18%. Orchid Island Real Estate Investment Trust is 19.86% right now. If you got a $50,000 loan from an SBA and you put that $50,000 loan into a stock option, regardless of what the fuck you did with the rest of your life, if the capital that came back off the stock option was paying the $500 a month on the damn SBA loan, the next time you contact SBA and say, let me get a $50,000, they're not going to tell you no, because you got good repayment history with them. They'll give you the second loan. And you kept the first loan. And any capital from stock investments that goes towards a loan is the payment of a debt and not considered a profit on your taxes. So here go a third thing. If you SBA loan is a tax blanket, child's allowance is a paycheck to employee, is a tax blanket, child's school is another. I just gave you 3 opportunities to not have to pay Donald Trump money and make a shit ton of money. How the hell is y'all still broke? Talking about men ain't shit. Men have limited opportunities in this world. Yeah, we're going to say it's a man's world because it was built by men. It ain't run by men, though. Y'all going to say, oh, yeah, well, most of the most successful businesses in the world is owned by a man. But who the hell is on the board of directors? Women. 33% of judges in this country are women, but who are over all of the high-profile cases? Mostly women. I don't know where the hell the men are. I think most of the time you see the men in criminal court, but most of the other cases, civil suits and, family law, most of the time you see women circulated into them cases. You very rarely see dudes as judges on the bench, even though there's only 33%. I don't know where the men are as judges, but in some areas you find more women working than men. You have more women going to college and make themselves successful. All the men are dropping out of school and going to get a job. Then when they finish realizing that they fail at life, they go back to college as return students. Women that have children young go back to college as return students, but women who didn't have children young went straight through college and made themselves successful. Men stopped going to school in their teenage years and started working. So ladies, y'all ain't got no reason to not be successful. So with 95% of the population, 99% of the population being poor, and out of that 95 and 99% of the population being poor, 50% of that is females. That 50% of females, y'all had enough opportunities to do something different with your decision-making process, and y'all just didn't do it. So now that y'all done set the par, and it's a reasonable par because I did the statistical analysis. Ladies, I did the statistical analysis. So saying that you want a man to make $100,000 a year, it makes sense because the poor living wage is right around $82,000 to $89,000 a year right now for a single man, right? Reasonable standard of living, though, ironically, is like $68,000, right? But if you put a wife and 2 kids in play, you're looking at $100,000 to $220,000 a year, right? So it makes sense for you to say, oh yeah, a man needs to be able to make $100,000 a year to be able to afford for me not to work and take care of the 1 to 2 kids that we have. But ladies, hold on. Before you put children into the mix, why the hell can't you just tell yourself that I want a man that can match my level of success so that we can together make $100,000 a year? Because only 23% of men make over $100,000 a year. About 25-30% of men make more than $50,000 a year, but less than $100,000 a year. There's about 30-34% of men that make less than $50,000 a year, Between the men that make less than 100,000 a year and the men that make less than 50,000 a year, your odds of finding a man that makes 45 to 55,000 a year is higher than the odds of you finding a man that makes 75 to 150,000 a year. So why not find a man that's got a $30,000 a year job, living on a $30,000 a year lifestyle, move him into your $50,000 a year lifestyle, and take his 30 grand and invest it in the stocks and shit. You know what I mean? Because women say, well, you know, he's on my level if he can uplift me. He ain't on your level if he can uplift you, sweetheart. He is not on your level if he can uplift you. He is on your level if he can do for you what you can do for yourself. So if you set yourself a standard of living that you can afford to pay for on your own, you find a man that's got less than you and you move that man into your lifestyle and he's able to hold down the lifestyle that you once was holding down on your own, that man is on your level. If he can afford to pay for the lifestyle that you was paying for by yourself, that man is on your level. But since he's paying for the lifestyle that you could pay for by yourself, you take the money you no longer paying on that lifestyle and you invest that into your future, your ass ain't broke no more. He ain't broke no more. And y'all not broke together. Now the motivation to stay together is a whole lot more different than the way it was back in the day. Because back in the day, the motivation to stay together was based off of not being alone, for the sake of the kids, not going back to the abusive family that you married out of, not going back to the hood. Those are the motivations to stay together back in the day. Now your motivation to stay together is because we no longer struggling. And if we keep doing this for 5 more years, we don't even have to work no more. Because after me giving you the full rollout on all the ways that you could make yourself financially successful, all the ways that you can make your relationship financially successful, and just in tonight's show, if you go back 3 hours, just in tonight's show, I gave you ways that you, even if your relationship failed, that you could benefit from this shit. Because if each relationship you get into, ladies, I told y'all a few hours ago, I'm gonna tell y'all one more time, each relationship y'all get into, if you built a trust for that relationship where you split the difference, build your trust in each relationship you get into and have that trust, do a 60-40 scenario. This is another tip. So if y'all heard me say this earlier today, I'm gonna say it again, but I'm gonna say it again with a little bit more information. Build your trust with a 60-40 differential. Why? Because if you and your boyfriend split the 40 and the trust is designed to reinvest the other 60, whatever the fuck that trust is at when y'all break up, it's going to increase by 60% every year regardless, because once you turn it into an irrevocable trust, whatever's in there, let's say you put $20,000 in there. I would say if you're in a relationship for 2 or 3 years, you should be putting away $40,000 a year. You should have close to $100,000 within 3 years. And if you had that $100,000 within 3 years, assuming that you had that $100,000, and out of that $100,000, you're getting like 15-20%. So out of the $100,000, you're getting what, like 15,000 a year, right? 15-20,000 a year out of the 100,000. Now, out of that 15-20,000 a year, 60% gets reinvested back into the stock. So out of the 20, maybe 12 gets reinvested back into the stock. The other 8 gets divided between you and him. You get 4,000, he get 4,000. It's fair. But because you're reinvesting that 12 every year, that 100 turns into 112, turns into 130, turns into 100. See what I'm saying? And then you get into another relationship where you did the same thing. You put up $100,000 over the course of 3-4 years, and you know that relationship didn't work out neither. You getting 4,000 from this one and 4,000 from that one, but each year, guess what? It's going to increase. So you might get 4,000 a year from the first one, from the most recent one, but the one from 2 years ago, that one did increase to like 5,000. You do that again, over time, you're going to find yourself, I told y'all about an hour ago, 6 bad relationships, 6 trusts. Each one of them trusts lasting 3-4 years in the making. Each one of them trusts got over $100,000, $200,000 in there. And each one of them trusts is paying you out basically 20% out of the 40%. So because y'all going to keep 40 and divide 20 apiece. And now you've got something that's going to continuously residually pay you income. By the time you find your sixth or seventh or eighth boyfriend with 6 or 7 or 8 trusts out there, where you're getting 20% off of each one of them trusts out of each one of them old relationships. And look at, like I told you now, each one of them boyfriends, you get out an insurance policy on his ass. Each one of them now, and take a percentage out of the trust and put it onto the life insurance policy. If in the event something happened to him, even after y'all break up, because the trust is the beneficiary of the insurance policy, and you have it just cross the board that all beneficiaries are evenly distributed, the 40% that isn't reinvested. If it's written in there that way, if you reduce the number of beneficiaries in there due to loss of life, the remaining beneficiaries split whatever's left. So if somebody passed 5 years after you break up with them, you get $1 million policy from that person. You're the only beneficiary on there unless you put your kids on there. You divide it with yourself. So you get the 40% because he passed away. And you getting 40% of the investments of $1 million policy at 15-20% payout, which is over 150-200,000. Now what you rolling the dice on? You rolling the dice on one of your exes dying before you do. Because you just set it up. They could get got in a car crash, old age, gunshots, whatever. You ain't got to do it. They could just have a bad life because they make bad choices, and that's why you left them. And they bad choices led to them dying before you. You're a millionaire now. You Kobe's wife all of a sudden. And you could be in a new relationship with a new man, and because everything is already written in stone, when that man passed, you get the guy. Because you hold the policy. He didn't get the policy. You got the policy. So if you got the policy, is somebody going to call him and say, hey, y'all broke up. Do you still want her to be a beneficiary? No. If you got the policy, he don't even have to know that you got the policy. Ain't no law that say that you got to tell him that you took out an insurance policy on him. The insurance policy just needs to know that he's in good health when the policy starts. Once he forget that the policy exists and y'all break up, the policy still exists. You left, didn't take nothing. Peaceful, quiet breakup. You're still getting the money that you're getting off of the trust. If he's so happen to fuck up his life and end up losing his life, you get a big ass check from an ex-boyfriend. You forgot he existed till the insurance company called you and said, ma'am, you're a beneficiary of X, Y, and Z. Oh yeah, that's right. Because the being a beneficiary ain't got nothing to do with if you married a second time. Alimony might have something to do with that. But do you understand how you could be setting you could be building your future with each relationship you get into? And fellas could do the same thing. Fellas could do the exact same thing. Matter of fact, the whole damn trust could be a roll of the dice where y'all could put y'all money up into the trust. Both of y'all get $1 million policy against one another. Leave it set up where the trust is the beneficiary, and whichever one die first, the other one get everything. So even if we break up, don't matter. Even if we break up, it don't matter. If I drop, whoever got a policy on me getting paid. If I drop first. And if my partner dropped before me, I get paid. We ain't had to talk to one another 10 years ago, but the policy still getting paid on time. My ex dropped before me, I get paid, which also means that you don't give a shit if they leave, because y'all put together an empire that is designed where stay or go, like Will Smith and Jada Pinkett. I don't give a fuck. But if you go before me like Kobe, I'm getting a lot. You can live your best life. I can live my best life. We can go find happiness with somebody else, but the empire has already been built. So whatever happens after this, we're going to reap the rewards of what we started. Even if we don't finish it together, we're going to reap the rewards of what we started. And if every person in this country had that mentality, I can tell most of us have been dating since we were teenagers, 16, 17, 18 years old. And if we had this kind of mentality, this kind of financial upbringing taught to us from our elders, By the time we were 30 and 40 years old, 5, 7, 8 relationships down the line, we would have so much residual capital coming to us from our last relationship that is not court ordered alimony or child support. We wouldn't even have to work, because most of us 30, 40 years old right now been dating for 20 plus years. Most of us, some of us been dating for 30 years. And out of them 30 years, you had to have at least 10 relationships. And if each one of them relationships had a trust attached to it, and each one of them trusts was giving you a chunk of change, $500, $700 a month per trust for 10 trusts, $7,000. Can you understand that if you would have been setting up your success for the past 30 years, that you would be successful right now, even if it was divided across 10 bad relationships? So that also means that at 30 years old, if you start taking my advice and applying this to every relationship you get in for the next 30 years, by the time you're 60, you will have 10 bad relationships, 10 trusts, paying 10 checks every month. You still could retire at 60. Even if you don't find the right person this year, you still can retire at 60. If you start now at 30, if you start now at 40, focus on financial responsibility first. Make sure y'all like and subscribe as y'all fall through. Make sure you utilize some reaction buttons as y'all fall through, but find the way to invest yourself into your financial success for your future right now, today, this week, this month. Because I know y'all can go to a bunch of motivational speakers that tell y'all, oh yeah, yo, day of harvest is coming. Yep. This is your season to shine. Yep. What the hell you gonna do to make that shine happen? How the fuck you gonna turn the lights on in all this darkness if you don't know what a damn light switch is? You come to this and that where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. All we talking about is where all the light switches is located at. You feel me? All we talking about is where the keys at to all the damn locked doors in your life. All we talk about is opportunities. If you did not know an exit plan, I got you 8 exit plans over the past 8 days. All you got to do is apply yourself to something different. All you got to do is say to yourself today, I deserve better. I deserve change. And I am going to do what it takes inside the confines of the law to make that shit happen. You start putting your mindset on shit like that, I guarantee you're not going to be disappointed in yourself. You're not going to be disappointed in me, because talk about practice of what I preach. I lead by examples. So when I just covered the show the other day about dividend payouts this past week, that's because my damn dividends was paying out. I found out because I got the email 13 different times in one day, 7, 8 days out the week. Hey, your stock option just paid you money. Oh shit. That's what's up. So many of them paid me money. I had to do a list. I had to give y'all like 20 something different stocks that paid this week. And because I did the show about it, I stumbled across a stock that's about to pay. And then I told y'all about it. When your boy come up here talk about something, he not interested in crypto. I don't give a fuck. I'm letting y'all know that crypto is an option, bro. I don't care if you buy into crypto or not. Crypto is highly volatile. Crypto is more advanced level. Most of us on the show right now today is beginners. Y'all need to be able to put y'all money on a declining stock that's paying you guaranteed dividends no matter what the stock value is. Because guess what? If the stock is down when you do your taxes, then that money is lost in comparison to the money they gave you. So if you lost more money in the value of the stock, but they gave you a shit ton of money out of the month, that's still a tax write-off. The only time you paying taxes on the money that they're getting off of the stock is when the stock has increased in value and they gave you money on top of that. But if the stock lost value and you got a little bit of money off the stock, the amount of money you put towards the stock versus the amount of money you got right now, if the money you got right now is less than what you started with, that's not a profit. You only pay taxes on a profit. You only pay taxes on an increase. So if the value of the stock goes down and it gives you a shit ton of money, that does not matter because you're not looking for your principal. What you're looking for is your payout. Then when the stock goes back up, guess what the hell just happened? Your principal just got bigger. That is what you're paying attention to. You're in this starting out. You're looking for the stocks and shares and ETFs and shit that's going to put you out regular income. And if you're getting money every month or every quarter, you're between the inflated payouts once a quarter from the ones that are paying at the end of the quarter, and the inflated payouts are the ones that's paying at the beginning of every quarter, and then the ones that are paying out monthly, you're going to have 2 high months and 1 regular month, and you're still going to be getting a decent quantity of money every month where you know where your money is coming from. You know how those folks used to be talking about that the 1st and the 15th because the government was giving you a fucking paycheck? What about the 7th, the 12th, the 23rd, the 27th, the 18th, where you getting all these dividends from your stock option? Why the fuck you got to be excited because the government just gave you free money that you ain't had to work for when your damn stock option could have been giving you free money that you ain't had to work for? Why is our mentality like, oh, we got to depend on a government that we don't want to pay taxes to give us back money we never gave to the damn government in the first place? Why have we not changed our mentality to like, why the fuck am I asking the government for shit anyway? This is a capitalist country. Why am I not finding ways to make my own goddamn money? Why am I not capitalizing on the chaos and volatility as that is the Trump administration? Because they making so many changes, whether you like them or not, they're making so many changes. If you don't get rich, people will become poor and poor people will become rich. This 4 years. So if you not on the bandwagon trying to find a way to get you some extra money, because if you did not have money before the stock crash 3 weeks ago, guess what you're going to have if you put all your money into the stock before July? All the money that everybody else left on the table when they ran from the damn stock. See what I'm saying? So you can start building yourself a precedent. You can start creating yourself a principle of setting one goal in life to live at 30% of the net income that comes into your house. That could be a goal in life, that you live at 30% of the total quantity of money that comes into your household. Most of y'all living at 90% of your income don't know how the fuck that's going to happen. You're going to spend less money on unnecessary stuff and start investing more money in ways to make more money so that the combined income of your investments and your daily wage is 70% more than the money that you make. You're going to be living off of 30% of your income, 30% of your combined income. If you're in a relationship, your money, his money or her money, and y'all's stock option together still got y'all living at 30% of y'all income. That needs to be a goal in your relationship. That needs to be a goal in your personal life, so that when you find somebody in their relationship, if that is not on their 20-year plan, you don't want to fuck with them. Because why is you dating somebody that's living dollar to dollar, check to check, always chasing money? That person is not going to have enough time to entertain your relationship, because every time somebody call and say, oh, if you come, I'll give you money, they're going to leave your ass. Don't matter where the fuck you at. So if they're not trying to live at 30% of their income and you're not trying to live at 30% of your income, both of y'all fucking up. So why are you dating somebody that's not able to do that? Now, if you got a partner that's able to live at 30% of their income and you're able to live at 30% of your income, and your income is going to add 41% to their income, and they're living at 30% of their income, that's going to mean that their income is going to go up how much? 20% overall. Because it's a 40% increase on 30%. And half of 30 is 15, which is technically 45. So if you added 20% to his 30, y'all will be living at 50% of the income, total combined income of the household, which also means that you would have 50% of the total household income to invest. Which also means that if y'all was doing like we said 3 hours ago, dealing with your 4,500 and his 2,500 or his 3,500, and y'all put that together, and half of that y'all don't need, that's almost $7,000 a month that you putting into the stock option. Start talking about $75,000 a year now. Start talking about making yourself a millionaire inside of 7 years. You at least making 120,000 in payouts within 4 years, 4 to 5 years. You got motivation. What? He ain't shit. I don't need to stay with him. I don't need him. I could do bad all by myself. These are the things that we say and hear from one another. Now, ladies, now think about this though. If you had $250,000 invested in this fucking relationship, are you gonna say he ain't shit? No, you're gonna say, hell nah, child. I ain't about to break up with him. I done put too much money into this relationship. We gonna make this work. Yeah, nah, there's too much money on the table. That's $250,000. Fuck around and have to split that. Nah. I'll figure it out. I don't give a damn who he was with last week. We gonna figure this shit out because I'm almost able to quit my damn job, girl. I do not want to lead this man and fuck up my trust where I stop getting the money that I need to get because I'm mad at him. I don't give a damn. I'll forgive him. I'll look at him sideways and I'll forgive him because there's too much money on the table. $500,000 on the table right now. We've been investing in this relationship for 5 years, $500,000 on this table. You think that relationships would end in 1 year and some change if you had $100,000 on the table within the first 2 years of your relationship? Do you think that you would walk out of that relationship knowing that he gonna get half of that? Ladies, I know most of y'all don't even like and subscribe, mash the reaction button. Ladies, I already know what you ain't got to tell me, but if you jumped in the comments and tell me hell no, I'll high five you because you this is a man's what we got to do with divorce. But ladies, if this was you ladies invested into the relationship, and you ladies built up $250,000 inside of 3 years in your relationship, do you think that you ladies would walk away from that relationship knowing that he's going to get half of that $250,000 that you raised? You would not leave that relationship. You would figure that shit out. So self-motivation. Find a man that you can trust. Find a man that you can value. Find a man that you can build with, and then build with him. Build a reason to stay. Build a reason to be loyal. Build a reason to be respectful to him. Because if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been able to put all that money aside. Build a reason to value his efforts and not fucking up what you're trying to do. Build a reason for him to put up with the bullshit that you got him mad about. Even if he was wrong according to you or whatever the case may be, the fact that he let you talk to him any kind of way and he ain't slapped the taste out your mouth, appreciate the fact that he respected you cussing him out. Find a way to make this damn relationship work, because ain't no way that every sister in America is broke as fuck until they get beat up by Chris Brown. And ain't no way that every man that is supposed to be a good man, according to his mother, is single, striving to be a successful man for a woman that is going to wait for him to be a millionaire. She's unhappy because he ain't made it yet. He's unhappy because he keeps getting mistreated. She's still broke. He's still broke. Why the fuck is the half of the country still fucking broke? I just sat here for 3 hours talking about how the whole country could be baseline of millionaires in 10 years from today if we all put this into action. It don't matter who you with, who you're not with. So why? Why are we still broke? Because we're not making the right financial choices. We're not doing what we're supposed to do to succeed. We're not applying ourselves to everyone else's expectations of success. We value what we value, but we do not value what other people value. And since we do not value what other people value, they lose value in us. Because ladies, y'all are valuable to a man when y'all aid him in his success. A man is only valuable to you when he aids you in your success. And how does he aid? He aids you differently than what you aid him. You aid him by doing stuff. He aids you by paying for stuff. So if he decided that he ain't gonna pay for shit, he ain't shit. Y'all decide y'all ain't gonna do nothing. What that make y'all? Ain't shit. So at the end of the day, in order for you to be successful in a relationship, your mentality has to be the partner that aids in the success of the partner. You've got to be king assist in order to have a successful partnership. A successful partnership is not you always taking a kill shot. A successful partnership is you being a king of assists. You have the most assists in every season. That is when you are a partner. Fuck this independent shit, because independentness is sacrificing your team for your own success. LeBron James, fucking 20 years longer than everybody else and still ain't shit. The fact is, you need to be self-sustainable. Self-sustainable means that you can hold a fart down till your partner show up and carry your weight. Like footprints in the sand. He carry you till you can walk on your own. Then when you can't walk no more, he carrying you again. There's only one set of footprints in the sand. Why? because y'all was in this shit together. But guess what though? You got to be able to reciprocate, because while he was carrying you, his ass is tired. He need a rest. So when it's time for him to rest, you carry him. I know a lot of women be up in here talking about some, oh man, I spend so much time at the house taking care of the kids and doing for the house and this, that, and the third. I just wish he would come home and take some effort off of my plate. And I agree with you, ladies. I agree with you. But if he working 6 days a week, 10 hours a day, 60 hours a week, and you working the whole time that he gone, he come back from work to give you some time off from work. He went from working for somebody else to make money to pay for y'all to working to give you a break. Now, let me ask you a question. When the hell are you going to give him a break? Stop being selfish now. Let's think real. If he clocked out from work, he got 2 days off, and his 2 days off from working for somebody else is doing what you do every other day out of the week. Now, you're working 5 days a week. He's working 7, because you get 2 days off when he's off, and he never gets a day off. When are you going to be his relief? We have to find a way to be partners to our partner. We got to find a way to aim for the success of the group, like a 3-legged race. I can't cross the finish line without you. So if I got to put your ass on my back and carry you, damn it, we're crossing this finish line first. But likewise, I don't want to be the person that got to get carried. So I am going to try harder so that you don't got to carry me. If we change our mentality, y'all, we didn't been up here 3 hours and 15 minutes. If you change your mentality, I done told y'all some shit this week that I didn't even get a chance to tell y'all earlier this week, but I told y'all some shit this week tonight. Y'all was like, damn, I should have been here all the rest of this week. And just note, we live 7 nights a week. We typically tee this bad boy off around 10:30 every night. We on for at least 2 hours every night of the week. Every night. We don't let the sun rise without going live. We started at 11 tonight. We were supposed to start at 10, but we live every night of the week. And we always got something different for y'all. Sunday, we supposed to be doing reactions and stuff for the fans on the show. People have questions and comments and stuff. And we are interactive podcast. So special shout out to Twitter, X, and Twitch, because y'all got questions. We got answers. YouTube, it ain't just y'all. Y'all got 3 goddamn channels connected to this thing right now. Yeah, we got quite a few people up in here tonight. You feel me? And the only reason why we ain't got TikTok on the wagon is because TikTok ain't got bought yet. But as soon as TikTok gets bought, guess who's going to be right next to y'all? Y'all going to see so many TikTok names up here. Y'all going to be like, damn, this man live on TikTok too? Damn right. Why? Because a lot of y'all need to hear this shit. A lot of y'all need to hear. Y'all need to know that y'all struggling because y'all want to struggle. Y'all not struggling because y'all got to struggle. Y'all not struggling because life is hard. Y'all not struggling because the economy sucks. Y'all not struggling because this country sucks. Y'all struggle because y'all make bad choices. Y'all make bad choices. Y'all allow people around y'all to make bad choices, and that's why y'all struggle. We all have made bad choices in our life, even me. Some of us learn from our mistakes, though. And those of us that learn from our mistakes do different. But some of us know that we're making a mistake, but we don't know what to do different. And we don't have enough courage as adults to ask somebody to help us not do different, because the people that we know don't know no better because they're making the same mistakes we making. So we can't ask them because they fuck their life up too. We don't have mentors. Those of us that are 30, 40, 50 years old, we don't have mentors. We don't have somebody that can say, yeah, I know what that shit's like. No judgment. But let me give you some tips and some pointers as to which direction you can go with this so that you ain't got to deal with the bullshit no more. But see, here on This and That, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between, I can guarantee you that when you come to this show and you ask me something, if I don't answer your question today, I damn sure gonna answer your question tomorrow, I guess. And I might make a whole show about the answer to your question. I'll give you some facts, some details, some places to go, some people to talk to, depending on what your question is. As long as it's an appropriate question, there's an answer for it, because it is common knowledge. And where there's a will, there's a way. But if you do not know which way to go, your will ain't gonna get you nowhere. A lot of people try to pray to God, but God is only gonna help those who help themselves. Faith without work is dead. So if you believe that you will have a savior come and save you, but you're not gonna put the effort into being saved, your ass still gonna suffer. So you can't sit over here talking about some Messiah gonna come and bring you help. The protector of warriors is a protector of people who fight for themselves. So you're supposed to be fighting until somebody get there to come help you. Again, being a partner, being self-sufficient, not being independent. The protector of warriors is not a one-man army. The protector of warriors is the protector of those who are already fighting, waiting on backup. You the last man standing on your team, waiting on a med pack to bring everybody else back. You feel me? You the person that's keeping us from catching the L in this round. You feel me? So when we start being partners, when we start sharing our responsibilities, not just by giving our responsibilities to somebody else, but by taking responsibilities on ourselves. If I got extra time to do something, I need to be doing something for you. That's why I'm here. I had extra time today, so I gave you an extra couple of hours. If the people who value me got extra time on their hands, they should be doing something for me. I shouldn't be doing it all by myself. Not because I can't do it by myself, because I shouldn't be doing it by myself, because I'm not alone. I'm in a team. I'm in a group. My efforts is for the success of my people. So my people are supposed to put efforts into my success. And likewise, your mentality should be the same. Your network, your homies, you share your success with your homies, whether you want to or not. When you loan them money, you bail them out of jail, you put money on their books. You giving your female friend, she got you in a friend zone, even though you want to date her, but you giving her money for her kid, taking her kid out and shit. Giving people rides and not charging them gas money. Getting up from work in the middle of the night to come pick them up instead of them paying for an Uber or a Lyft or something. You invest in your network. Now, what the fuck are they doing for you? Because after you finish not getting no sleep, letting them use your car, putting their phone on your cell phone bill because they can't afford to pay for a cell phone, what are they doing for you? Because if they're not putting back in to your success after you gave out to them because of your success, they are not as valuable to you as you are to them. And you need to reassess your situation. I know a lot of people say, well, we give because we get blessings in return. No, the Lord gave you more than what you needed, so you had enough to give to somebody else. So your blessing was given to somebody else. Your blessing don't come from giving to somebody else. Your blessing was already here. That's why you gave to somebody else. But the fact is that you're not just giving to other people for the sake of giving all the time. You are investing in people's success. You don't just give a man a fish every day to keep him fed, because you will forever be trying to fish for a nation. You teach the man how to fish so he can feed his damn self. The Lord broke bread with everybody. That one fish and 2 loaves of bread with 40 men. But didn't he teach everybody how to get out there and go spread the word? Didn't he lead them people with something? Remember the story when he gave them 3 men a coin and one man invested it, one man got something from it, the other man invested it, lost something, the other man buried it in the sand. 3 coins, only 3 coins that Lord had gotten out the whole dang Bible. And he gave them 3 coins to 3 different people, and 2 of them people did something with it, and one of them didn't. The one who ain't did shit was disappointed in him. Y'all remember that story? Why? Because you didn't try with the one little blessing I gave you. Now they take that story and they spin it all kind of ways. But the truth of the matter is that he shared what he had because he had extra than what he needed. And he taught everybody how to take care of themselves with what they got from him. And he teach all of us, if we look at it correctly, to not be selfish. Corinthians 1-31, the Quran, I can name 3 different other religious books that all of them say take care of your neighbor the way you want to be taken care of by your neighbor. So why the hell are we so damn selfish? Relationships wouldn't be such a dominating struggle of power if my goal is to succeed and your goal is to succeed. If you came and gave me some instructions and that shit made sense, fuck it, let's do that. But likewise, if I gave you instructions that work towards our success, you shouldn't be talking back to me just because I'm a man. You shouldn't be talking back to me because you're an independent woman and you don't want to be told what to do. You're like, well, fuck, what he just told me makes sense. Well, let's do that. If you pick somebody that has the same decision-making process that you do, they ain't got to take it the same way that you take it. They might take the long way to get to success, but they still heading towards success. When you come to him and say, sweetheart, there's a shortcut to get to where you're trying to go, he going to take that shortcut. But likewise, if he told you don't go down that road, there's a roadblock down that road, don't go down that road. We'll see. Then you get the roadblock. Now you got to double all the way back. We don't need to do all that. A lot of us, young folks, our parents that done been through bullshit, tell us as teenagers, don't do this and don't do that because I said so. There was a reason behind that back in the day, but because I said so was the only reason why. Now these days, we're parents. We're telling our kids, don't do this and don't do that, not because I said so, but because the shit ain't going to end well. Let me tell you what happened when I went through that. What are the kids doing these days? You ain't got to beat their ass no more. You just got to explain to them why this shit don't make sense. And the kids is like, you know what? That's fair enough. And the whole world is changing as a result of that. So just being transparent about the information. I'm not telling you what to do because I'm your husband. I'm not telling you what to do because I'm your boyfriend. I'm telling you what to do because it is in your best interest to get that done, because it is not going to end well. I would tell you don't go out tonight because it's a holiday. You want to go out because it's a holiday. It's not safe to go out at night on a holiday because there's more drunk drivers on the road. There's more law enforcement out on the road. The law enforcement is hostile on a holiday because the drunk people are hostile on the holiday. So if you don't get caught in the crossfire, you could be unnecessarily mistreated specifically because you out there in an environment where a cop was treated like shit 3 times tonight, and now they talking to you, and now you're gonna have a bad night. All of that leads to, you know what, I should just go out the day after the damn holiday, when the cops that was working overtime during the holiday is at home sleep. That makes sense, not because I'm bossing you around as a man, but because, you know what, I don't want you to get into a car crash. I don't want you to have a bad night. I don't want you to lose your purse. I don't want you to be in a situation where you wake up in a room and you don't know where the fuck you at. Likewise, ladies, y'all can be responsible about y'all men. Y'all can call y'all man and tell y'all man that he done been doing overtime too many times this week, and it's all right. We don't need the money that bad. You can clock out and come home and get you some sleep because you do got to go to work tomorrow. And they always cut your overtime hours. So instead of going to work on your off time for them, stay home and rest. And your man will stay home. Telling him what to do is not, don't go talk to that girl because she's attractive. Telling them what to do is, baby, you doing too much. Stop. You working yourself to death. Stop. You're not getting enough sleep. Stop. That is how you tell your man. That's how you hold your man accountable, because your man will work himself into an early grave. And if you get a man of value, ladies, you don't want him to die before you. Well, some of y'all do, but you don't really want him to die before you. You want to live a long life with him. So you're supposed to be able to be his coach and tell him when to throw the towel in on the fight. You're supposed to be his coach, and you're supposed to be able to tell him when it's time to stop. You're supposed to be able to tell him when it's time to quit this bout. When it is time to lay down the situation, say, look, we failed. We're going to regroup. We're going to get back out there. We're going to do it again. No, don't just let him get beat to death like Rocky in his 18th round, still getting his ass whooped by Apollo Creed. You need to not do that. You need to not just stand there and watch him suffer. You need to be able to let him know, look, it's okay that we're not successful yet. We will be, though, but you need to take a break, because all you need is for your husband to get sick. He can't go to work. Now he at the house. He's so sick, he got to take a week off from work. That's when you're letting him do too much. You need to hold yourself accountable for that, because you saw him looking bad last week. You saw him coughing and sneezing 4 days ago. You saw him not getting more than 2 hours of sleep every night, and it ain't had nothing to do with what y'all was doing in the bedroom. He just wasn't getting enough sleep. You got to protect him from himself, because he will work himself to death for you. He has to protect you from society. So women, y'all have a whole different quantity of responsibilities. Y'all just don't do them. But if y'all did it, y'all would be more valuable as women. Y'all would have more valuable men. Y'all would be investing in a more successful relationship. And those relationships would give you motivation to not quit. You would have a 30-year relationship, because the first 10 years, y'all made yourself a millionaire. I'll be goddamn if I'm going to walk away from $1 million just because he said something stupid one day. I don't give a fuck what's going on. Most of y'all watching these stupid behind videos on social media talking about how many back shots would you take if they was giving you $100 to $300 or $1,000 a stroke. Well, if you're willing to degrade and devalue yourself for a little bit of change, why the fuck can't you invest yourself in being a good husband and a good wife for your partner, because y'all can make yourselves a millionaire within 5 or 6 years? Fuck the per stroke. Fuck degrading yourself and doing something that you otherwise would not do so that you can get money that you would otherwise would not get. Why not say, well, I can do something positive with my life. I can do something positive with your life that will make us both proud that we met each other. Ain't none of y'all had a man come to you and swing that swing. Every man that, oh, did it hurt when you fell from heaven and all this other bullshit. But how many times does somebody say, hey, stick with me so that I can make you proud of the life that I built for you? Stick with me. Like Cadillac Records. Y'all remember? Y'all remember Muddy Waters and Cadillac Records? What that man said? Hey, stick with me long enough. We all have a Cadillac. Remember he said that? And when he said that, everybody with him had a Cadillac, except Wolf. But the fact was, if you trust what I got going for you, I'll make you successful. If you had the same mentality that if I count on you, you'll make me successful, I'm still going to be successful because I'm with you. You're still going to be successful because you're with me. So if we're building a kind of relationship where my goal is to make you successful and your goal is to make me successful, neither one of us is struggling. It's just like that old saying, the difference between heaven and hell, where in heaven you got that large ass spoon and you're feeding the person across the table from you. And in hell, you got that same large ass spoon and you're trying to feed yourself. It is easier to feed the person on the other side of the table than it is for you to feed yourself. It is easier to share an abundance of wealth with a bunch of people who will share their abundance of wealth with you. The reason why people get their tenfold back is not because you're entitled to it from the Lord. It's because the person that you did something for is so grateful to you that they will offer you back 10 times more than what you gave them, because your efforts to them was meaningless to you, but that meaningful to them. So they are giving you back 10 times more than what you gave out because they appreciated you that much. Remember that scripture in the Bible that talked about some give back and gratitude based on the value of the effort? Well, if your effort was 10 times more valuable to me than what it was to you, I'm giving you back 10 times more effort than what you gave to me. Right or wrong? Now, hold on. Now, why? And we here Sunday morning. Look, amen. Now, why are we sitting over here selfish as fuck? And then in about 6 hours, 7 hours from now, y'all going to go to church and sit there and play the role. Give 10% to the church, who's going to put it on the building fund, not do nothing for the community, pay for their Bentley, pay for their Rolls Royce, drive themselves back to the house. Some of y'all caught the bus to church. Church got a brand new car, won't put you in the back seat, drive you home. But you're going to put your money into that church. Then you're going to go back to your house with less money in your pocket than what you had when you went to church. And you got the word at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning from me, went to the church, and all he said was, look at what this book told me this morning. Now, not one time has a church told you how to not be dependent on the government or the church. But yet I done came here and I done told you not to be dependent on the government, not to be dependent on the church, not to be dependent on your partner, but be dependable for your partner. Because as it is true, you can't bring people closer to God while they're going through bullshit. Not now person, faith or not, was focused on their faith while they were struggling to come out of turmoil. The only time people pay attention to their faith is when they're celebrating victory or they're wallowing in complete and utter failure where they don't know what else to do besides pray that it don't get any worse. But when you struggling to get out of it, you putting too much effort into crawling out of that hole that you ain't got 2 hands to put together to pray. You crawling out of the hole. Faith without works is dead. I said it a while ago. You can pray for help, but if you don't help yourself, when the hell are you gonna? How are you gonna get far enough out the hole for somebody to throw down a rope to come pull you out? If you stay at the bottom of the well, your ass at the bottom of the well. Well, you start climbing out that motherfucker. You start screaming. Somebody gonna hear you. Somebody gonna try to lend down a hand. Somebody gonna try to lend down some help. You got to help yourself. So it's not about being independent, ladies. It's about being self-sufficient until your partner show up. Women's liberation was about more responsibility, not about freedom from responsibility. You were supposed to be able to hold down a household till your man came back from war. Then y'all were supposed to work together as a team to build up after the war. If your man never came back, you had the right and responsibility to take care of the whole responsibility because he's no longer here. But again, while you are single, you are self-sufficient until you find a partner to take over. And then that partner is supposed to aid you in your success. So while y'all are together, you are supposed to be able to follow his lead because you do not want that responsibility. Not that you're not a good leader. It is the fact that when you select a man, it's like selecting an attorney. So you want this man to make decisions so that you don't have to. Now that he's making all the tough choices in the day-to-day operation, you can make other choices that helps improve your operation. In a chessboard, the queen never makes the first move. And the queen is the only female piece on the board. Think about it, ladies. Queen never make the first move. She back up the king. She's the most powerful one on the board, but she never make the first move. And all of the queen's moves are to protect the king and help the king take over the other kingdom. Isn't that interesting? Now, why come now female in Western society got the mentality of the queen of a chessboard? Because every other piece on the chessboard lays his life down for that queen. And the queen protects the king while aiding the king in taking over other kingdoms. But in our society, the queen is out there by herself because fuck the rest of the pieces on the board. She a bad bitch. She gonna make the first move and the last move because she a bad bitch. She gonna do this all by herself because she a bad bitch. 12 other pieces on the board that could have helped her be successful, but she gonna fight 12 by herself because she a bad bitch. And then she gonna fail every single time. Why? Because every time her king get checked. Every time her king get checked. Because she ain't out there helping the king. She out there helping herself. You cannot be successful in the United States by yourself. There's very few countries in this world where you could be successful by yourself. Every country has a different standard of living, but every country have a different income level. So if you making US money, you can move to another country. And I didn't give you 2-3 shows on how to get passports. I didn't give you 2-3 shows about getting out offshore bank accounts overseas, everything where you can build trust in different countries where they won't submit to the US law. So you could get sued in the US and your trust in Belize is not going to pay out for that shit. There's so many things that I done told y'all about. But the fact is that if you making US money and you go live in another country, I just told y'all what just yesterday, I think it was like 7 or 10 different countries that you could get a second passport in, go live in that country and not pay taxes on your US revenue. Hold on now. So you make your money in the US, ship it to a trust in Belarus, pay yourself in Belize, and don't got to pay taxes on it. Hold on. These are the things that we talk about. But you got to make yourself successful enough to afford the fucking plane ticket because you got to fly twice, at least once to Belarus so that you can set up the trust, and once to Belize if you don't fly back to the US before you fly to Belize. And you typically got to set up the bank account in person. So you got to fly once to Belarus, once to Belize, back to the US if you don't fly back to the US twice. So then when you decide to retire, you're going to fly back to Belarus once you're done stacking your cash up. You got to have the money for all them damn plane tickets. Ladies, y'all be talking about, oh, I want to trips around the world so I can see the sights. Fuck seeing sights. I want a trip around the world so that I can open up fucking bank accounts in 90 different countries around the world. I gave y'all all last year opportunities where y'all could just open up checking accounts. There are like 8,000 something financial institutions. 4,000 of them are bank accounts. 4,000 of them are credit unions. Y'all can open up 8,000 accounts in the United States and put like $300 to $500 into each one. And most of these banks got a 5% incentive. That is the fundamental basis of investment because it's guaranteed non-inflation infected investment opportunities where you have even access to your liquidated capital. All you got to do is put $500 into the checking account and meet the minimum requirements for the 5%, 7.25% if you're doing the credit unions. And if you open up a bank account in every state in the country, one bank account and one checking account in every state of the country, that's 100 plus Canada. So you never have a problem with going to the bank. You can wire money to whatever bank account that's in your state. Go to that bank, withdraw the money from that bank, do what you got to do. You ain't got to be flying around with secure credit cards and travel checks and all this other shit. You could just wire transfer money from one bank that you control to another. You feel me? You could open up bank accounts in the country that you want to retire in. Go to the country that's going to hold your trust as a tax-free trust. And then those country that you want to retire in has zero taxes on offshore profits. So if you make money outside of that country and send it to yourself, they're not going to tax you. You just don't work in their country. Period. But if you move into that country to retire, what the fuck make you think you're going over there to work for? So you can go sit in Japan and work for Japan. You ain't got to go to work for Japan, but you know what? While I got y'all here right now, I can tell you, Japan still got that $23,000 incentive. If you go to Japan, start up a business, hire 2 Japanese people to work in the rest in whatever business that you set up, they'll give you $23,000. Standard of living in Japan, $8,000. So you can live in Japan for 33 months and 6 weeks, 6 days, 33 months and 6 days off of that $23,000. Or you can go over there, start up a business in Japan, right? Have it as either LLC or C corporation, extended business to the US branch, right? Then that $23,000 can pay the salary of your 2 Japanese employees. You know, Japanese got a lot of respect and a lot of loyalty. So if you paid them when the business wasn't making profits, what do you think they're going to do? Make that fucking business profitable. So you go over there, start up a business. They give you the money to cover the first year and 6 months worth of salary for the 2 people that's working there. Because remember, $8,000 a year is a standard of living in Japan. So if you gave 2 of them $9,000 a year, you'd be overpaying them. It would be $18,000 for 2 people in 1 year out of the $23,000, which means you could technically pay them for a year and potentially 3 to 6 months before you start tapping into the profits of the business to cover their damn salary. Right? Now, if you're going over there to start up a business, you can get a business visa, which allows you to stay there for a year to 5 years. If it is tied to a U.S. company, the United States allows you to claim, I think this year is about $250,000 worldwide on your taxes. Any money that got invested into Japan startup is a tax deduction on U.S. profits. Then the plane ticket is a business trip, tax deduction on U.S. profits. Your living situation over there because you're over there on business, tax deduction on U.S. profits. Again, if your kids are employees, tax deduction on U.S. profits. If you invest in schools in America, tax deduction on U.S. profits, which means that you can set up a whole lifestyle around spending money that is tax deductible towards the money that the U.S. government would tax you, and then you can still be making money, make money for you, and you can do this by living in another country. And then if you go to Japan, if the child is born in Japan as a Japanese native, the child is paid for by the government. That's it. That's it. The child just got to be born in the country, be a child of the country, not somebody that's coming and passing. That child just has to be a native born child with a native birth certificate and the government will pay for the child until the child is 18 years old because they have an incentive to repopulate their 4 billion population. We got 365,000 people in our country. They got 4 billion plus in their country. And because they're running out of people, because everybody in their country is over the age of 70 years old and one step away from dying, and there's a 40-year generation gap, that the whole country will fail because half of the kids don't know what the fuck they're doing and the other half is too old to do anything about it. So if you fly over there and take advantage of those incentives, you could build you a lifestyle in America that allows you to fly to Japan and start you a life over in Japan where you could get paid in America to be in Japan. The quantity of money that profits in America at 40, 50, 70, 120,000 a year makes you a multimillionaire in Japan. Because 500,000 won is fucking $23,000. So if you had 100,000 or 200,000, you have a few million won over there. You'd have a few million yen over there, and you'd be able to go over there and live a high life instead of being over here struggling dollar to dollar, day to day. And a lot of women say, oh, well, the men going to other countries ain't shit. They can't afford it. So they go to another country to go get a woman that ain't shit, that's less educated. Them women in the other countries got 3-4 degrees, speak 5 languages. But the difference between those women and the American women is that the American women feel entitled. That's the only difference. They're too entitled to be a partner to their husband. But ladies, if y'all here in American Western culture, y'all were self-sufficient, and y'all found a man that had good business sense, that had good financial sense, that cared enough about you to make you his priority, ladies, y'all could be millionaires. And then once you get to $250,000, $500,000, y'all could go to another country, start up a business. Y'all could live in 2 different countries. You feel me? He could quit his job and fly with you to go somewhere else. Real estate is a very volatile place to go into, but you know what? If you started up a real estate investment company, hire 2 Japanese people to be the management of the business where they go and collect the rent money. All you got to do is buy a bunch of real estate in Japan. And this is another funny thing, because Japan's properties don't cost no money. When it's a 30-year-old house, it's $0 for the property. And you just got to pay the property taxes, like $800. That's it. And you got the property. Thousands of acres of land that you could be buying from Japan. And you don't have to be a native to do it. And you can start up a real estate situation where the 2 Japanese people that's going to give you the $23,000 to pay for them, you just buy a bunch of properties, renovate them, rent them out, and let the 2 Japanese people that work for your company go collect the rent and manage the properties. That's actually 2 job titles. The customer service to collect the rent and the maintenance crew to maintenance the property and keep up the paint and grass and everything to that effect. And the cost of buying a property and the cost of renovating the property is a debt invested into the business, which is a tax write-off in the U.S. And the first year and 3 months or year and 6 months is paid for by Japan government. The salary for the employees. So you could build a financial success in 18 months before it starts coming out of your pocket, if you can afford to go over there and start it up. I'm trying to tell y'all, there are ways. There are ways. We do not have to struggle to struggle. We do not have to stay broke. We do not have to sit here and wonder where the fuck we're going to get our money from day to day. We do not have to be here grinding, working for somebody else while they on a yacht sipping Mai Tais and rosé and living the good life. We out here, best thing that we got going for us is the skip run. We got knuckleheads out here spending $9,000 for gold Confederate flag shoes, gold plated. It ain't even real gold. It just looks gold. Sneakers. When we could be spending $9,000 on Twin Harbor stock, just paid out. 43 cents a share, just paid out. Why the hell they went and bought all them goddamn sneakers when they could have went and bought the Twin Harbor stock? Your boy was up here talking about crypto. I ain't once talked about Bitcoin. I just said that the difference between a Bitcoin and $100 is that Bitcoin is $100,000 in value. That's all I said about crypto. I've been talking to y'all about stocks and bonds and blue chip cash dividend investment opportunities that pays you out residually on a monthly or quarterly basis. That's what I've been talking about. And this whole time, we done had 3 fellas jump in here all night. Special shout out to all 3 of them, Robo, Jude, Woodman. 3 fellas jump in here. Not one female came in here with a hallelujah like this man that came and told us how we can get it without getting Chris Brown. Not one of them. Y'all sit here, y'all ladies, y'all can learn something from this channel. And we live 7 nights a week. There's something going on every night of the week. We are going to talk about how shit ain't right. We are going to talk about how some women make bad choices. We are going to talk about how some men make bad choices. But just about every night of the week, especially Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we talking about ways that y'all could be making some damn money. Y'all could be investing in some shit. If now one of y'all watching the show today, I don't care if you comment on it or not, got an inheritance to your name right now that you know about. And I'm talking about some significant, man. There's houses, cars, boats. Like you'll be in probate for a few weeks working out the details kind of situation. Why the hell is you not invested for your future? If y'all got children and y'all don't have nothing to leave your damn kids, where if you died tomorrow, them kids will go up into an orphanage because ain't nobody got enough money to take care of them. What the hell is y'all doing with y'all money? You can't say paying for diapers because your Brazilian weave is not diapers. You was not wrapping your Brazilian weave around your baby ass. So you can't tell me about, oh, yeah, I'm paying for my kid. That's what I'm paying for. No, the fuck you not. No, you're not. Them goddamn long ass French manicure nails. Yeah, they'll attract the crow. Sparkly, 13-inch long fingernails. Can't even text on your cell phone. Yeah, that's good stuff. You look cute, peacocking. Men peacock by getting big muscles and wearing small ass, tight ass shirts. Yeah, it's peacocking. It's a thing. Everybody do it. But the difference is that a man spend like $20 a month at the gym and $5 on that extra small t-shirt and put a lot of time in the gym. You spend $150, $200 a week every other week redoing them damn French manicure nails. You spend $1,000 every 6 weeks on that Brazilian weave. Your cost of makeup is $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 at a time. Ladies, think about how much money you spend to look pretty and how much a car costs. And then ask yourself, why do men compare women to cars? Because the amount of money that it costs for upkeep, and a lot of women expect men to take over that upkeep when he's dating her. A lot of that money that y'all spend on upkeep, y'all could have just been natural. You know, men have been asking for natural women for 15 years now. And yet I just seen a video yesterday where this woman was on, as long as I was on the podcast, she was on her podcast, gluing her eyelashes onto her eyes. And I'm trying to figure out, like, the money it costs, the time it took for you to glue the eyelashes onto your eyes. You could have found 15 stocks that you could have invested in. And the money it costs for you to pay for them eyelashes, the money it costs for the glue, the fact that you ripping your natural eyelashes out, which is the reason why you don't have long eyelashes, because your eyelashes are damaged from you continuously gluing fake eyelashes to your eyes. And the man want to look at you without them damn eyelashes on, and you're offended by the fact that he want to see you without them damn eyelashes on. And he actually would prefer for you to take the wig off, take the weave out, take the eyelashes off, take the makeup off, and be the bitch that he saw when you rolled out of bed before you jumped in the shower. That's what he want. The woman that came out the bathroom still dripping wet in the towel, that's the woman that he want, not the woman that took 2 hours to get ready to go outside so that she can go have fun with her friends, instead of looking her best self at the house for her man. Because you know that when you move in with your man, you look pretty when you leave the house. You stay busted when you in the house. So why is you putting all this effort to look pretty when you leave the house? Your man is at the house with you. You're not putting all that shit on so that you can look good at the house. You're putting all that shit on so that you can look good outside the house. And then you're going outside the house without him. Why the hell is you doing all that? Because you was doing all that to attract the man. Now that you got one, why don't you stop? Why don't you stop? I don't understand. It's a waste of money. If that was your investment to find a man, all the fake hair, all the fake nails, the girder belts, waist trainers, thigh whatevers, butt lifters, leggings, all that stuff. I'm not going to tell you don't do it. I'm just going to say if that's what you do to attract a man, you get one. You like what he's got going on. That's your man. Now, why the hell don't y'all stop wearing that shit? Why don't y'all stop investing in that? Y'all did that to get somebody who was going to aid you in being successful. Now that you done attracted him, now that you got him, he's here. There's no reason for you to advertise. Why are you still advertising like you single? The reason why y'all look the same way when y'all are in a relationship that y'all look when y'all are not in a relationship is because you have no intention of this relationship lasting. That's why. Y'all are not aiming for this relationship to succeed. This relationship will entertain you until you find the one that you want. This is just the one that you have because the last one that you wanted didn't want you. Y'all know what I'm talking about? There was some dude somewhere that had a certain standard of living that you wanted. He might have slept with you a few times. He might have had a girlfriend. He might have had a wife. He didn't commit to you. He moved on. There's a man that you with right now. He ain't quite what you want, but he's giving you what you need. You're accepting what he's got to offer and you're maintaining a relationship with him, but that ain't what you want. So you're still looking sexy, hoping that you bait the man that you want. Not a lot of women are going to want to accept that. Not a lot of women are going to thumbs up on that. A lot of women are going to get mad at the, nah, he full of shit. No, I'm not. I'm being real. Because of the man, a wise Jamaican once told me, love who loves you. So if the man that you wanted that made 100 to 200, 300,000 a year, used you up, left you there, didn't want you, he walked away from you, you found a man that's like 45, 50,000 a year, 55, 60,000 a year. That ain't really what you was looking for, but he really care about you. Why the hell take what I just told you for the last 3 hours and make him financially successful? Because if he love you, all you got to do is like him enough for him to give you the lifestyle that you wanted. Because if you with the man for the lifestyle, why not get a man that's dedicated to you? Give him the wife that he wants so that he can give you the life that you want. Instead of you putting all this effort into trying to find a man that's got the life that you want so that you can enjoy that life without being the wife that he wants. Because the more successful a man is, the more demands he's got. The less a man has, the less a man asks for. Beggars can't be choosers. So since men are not, the men at the bottom of the list have a lower demand. So the top 23% that 100% of the women are after, high demand. Those men have higher expectations for a woman. The bottom 74%, the bottom 50%, the bottom 34%. Look now, the bottom 74% is less than 100,000. The bottom 50% is less than 75,000. The bottom 30% is less than 50,000. If you get the bottom 34%, ladies, that man ain't gonna ask for nothing. He gonna be glad you there. All you got to do is say, okay, he got enough money to put down to aid me in my ability to make myself successful. And that is somebody come up there. There we go. Apparently somebody said, hi, I'm looking at it. Half of your comments didn't come in. There we go. I don't know what happened to your last comment, but your first comment didn't come in. She said, to continue to look nice for him and yourself. And yes, you are speaking facts. Well, I agree. You are supposed to look nice for yourself and for him. But if you beautiful, natural, sweetheart, you don't got to put all this. You shouldn't. If you can't roll out of bed, take a shower, smell good, put some clothes on, and just leave and be beautiful, then something's wrong. No shit. Something is wrong. You should not have to get up 4 hours before me so that you can look presentable. Soon as your face come off the pillow, you are supposed to be presentable. And that don't mean that you went to bed with makeup on. See what I'm saying? So yes, a lot of women are doing it for themselves, but there are a lot of women are doing it for themselves based on low self-esteem because you don't believe that you are attractive without that. You've been doing it for so long that you forgot your natural beauty and you are embarrassed about the flaws in your appearance. That's why you put all of this effort into that. But do you realize that the flaws that you have are what make you the most beautiful? The mole. You feel me? Actually, women look so attractive with that little mole. Y'all know what mole I'm talking about, but guess what that damn mole is? Cancer. I'm not even trying to bullshit you. I'm not even trying to bullshit you. You have blackheads, the little black dot that ended up fading, the blackhead. You got the mole, the little dot that grows on your face somewhere. That was a mutated cell that started growing on your face and then stopped. Non-malignant. That's what that is. But that little mole, that's cute, apparently, to some people. The dimples in your cheeks, that's cute for some reason. It's not a thing. Y'all, but y'all beautiful the way y'all are. She said, well, makeup is so much fun. I actually leave the house without makeup many times. Makeup is fun, but makeup is expensive. Makeup is expensive. And when you think about, for the last 4 hours, I've been talking to you about ways that you can make yourself a millionaire by sticking with one person for 10 years. And then you will be making more money to buy as much makeup as you want and look however you want. But while you living from paycheck to paycheck, why are you wasting all this money on makeup? Because it's fun. When a man starts putting his money down so that he can start building his success, a man ain't wasting money on rims and fast cars and all this shit. A man ain't racing up and down the street getting a bunch of traffic tickets and shit. A man is going to get a beat up car that won't break down on him, that run good, old as fuck, that he can count on. Don't nobody want it, so ain't nobody going to steal it. He don't even got to lock the doors on that bad boy and leave an extra can of gas in the trunk because he know that car will always be there for him. He ain't wasting no pile of money on showing out because he's trying to get his shit together. You feel me? So yeah, when y'all young and y'all ain't got no financial responsibilities, yeah, you want to put on the makeup and you want to look cute and you want to do, but if you want to put on a little bit of makeup and look cute and like that every once in a while, that's one thing. But most of y'all ladies leave the house 28 days out the month with makeup on, fake hair, fake eyelashes, fake fingernails, 3-inch lift on your 6-inch stilettos so that you can go from being 4'11" to 5'6" so that you can catch that 6'2" man. And at the end of the day, you're looking down on all the men that are 5'6". Well, if you come out them fucking shoes, you be 4'5", 4'11", 5'2". You want a man that you can look up to. That's your excuse for wanting a man that's 6'2", but you standing on stilts looking for a man that's 6'2" when you could be wearing regular sneakers looking up at a man that's 5'6", 5'9". And have a man that would still be worshiping the ground that you walk on. Why you want a man that's so tall that your head reaches belt line when you could have a man that could look you in the eye when you get out of bed in the morning? Think about the lack of common sense in that situation. I ain't saying y'all stupid. I'm just saying that there's a lack. And I done got on men about this plenty of times because why you going after the chick that look like she for sale when you want a chick that is modest and conservative in your relationship? If you're looking for a woman that's not fast to be your wife, why are you only chasing fast looking women? So it's both sides of the fence. But ladies, if a man want a woman that's natural, we've been talking about we want natural women for 15 years. Y'all now spending money on BBLs and stuff. Y'all getting surgeries to put asses and titties in places that asses and titties ain't needed. And then the men are paying $2,500 to fly to Philippines and go get a woman who can't afford asses and titties and bring her back with no ass and no titties. You done spent $5 or $10 on your ass and titties, and he went and spent $10 to go get a woman with no ass and titties and bring her to America to be the woman that you're not willing to be. Special shout out to FinTech. It's been a while since FinTech been on the show. I'm telling y'all, we gotta make changes in what we do. We have not had any podcast in the last 5 years, 10 years, talk about the real shit that we're doing wrong and then give us reasons to make change. But when we start telling you guys that there is another way, ladies, y'all got to listen. I can tell y'all right now that there are men that would go for y'all. All y'all got to do is be willing to change. I know a lot of women right now that just want a man that's obedient to her. There's a lot of women out here that want a man that will just support what she got going on. He has to blend in to her agenda. Otherwise, it ain't gonna work for her. It's her way or the highway. But again, ladies, if y'all put y'all grind together, instead of putting all that money on your makeup, put all that money on your man. And I ain't talking about buying them stuff. I'm talking about, let's go find some stuff that we can invest in, that we can make money going on. Because just like I told you, y'all set that trust up. Y'all set them stocks up. Y'all set those residuals. Y'all start getting 15, 20% back. Baby, you can buy all the makeup that you want, because that $40,000 a month that's coming to you because you invested that much up there, all that money that's coming to you every month. The difference between this is one thing, Flavor Sweet. I got you a real question before I go into what Fintech said. I got you one question, Flavor Sweet. You took your paycheck and you bought your makeup. Now you short. Technically, you're not, because all your bills is paid. You can always go ask one of your male best friends that you don't want to date to give you some money, or a man could take you out and buy the stuff for you so that you can hang out with him or something like that. But that money is gone. You like makeup so much, why not build yourself a generating income, a revolving generating income that will pay you so that you don't got to work for it to go get the money, to go get the makeup all the time? Wouldn't that make more sense? If you like makeup that much, why not build up the quantity of capital where money will pay you money? So all you got to do is just go shopping. Now, a lot of women want to find a man that'll go shopping for them, that they take the man with them to go buy stuff. But why can't you build your own wealth listening to the stuff that we got on this podcast, so that you can have your own money to go shopping with, so that you ain't got to ask him for no money. You ain't got to demand no money. You ain't got to hold the pussy for ransom so that he can give you money. You don't have to hold emotional depravity so that he can give you money. Just, you want this man because he care about you, not because he better take you shopping, not because he better take you Red Lobster, not because you want steak and surf and turf and all this, and he better take you to Ruby Tuesdays and all this, and not none of that, because he take off from work after he done worked his 40-hour week. He take off his work, and instead of going to hang out with his homeboy, he come back and fall asleep in your lap. That is what you wanted. For a nigga that want to bring his ass home instead of go run the streets. That's what you wanted. So instead of putting all your effort towards the makeup, why not put your effort towards a good man? And then if you got the good man, what the hell you need a makeup for? Because every man wants his woman to stop putting the damn makeup on in the first place. So now you're not even doing it for him. You're doing it for you. And again, if you're doing it for you, you are not doing it for the betterment of your relationship. She got her comment. I'm going to read her comment. But Fintech said many men and moving away from short, dumpy, big booty women and moving towards the natural, athletically built women. He is right. They want athletic kids. He is also right. Things are changing. Since in order for you to, that is going to be not even a law of relativity. That's going to be natural selection. So men want athletic children. And in order for them to have athletic children, they got to find athletic women. In order for them to find athletic women, they're going to go find all the girls in the gym that's working on their thighs instead of finding women that is working on their attitude. They're going to get them children, but now they're paying child support. And they don't get to see their kids, because 18% of men in a separated relationship get their kids. The other 82% of men create the child, never get to see the child, only got to pay for the child till the child is 18. Now, Flavor Sweet said, yes, and I am working on a YouTube podcast to sell makeup. But in my situation, I can afford my makeup because I am a nurse and I work 60 hours a week. I only have to buy makeup twice a year. I'm going to let that ride. Because if you create an LLC, attach it to your YouTube channel, use all that makeup that you buy as a tax deduction for a business investment, all of the clothes that you wear on your podcast, use that as a tax deduction. Then the money that you're making off of your W-2 job as a nurse, the taxes that come out of your check could be reimbursed to you, and that reimbursement could pay for your makeup, which ends up making your makeup technically free since you only got to buy it once a year. And then any money that you're making off your YouTube channel, if you was to take some of that and put it towards an advertisement so that you can expand your YouTube channel better, because 60% of your profits should be reinvested into any business so that you can expand the business better, then at some point you will be making more money off of views from YouTube than what you're making off your nursing job. And then you can quit working in a nursing job because you don't need to be working 60 hours a week if you have an alternative to make money being paid for by yourself. And then if you're doing, they got places like Affluencer and other places where you can sign up and meet with individuals that pay you up to $1,000 to just model their product as a female, and they will pay you to create a video to wear their makeup and wear their clothes, and they will send you the product for free, and you can get paid for doing that. So since she's doing it as a job, you ain't wearing makeup for fun. That's a difference. I'm not going to change my position, but you're doing it for work. This might be what you want to do with your life. And I, as a man, if I was dating you, I would support that shit. I would invest in a large quantity of your makeups just so that you could have a start off and then turn back around and use that as a tax write-off. But this is the stuff that we talk about on this channel week in and week out, every day of the week. We here 7 days a week. We start off at around 10:30, and we run this till almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We're only here till 3 o'clock in the morning because I ain't got nothing to do tonight, extra night off. And then I don't have nothing else to do till 3 in the afternoon. So I got like 11 more hours before I got an obligation. I can still get me a full night's sleep after this podcast and be on point. But my thing is that on this channel, all we do is tell y'all what y'all can do to make y'all self-successful. So this isn't one of those podcasts that talk bad about women, but ladies, y'all make decisions that compromise your objectives. It prevents y'all from being successful. Your goal to be self-sustainable, not independent. Self-sustainable, where you hold it down until somebody else can hold it down for you. You let them hold it down. It's not their job to hold it down. You allow them to take over your responsibilities. Then you focus on something else. So see, if I was your man, I'm sitting over here with all kind of business opportunities to take what you're doing for fun and turn it into a profit. Then take what you do for fun, do it internationally. Because then you can go to different places modeling clothes. You can go to different places modeling makeup. You can go to different places and they will pay for your airfare, pay for your hotel, pay for the products that you're wearing, and you get a tax write-off, and you get paid off your YouTube channel. Now your life is a paycheck. You ain't got to do nothing but get up every day and turn on the camera. Walk around with the camera like most of these. And it's easier for a woman to be an influencer than a man is. I can tell you 26,000 strong. It is hard for a man to attract followers when I'm sitting here in a 3-piece suit telling you how to be responsible with your life. But all a woman's got to do to get 100,000 followers a month is to put on an attractive dress, put on her makeup, and sit there in a video and just respond to some of the people. Most of women don't even have to respond. You got some music in the background. She's just sitting there. If she engages the fans, they lucky. Y'all just got to be beautiful. And you got the YouTube right now has got like 2-point-something billion followers on YouTube. So if you're on the channel in your pajamas, because women are not already dressed when they're putting on their makeup. They haven't gotten dressed yet to put on their makeup. So you're in your pajamas, doing your hair. You're in your pajamas, doing your makeup. You're going from ugly to pretty. And in that process, you're holding a conversation with 2,752 men in the 2 hours that it takes for you to put on that makeup. And you do that every day. You gotta check. You ain't gotta do shit. But for a dude gotta legitimately be talking about something that's gonna make 2,750 people come every day. And it's got to be a different topic every day, because if it's the same shit that he said yesterday and the day before that, I ain't coming. But just like you came here, first time you come here, I done gave you so many different ways. in the last 4 hours, and this podcast has been 4 hours, 12 minutes, 39 seconds long. I can tell you that right now. And in the last 4 hours, I done gave y'all ways to make money in at least 4 different countries, save taxes in America 5 different ways, turn your decisions into profits instead of debt. And I can tell you right now, hands down, most women would see me in the street and say, you got pretty dogs, but they would never come and say, oh, that man look like he got his head on his shoulders. I'm gonna come and talk to him. It's not because I'm not attractive. It's because when I walk out there, I'm not what they're into. They into thugs. They into the guys with their pants hanging off their ass. They into to the guys with the name brand, Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton, this, that, and a third. But because they did not take enough time to talk to a man and say, oh, damn, he got a lot of business sense. Oh, damn, he got a lot of money-making opportunities going on under his belt. Oh, shit, he's investing in the stuff that he's talking to me about. And like, damn, he ain't got to be rich. Even if I am, he ain't got to be rich. He got the mentality to be rich. I want to learn from him. Let me talk to this man. Off that alone. No, what I got to do is I got to show up in an expensive car and wear expensive clothes that they recognize for them to say, ooh, he cute. What do you do for a living? Now, if I tell you I got a job with prestige, ooh, he cute and he's successful. I'm going to talk to him. But that man that's driving, and I got a Cadillac, but some men that they be driving a Honda Civic, Prelude, they be driving a Kia Soul or some shit like that. They might be driving an old Lincoln Town car or some shit like that, an old school Cadillac Coupe de Ville or some shit like that, old school, because that's all that they could afford. But the man that bought the car that's 20 years old with 150,000 miles on it got more money in his bank account than the man that bought the Porsche with no miles on it. The man that you always see wearing a work uniform on got a goddamn full-time job, but the man you don't never see with a uniform on don't got no job. I leave this podcast to go to work. Tonight, my night off. That's why I'm still here. So the other 6 days out the week that you see me up in here telling you I got to go because I got previous engagements, because I got clients in Asia that start at 1 o'clock. That's why I stopped the show at 12:50, because I got other ways to make money. I don't sit here and get paid off of YouTube. Fuck YouTube. I love YouTube, but I come here to share with y'all money, share with y'all knowledge, share with y'all motivation and empowerment to make yourselves better. Not because I get paid for it, because half the shit I see on YouTube don't want to pay me because they got these guidelines about sensitive topics. Fuck they sensitive topics. My First Amendment right to say what y'all need to hear is my First Amendment right to say it, but it is not their requirement to pay me when I said it. So half the time I come to the show for the sake of making sure that y'all know that we folks that was struggling before Donald Trump got put in the office, we should not be struggling by the time he get out. There's so many ways for us to become rich without swinging, without hitting licks, with no white collar crime, with nothing that's going to bounce back on us. Like, all y'all know who I'm talking about, because if y'all got an SBA loan during COVID because your homeboy had to hook up, your name is on some damn paperwork where the Elon Musk is going to come get y'all before June 23rd. By the 30th of June, everybody that hit a lick during COVID on them SBA loans going to get got. And they already said zero tolerance. So once they call your name, you got shit to deal with. And don't think they're going to stop there. Everybody that hit licks with the Social Security office, getting free disability, free unemployment compensation when they didn't really have a job at that time. Y'all didn't have to work because y'all hitting all them licks. They coming to get y'all. But see, I'm going to tell y'all ways where y'all can work for yourselves. Y'all can start up y'all own businesses. Do like Flavor Sweet doing. Start up, do something that you love doing and get paid for it, because that was the American dream. The American dream wasn't working for somebody else until we died. The American dream was having an idea, turning it into revenue, starting up a family, and taking the revenue from that idea to take care of that family so that you can live the remainder of your life with your family. That's what the American dream was. It wasn't about working till you drop and got your girlfriend cussing you out when you get home, and then you feel like shit at the house, you feel like shit on a job, and then because you feel like shit at the house, you don't want to go home, so you put extra time into the job because you would prefer to be at work than at home. Then because you ain't never at home, she gonna cheat on you with somebody at your house because you ain't never there. So now you done broke up with her. Now you're miserable at your job and you're miserable at your job. That's not what the American dream was about. The American dream was about getting up and getting on that grind every day so that you can make yourself successful, capitalize on the availability in your economy, turn that into a profit, and turn that profit into a profit so that your profits are making profits for you, so that you don't have to make profits. You doing a good job with setting up your podcast and starting, but this is going to be an everyday thing for you. The same way I'm here every day of the week, 365 days a year. No matter how tired I am, y'all see me a couple times this week yawning on the channel. No matter how tired I am, got to show up, because it's about the presence of appearance. With my supply comes a demand. Y'all wouldn't come if y'all didn't see me here. I got to stay here till y'all show up. Then when y'all see me, oh, damn, he got something to offer. And then y'all going to come every day. But every day that y'all come, I got to be here, because if y'all come and I'm not here, y'all going to stop coming to look for me. Same thing with your makeup thing. Every day that you put up the makeup, they're going to come. They're going to come looking for new things. They're going to come to look for new products. They're going to come and see what you got going on. You stop doing it, they're going to stop coming. They're going to go to somebody else, because you're not the only person doing makeup, but I'm the only person talking about how you're going to make yourself financially successful so that you don't got to work for somebody else. I'm a rare breed. This is a niche that don't nobody fuck with, because you got certain niches where they tell you how to invest. Investors channel. You got certain niches that are self-motivating channels. You can be better without telling you how. You got certain niches that tell you that there are ways to start up a business, but they don't tell you how. I done did 148 different shows over the past 148 days that told you how to start up your business, how to start up your trust, how to invest, how to change your decision making with your family, how to change your decision making with your friends, how to change your decision making with your job, how to start up a second job while you work on your primary job, when to quit your primary job so that you can focus on your secondary job, how to take the extra money that you're not spending on the bullshit that you shouldn't be spending and put that money towards something else, how to reduce the quantity of money that you spend every month so that you have less money to put on bullshit bills and everything like that, lowering your overhead, increasing the value of your profits. I do this on a regular basis. Look, you love it because we live and it stays up there. All of my shows from August until now is still up there, and they not coming down, because these are information on each one of these channels that outstands the test of time. The only thing that's going to change is the share value of the stocks that I've been telling y'all about over the past 3 months. But each one of the stocks that I've told y'all about that is under $10 a share are still under $10 a share. And all of those stock options are I just told y'all over the past 2 days that I've been paying. So, and it is, nothing is changing outside of the fact that the stocks are fluctuating. The opportunities that are there, I done told y'all about all of this stuff. And it's there. You get past the 4-minute intro and listen to it. Go look at any of the Tuesday shows, anything that's got money in the thumbnail. I was talking about money that day. Type in business, type in investment, go to my channel and type in stocks, type in crypto, type in precious minerals, precious metals, passports, offshore banking, international travel, different countries that you can. Every Wednesday I tell you another country that you can live in that's under $1,000 a month for the whole standard of living, where America, the damn rent is $2,500 for just the fucking rent. And then in that country there's different places that you can invest, different industries that you can invest that is foreign national friendly, so you can go to that country with the intent to invest in that country, and they will hook you up with a standard of living. I got all this stuff that I cover about. And look, you can like, subscribe, and send me to all your girls, and they will come and learn how to come and make some money off of this channel. They don't got to come on Thursday and Friday when I'm telling you about how men and women need to change the way they do business, because not a lot of women want to find out that when they did something they wasn't supposed to do, that they shouldn't have done that. But if you want to come just on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and listen to all the different ways that you can improve your financial status, come Monday to, I don't give a fuck where you come, but if you come, you can come and learn some shit every night of the week. We here every night around 10 o'clock, 10:30. We kicking this bad boy off, and we stay here till about 12:30 every night of the week. Sometimes we stay late, like tonight. We staying late because we ain't got nothing else to do. But if y'all came here, y'all be learning different things. Because I matter of fact, I gave y'all about 50 or 60 side hustles. I gave y'all 70 or 80 different small business startups. I gave y'all different ways to go do those startups. And every Monday, first thing we talk about is how the economy is being impacted by the current regime, which gives you the ability to understand where you're supposed to put your money, where you're supposed to put your spending habits. Matter of fact, Flavor Sweet, Go pull up a lot of my shows about budgeting, how you can reduce your costs. Stop paying for the memberships that you don't need. If you got Netflix and 5 other different things, why you got cable? You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, if you got a T-Mobile cell phone account, you got your iPhone, get you a $30 home internet system, drop your cable bill, stop paying all that shit for fucking internet. Then attach your Netflix. You got unlimited movies. Why the hell do you got a cable company paying $200-$300 a month for cable when you could pay $30 for unlimited internet and watch all the TV you want for $24 a month? Between Netflix and the home internet, you're paying $54 a month and spending $250 a month. And then you're going to watch whatever's on. If you got cable, you watch whatever you want when you watching Netflix. And most of the other situations that you subscribe to, you ain't even got time to watch that shit. What the hell are you going to be watching on Stars Plus? The same episodes that's on Netflix, which is reruns from back before cable was a thing. Most new stuff don't come out on TV. Most new stuff come out on the movie theater and Netflix. Just like Blockbuster and Hollywood Video went out of business, cable company about to go out of business. Technically not really, because I mean, you know, they can't have a monopoly, but they're going to offset the lack of customer base. Cable is going to be more expensive for the people who pay cable. But T-Mobile is doing fiber optics, which means that you're going to have landline internets from T-Mobile starting on the East Coast as of 6 months ago, making its way across to the West Coast. So if you're in Florida or Georgia right now, you got a T-Mobile cell phone company right now. I do not have T-Mobile stock, but I can tell you that you should invest in T-Mobile stock and then call them bad boys up, give them your address and see if they can give you some internet. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Theirs is $110 a month for 2,000 megabytes per second of high-speed internet data. So if you're paying for $100 to $200 a month for your cable company to give you 265 or 256 kilobytes per second, 2,000 megabytes per second. So as a podcaster, from one podcaster to another, if you want a live stream that don't have the internet issues that I was dealing with earlier at the beginning of this show, get you the fiber optics. Because the only reason why that happened was because my tower fluctuated in my neighborhood, because I'm in a neighborhood with a bad Wi-Fi tower. But they take $150 off of my phone bill every month because my podcast flickered at the beginning of my show. So my phone bill is still $200 a month because they took $150 off. Do you understand? Now, some people gonna say, God damn, that's a high ass cell phone bill. 5 cell phones, 2 mobile hotspot, 2 home internet systems and a mobile hotspot, 8 lines for $200 a month because they give me $150 off because every now and again my stream flickers because the tower goes down. You're gonna say, well, I thought he was talking about saving and investing. I am saving and investing, because that cell phone bill is part of the business, which is being written off as a business expense when I go to do my taxes. So $4,000 of cell phone and internet utilities for the business, the website, any advertisement for the podcast, all of that stuff is tax deductions. So when I make my $200,000 in a year or more, and they tax me 54 grand, I got to show them 54 grand with the stuff I just spent my money on, right? Business cell phone. It's in the business name. It's not in my name. It's in the business name. I'm not lying to them and telling them that it's a business cell phone. No, the laptop is registered to the business. The internet is registered to the business. All the cell phones are registered to the business. All the vehicles are registered to the business. I don't own shit. The house is registered to the business. I don't own shit. Own nothing, control everything. That's what they tell you. You put all your assets under the control of something else, can't nobody sue you and take nothing from you because you don't got shit. You're using. And this is just like people who work in Wall Street, Fortune 500 companies, where they get a company car. The company might give them a condo in a neighborhood so that they can work there. So the whole time that you work for the company, you got a free house, a free car, a free cell phone. As soon as they fire you, they put you out, they take your car, they take your cell phone. Now you got to catch a bus, go pack up all your shit and get out. So when people get, so think about this now. Not that I done said that. And we going, because on this and that, we talk about this, that, and everything in between. Let's segue over to the 200,000 U.S. government employees that got fired in January and February of this year. Why you think they were so mad? You would think if you're going to pay me 8 months to stay my ass at the house, that I will be glad to stay my ass at the house for 8 months and then just go find something else to do. You just gave me early retirement. You know why they was mad? They don't own the house. The government own the house. They don't own the phone. The government own the phone. They don't own the car. The government own the car. So that government house, government car, government phone, they got to return it to the government within 8 months and get the fuck out of where they staying at and go find someplace else to live. That's why they was mad. That's why them 200,000 people was out there standing outside the Department of Education, forcing their way into the job, because as long as I show up for work, I got a house. But the day you put me out of this job, I get put out of my house. Do you understand the impacts of not being self-sustainable? If they would have took their money and put it towards some other shit, because you ain't got to pay for nothing because the government is covering your standard of living. If you would have put your money towards something else, as soon as he said you got 8 months left, I would have been running off the job like, thank you, Jesus. That means I got an 8-month vacation because I don't need for nothing. You've been paying my standard for 20 years because you know that don't nobody run for Congress. They got 502 people that been running this country for the last 50 years, because while it was supposed to be a turnover every 2 years like jury duty, don't nobody want to work for the government. We just want to complain about the government. But we don't put no effort into voting every year, because it's supposed to be voting every year, not just once every 4 years. We just only vote every 4 years. But every other year, we're supposed to be voting for judges. We're supposed to be voting for school district individuals. We're supposed to be in our town halls voting on the construction and all of the other stuff that we be complaining about, how the construction site been that way for 2 years and ain't nobody did nothing yet. But our tax dollars is supposed to be filling in this one pothole that's backing up traffic for 7 months. We supposed to be voting on that stuff. Speed bumps in the street. Instead of us running up and down the street protesting to get a damn speed bump, why the hell are we not at the town hall meeting? Why the hell are we not at the congressional meetings? We don't like the way the police is treating us. Why the fuck are we not at the voting of the police chief that's allowing the police officers to beat the shit out of us? Why are we not at the voting for the sheriff that is the leader of the sheriff's department that is allowing the police to beat the shit out of us? Why are we just walking through the streets protesting, verbally causing a scene in public, when we could have been at work, but we're not going to take the day off and vote the guy out that allowed his employees to treat us like shit? The year that George Floyd lost his life, that chief should have not had a job the year after that. You should not have allowed him to be voted back in. He should not have been allowed to be voted back in. He was allowed to be voted back in because don't nobody give a fuck. We make a scene in the street, and then we go back to our lives, put our heads down, and don't say shit. But we never force change. How rich people force change? They take their money out of the situation. That's how they force change. They're not going to sit there and cause a scene in the Popeyes. They'll buy the fucking franchise and then fire the manager. That's it. And now I'm making $30,000 a year off that franchise. I don't even got to show up. But when I do show up, I'm going to get free chicken because I own the place now. That's what rich people do. Rich people don't fight you in the street. Rich people ain't having world star moments. Rich people ain't pulling one another hair out at the Waffle House. If I don't like what you're doing, we just ain't gonna fuck with one another until you call me up one day and tell me that if I've worked with you, that we can both make some money. I can guarantee you that so many rich people are the worst enemies, but they will put their money together to make money. But us poor folk, we will sacrifice making $1 because our ego is too high to fuck with that trifling ass motherfucker over there. That is why we stay broke. United we thrive, divided we fall. If we stay divided, how are we ever going to stop being the minority? We're not the minority because there's less of us. We're a minority because collectively we ain't got no fucking authority. That's why we're a minority. Collectively, if we all 74% of the population got together and brought back to life the Black Wall Street, we would not be poor. But 75% of every man for himself, crabs in a bucket, I'm going to steal from you instead of working for it, killing each other, putting each other in jail, stealing from each other, putting each other on child support, not sharing the children, not sharing responsibility, not teaching the children how to make better decisions than what we are. We're building a generational cycle of failures. So I said, I'm going to put a stop to that. This podcast is about teaching everybody who want to listen about different ways to make yourself better. And yeah, it's going to come with a little bit of accountability. You have to accept the mistakes that you make in your life, which is why your life sucks. Your mistakes are not just the mistakes that you do, it's the mistakes that you allow people around you to do that fuck up your life. If you got a stupid friend that make bad decisions and you allowed her to make a bad decision and you get caught up, that's on you. You got a friend that steal, you take them to the store with you, they steal something and y'all both go to jail and you get a charge for that shit. That's because you took a thief with you to the damn store. That's your fault. That's your fault. You ride around with a friend that smoke all the time. They want to smoke in your car. Then you get pulled over. The car smell like weed. You going to jail. You know what they're going to do? Hide the weed in your car. That's your car. That's your weed, right? Right now, you going to jail catching a drug charge because they were smoking weed in your car. You guilty by proxy because the bad decisions that you allow people around you to make negatively impact your future. That is your responsibility. First person accountability. So ladies, when I'm on this channel telling y'all about how y'all need to make different decisions, after I spent the first 2 hours of the show telling men about how they need to make better decisions, y'all got to understand that the only reason why any area of our life sucks is because we either deliberately did that, making bad decisions, or we allowed it to happen, not giving a fuck about the consequences because we wasn't making the decision, but we wasn't stopping that decision from negatively impacting us. One of the things that sucks about being the victim of circumstance is that while you knew that that wasn't going to end well, you didn't do anything to stop it, which makes you an accomplice. And in law, the accomplice gets the same charge as the actor. So, like, take, for example, I just seen recently on social media where this girl fell off an Escalade, dancing on the Escalade, got ran over by a fire engine. The people on the feed was glad that the parents took responsibility for the girl. I'm trying to figure out why the hell did the girl's friends that was driving the damn Escalade allow the damn Escalade to have the girl on top the damn car? What kind of friends did she have that would let her do something stupid? Because that's not the first death from dancing around a vehicle, which is why the police made it against the law to get out of your vehicle in traffic. Nah, I ain't gonna say that she didn't deserve what she got. I'm not gonna sit over here and say nothing bad about the girl, but I'm also gonna say that the friends that she had with her were not good friends, because why the fuck did they not stop her from getting on top of that Escalade? I don't give a damn what you sticking your torso out of my sunroof while my car is moving is enough to get your body cut in half under the right circumstances. I'm not supposed to let you stand up in my vehicle while my vehicle is moving. So when you decided to act an ass, I was supposed to stop the car, put it in park, turn my hazards on, and wait until you finish being a damn asshole. But I'm not supposed to let you climb out of my vehicle and get on top of my car while I'm in traffic. So whoever was driving that car when that happened should feel worse than her family, because you let that happen. Now you're going to spend the rest of your days having flashbacks and nightmares because you didn't intervene. These are the bad decisions that we make. It's not us, the one that climbed on the car. It's us, the ones that let the person climb on the car. It's us that let the person overdose. It's us that let the person drink themselves to death. It's us that left that person in the room depressed about his situation and not trying to give him a will to do something other than shoot himself in the face. It is us that allows the negativity to exist around us, but we do not proactively stop the negativity. It is us that is willing to bash and belittle other individuals instead of promote and uplift them. It is us that is willing to call men incels when men say that they're not satisfied with the women's behavior, but then the women don't recognize that 200,000 men are complaining about the same thing. Maybe some of these women need to change. It is us that wants to say, well, I'm not satisfied with my relationship, but I'm not going to leave her because I love her, but she's got another man on the side. It is us that is sitting here wondering why we cannot find the right person, but we are not willing to get out the friend zone while we're treating this friend as a wife. It is us that are sitting over here trying to be the side chick in the relationship, knowing that he's not going to leave his wife, but he keep telling us that he is. If he didn't already file the divorce papers, bitch, he ain't going to leave his wife. So why is you his second wife? If you're not going to go to the first wife and try to work something out where y'all share this man, there is no reason for you to be with this man, because in America, women don't want to share a man. But in Dubai, women are sharing the men. And not only are they sharing the men, each one of the women are getting more money than what they need from the man. Where if there's 7 women in there, they only got to spend time with the man 1/7 of the time, because the man only got so many hours out of the day and he ain't got enough time for 7 women. So if he's got 7 women, you get full month worth of money from the man as being his wife, because that is your salary. And you only got to deal with him 1/7 of the time. Do you hear the women in Dubai on the channel talking about if you're a good wife, you'll help them find a second one. But women in America don't want to hear that shit because the men in America are broke. So if he barely got enough money to pay for himself, he start paying for you. He don't got enough money to pay for a second wife. So if he paid for a second wife, some of that money coming out your pocket. That's why you don't want him to have a second wife. Not because you don't want him to cheat on you. Because if you gave him an alternative where you could tag her in when your stomach hurt, he ain't going nowhere. You feel me? But guess what? If you was building your success, you was investing in building your success, y'all got money making money for y'all. You get a second wife in there, she gonna help you build the money up. Now you got 3 people working for that. Ain't that a business? You get 7 women involved with this one man, and all of y'all got a little something on the side from him, but y'all all primarily got the wealth. That's a goddamn business right there. The 7 of y'all could be the CEO of the company of that man, where all y'all doing is making sure that the money give y'all what y'all need. But 5 women can't get together and start up a business off of one man's effort because y'all selfish. It ain't got nothing to do with whether or not he's sleeping with all the women. It's the fact that the selfishness of the minority to be so selfish that we can't come up off of sharing, where the wealthy will share an opportunity with you so that we can both make money. Because if I don't have enough money for this investment, I can't get paid. But if I share the profits from this investment with you, me, 5 other people that I know can go in on this investment and we can all make some money. So instead of me making no money, keeping this idea to myself, what the Elon Musk did, he told what he got 180 something million people on his channel, on his platform, because he owned the whole platform, told them about a $5.8 billion deal. That ain't his fucking money. That's everybody else's money. He kept his money in his pocket. He told everybody else, hey, I'm thinking about doing this and this and this with your money. What do you guys think? Everybody gave him a thumbs up. He went and did it. It turns a profit. If it turns a 5% profit, a 10% profit on $5 billion, that profit go to him. Everybody else get the shares off of the back end of their investment. But if after everybody else got paid, the overall deal gave a 10% or 20% return on $5 billion, that's $10 or $20 million that go to Elon Musk for using everybody else's money, because he did not keep it to himself. He shared. And if all the broke folks, again, Corinthians 1-21, the Quran, and plenty of other religious books that'll tell you to take care of your neighbor the way you want your neighbor to take care of you. We all know about being hood rich because you take an effort to take care of your neighborhood. And as a result, when you need some shit that you can't afford to get for yourself, your neighborhood will take care of you. But that requires you to put yourself out there for 10, 20, 30 different people, 15, 20, 40 different blocks, so that when those blocks see you in trouble, them blocks come to your aid. But you don't do shit for people who don't do shit for you. You might give them one, like Spider-Man said, everybody get one, but you're not coming back a second time if I needed help and you left me out there. But how do you build a clique? You sacrifice for them, right? Your tribe, everybody in your squad, hands down, you put in a sacrifice for some kind of way. Effort, money, time, advice, emotional support. You put something into them, and they will forever be loyal to you for that. But what did they put into you? What did they put into you? If you're not getting back as much as you put in, you need to start over. That don't mean cut everybody loose. That means you need to add to your current network with a more successful network. So all y'all had to do was be bored as fuck and catch me on the right day out of the week. And I done gave y'all 5 hours worth of more things that y'all would have gotten from your church, from your motivational speaker, from your counselor, from your therapist, from your teacher, from your network, from your homegirl, from your mama, from the girl that told you to leave your last boyfriend, from your last boyfriend, from your last 5 boyfriends. I didn't give you more advice in one day. All you got to do is just come back every day from here on out. That way you will learn things that you otherwise would not have learned. And this is all public record. And I do the extra effort for the free ski to do research for you. My time, effort, and expense to do research for you, to tell you all the different ways that you can make yourself successful. So just because Flavor Sweet came in and told me that she was doing this for a business, free knowledge. I just turned her hobby into a career. All she got to do is apply it. And if she come back tomorrow or the next day or the day after that, and she want me to give her some links to some places where she can go and get some more affiliate links, because being able to promote links, affiliate marketing, is not as effective as being paid to create the video, regardless of whether or not it sells. Because you get an upfront check versus a back end check. And an upfront check might be less than a back end check, but an upfront check pays the bills until your podcast makes enough business to turn over enough revenue to get a back end check. But if the outfit look good, if the makeup look good, you can alternate between some that are paying, some that you just want the product and you don't want to pay for the product. And you'll average out a reasonable quantity of income. All it takes is for you to follow instructions. Now, I don't even know you, but if you follow my instructions and that makes you more successful, if you found a man that had my sense of business and he gave you instructions, instead of arguing with that man, you ain't got to tell him, yes, daddy, but you could go do what the hell he said, because odds are that will make both of you more successful. And then a man who is, his wisdom is appreciated by his woman, no matter how dumb that man is, if his wisdom is appreciated by his woman, ladies, I'm gonna tell you right now, he gonna tell you more shit. He gonna tell you everything. He gonna tell you about his personal life, all the bad stuff he did in his past. If you want transparency from your man, first you got to give it. But if you want transparency from your man, no judgment, no resentment, no repercussions. So immunity free, full transparency. But when he tell you something that you can apply in life, go do it. Then you establish 2 things. You establish a level of loyalty where if he doesn't feel comfortable with doing it because he doesn't want to tell you about it, he's not going to do that. That keeps him out of doing stuff you don't want him to do. Then by you taking everything that he tell you and applying it to the best of your ability, he will always bring you back more knowledge. And women want a man that they can learn from. Women want a man that can teach them how to be a better them. But women don't want to follow instructions. If you find a man that will give you some shit that you will learn from, sweetheart, if you pick that man up and keep that man, he will make you a better woman. Even if you don't respect him, you should. But even if you don't, if you learn from him like a mentor, your relationship might turn into something where you actually do respect him, because you would have made the success that you made by listening to your man. But you're only going to do that if you find a man that you can respect. And you're not going to find a man that you can respect while you're looking at your knees. You're not going to find a man that you can respect while you're touching your toes. You're not going to find a man that you can respect while you're doing a handstand, if you understand what I'm trying to tell you. You're not going to find a man that you can respect while you're spinning around tap dancing on the ceiling. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? You're not going to be able to see who you supposed to be with if you got double vision because of all the drinks that he fed you. You're not going to know what you're looking at if the room that he talking to you in is always dark with all them strobe lights and shit. But I tell you what, if you shut up in a quiet room and listen, that's when you're going to find out what you look for. Him worrying about who you are and what you got going on, that's him trying to make sure that you're the right woman for him. Ladies, y'all got to be able to ask these men the right questions. Not what's your last name so I can Google search you and see if you cheating on somebody else. What do you value in business and finance? What is your 20-year plan? What is your retirement plan? Where do you want to see yourself in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? How many kids you got? How many kids you want? You know, what kind of education do you want them to have? How do you plan on investing in that? You need to be asking them some serious damn questions. Do you want to be a homeowner or a renter? Do you want to have a condo, a house, a 20-acre piece of property? Do you want to get the 40 acres and a mule that all the niggas been wanting? To do you just want to rent you a little 700 square foot apartment? What do you want in life? Then, ladies, y'all got to ask the most important question that y'all don't never ask a man. What do you want me to do to be that wife? What do you expect of your girlfriend? And honest to God, ladies, I know a lot of y'all gonna be like, oh, fuck that, and walk out of the podcast. But let me tell you something. If you on the first 3 to 5 days ask your man what he would expect from his woman on a day-to-day basis once y'all done got good with one another, that's the job application right there. You could ask yourself, do I really want to do that? Or is that too much for me? If it's within reason and he's everything you're looking for, boom, you got it. If it's above your pay grade, like he's asking for too much, go find somebody with less expectations. But you get what you pay for, right? Quality comes with effort. So by finding one with less standards, you're going to find one of lower value. Higher value men have higher standards. Higher value women have higher standards. Some women have unrealistic expectations because they believe that their expectations defines their standard, but your value to a man is your standard. His value to you is his standard. He is valuable to you because he is able to do for you what you can do for yourself, and you are valuable to him because you can aid him in being better. So you cannot define yourself by what you get from the rich men that spoil you. You cannot define yourself by the guy that's willing to give you a bag to fly you across the country and turn you out. You can't define yourself by the guy that's throwing money in the air in the club on the weekends. You got to define yourself by what you can do for the man that isn't out there doing all that stuff. What can you do? So like Miss Flavor Sweet, if me and her would have hooked up, we would have been doing 2 podcasts. We would have been one in the daytime, one at nighttime, doubling up on the fans, have so many people coming to the channel that we'd be making a big check. That kind of relationship right there, you see somebody with good business sense, you see somebody with a good idea, you partner with that person. It don't matter if that's what you was looking for when you walked out your door that day. What matters is that you found a man that meets your expectations. Not too many people believe in love at first sight no more, but love at first sight is the physical attraction of the other person. And that physical attraction is a primal instinct of lust. That has nothing to do with love. The love is developed from the emotional attachment based on the longevity of lust until the lust is acted upon. That's the reason why people say prolonged sex until marriage, because as long as you desire this person, you're never going to leave. You're going to learn to love them before you stop lusting for them. And then when you stop lusting for them, you will love them for the rest of their life. That's why they put marriage off or sex off until marriage. Y'all start smashed within the first 3 weeks. The lust is over. I ain't got nothing to lust for. I already had it. If I don't value you before I start sleeping with you, once I start sleeping with you, I only value how good you are in bed. And then after that, when you start giving me attitude and not want to sleep with me, then I lose value in you. And that's going to be the mentality of all men. Women are going to be valued for the man's money. So they're going to be valuing you as long as you're spending money on me. And as long as you're spending money on me, I'm going to be here. But the day that you stop spending money on me or can't afford to spend money on me, I'm no longer satisfied because you wasn't what I wanted when I met you. So I'm going to move on and go find somebody who can give me the money that I'm looking for. Women don't care about looks. So you could be ugly if you got money. Men care about looks. So you could be broke as long as you're pretty. The inverse dynamic there. So instead of women striving to be a successful man, strive to be a successful partner. Instead of looking for a man that is a better man than you are, look for a man that can be as good as you, and then retire from the leadership position and let him do it. I don't stop you from being a boss because leaders lead from the rear. Behind every strong man is a strong woman. So if you find a man with good business sense and you got good business sense, then y'all can be good together. But y'all cannot be good together if you're dominating your man and then he's trying to fight for you in society, because that means that he's got to fight you at the house and fight for you in society. You don't put your dog in a dog fight every day. But when you put your dog in a dog fight, you expect him to win. Think about it now. You don't race your horse every day. But when you put your horse in a race, you expect him to win. But until you put him in a race, you take care of him. You nurture him. You train them, you groom them so that they can race that race the way you need them to race that race. And that's what you got to do with your man. You learn from him. You enhance that knowledge. You teach him something that he didn't know. If he was trying it the hard way and it ain't working that way, you show him another way. But you're not talking down to him and poking him in the back of the head and telling him that he ain't shit and blaming all of his failures on his mama. That's not going to make you a better man. That's going to make a man that's going to resent you. If the shit that he doing ain't working, he got a job that won't promote him. Find out what his skill set is. Find him a better job. Instead of saying, oh, you ain't shit, you should be getting into that. Instead of saying that, prove it. Prove it. You could be making more money than that. I found you a job at this place, and this place. I filled out the application for you while you was at work. This place is doing an interview tomorrow. You're off tomorrow. Go to the interview, see if they'll give you a job. It ain't going to hurt you. You got to go to work in 2 days. If you can help your man get a better job, you just improved the standards. That makes you valuable. All y'all young folks, make sure y'all like and subscribe as y'all come through there. But all y'all young folks that is going into college, fresh out of college, and I was telling y'all about hurry up and do this before they privatize the damn student loan money. But you go out there and go get them student loans right now that's between 4 and 8% from the university and invest that shit into stocks and bonds and shit, and it's making 15 to 25%. So you after the 8%, you making like 7% profit off of their money that they're loaning you for your education that you don't need. You'll be making profits off of that. But what I wanted to say was that y'all young folks, y'all out there chasing them because they're cute. Y'all out there chasing them because they're adventurous. Y'all out there chasing them because they're exciting. Go find one that's goddamn responsible. Man and woman alike. Go out there and find one that's fucking responsible. Responsible is not expensive. Responsible does not have expensive clothes on. Responsible does not drive expensive cars. Responsible does not make it rain at the club. Responsible does not spend a lot of money on expensive dinners. Responsible is never late. Responsible takes care of everything on time. Responsible takes care of everything in advance. Responsible has a routine. Responsible never misses a beat. Like you could set your watch to responsible. And along with responsible, good decision making. If you would have made that decision, or if that decision is better than a decision you would have made, that's the person you want, because you want to learn from that. You want to learn how to be responsible if you're not responsible. You want to learn how to make better decisions if you're not satisfied with the outcome of the decisions you've already made. You want to learn from somebody who has better business sense than you do. Even if you've got excellent business sense, you want to learn from somebody else. I know I've been doing this podcast for a couple years, and Jordan Barnes from TikTok had gave me some ideas that I didn't even think of. He got a whole different channel doing a whole different thing. And I was like, shit, I could take mine to a whole nother level based off of talking to him for 20 minutes. And we ain't talk again. I actually invited him to come on to the show. He told me I'll think about it, and they ain't never got back to me yet. But the stuff I learned from him, I said, boom, I'm going to take the knowledge that I learned from him, spin this, do it different, and put more stuff out there. And what did I do? I enhanced the way that I help you guys invest and save, and then I piece it all together, because I'm not just going to sit here and talk about how to spend money. I'm not going to sit here and just talk about how to save money. I'm not just going to sit here and talk about how to invest money. I'm going to talk about how this stuff comes together and give you a better life. Because if you've got a better life, then you are now happy with you. You are happy with the people that you have around you. The people that you were no longer happy being around, you have removed them from your life by now. And the more you improve, they say success is its own revenge. So success is its own revenge. If you broke up with somebody because they had bad senses, They wasn't doing what they needed to do. Instead of you following them on social media, stalking them, giving them a bad time, trying to make them feel bad about themselves, you focus on your own grind. You becoming a YouTube sensation, they're going to see you on their channel. You're going to pop up on their For You page. They're going to know that they fucked up because they let a good one get away because you became successful. They already know that they fucked up because they let a good one get away when they see your face on a billboard somewhere, when they see your advertisements for your company somewhere. All they had to do was ride that wave with you and support what you had going on, and you would have aided them in their success as well. But instead of them riding that wave with you, they chose to ditch you, or you ditched them, because they didn't want to change. They didn't want to aid you in your success. And they ultimately decided to suffer in silence without success. Because if you stick with me, you're going to be successful. Everybody that rides this podcast with me going to be successful. If you take the advice that I give you, invest in the things that I tell you to invest in, because I'm only going to bring you the ones that's going to pay you back every month and every quarter. There are a few that I'm going to give you for those high level investors. Like when me and Bayside was talking about investing in Netflix. Because I mean, Netflix was at like $598 a share, and then it went up to $1,100 a share. And the way it's doubling year over year, if you bought it, held it for 12 months, and sold it, you'd make $500 a share as a profit. But I do talk about those things because there's a lot of different ways that we can invest. But primarily for those of you that are starting up, I give y'all at least once a week different things that y'all can invest in that's less than $10 a share that pays you out every month, every week, or not every week, every month or every quarter. Because you got monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, annual, and biannual. And if you find ways to make money for you, you will be financially successful. So I done ran my 5 hours. That's the longest I ever do on a podcast. So I'm going to throw in the towel. Again, I'm going to tell you, ladies, we live 7 nights a week. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all like and subscribe, because come learn some stuff. This is a male-driven podcast from a male's perspective. But ladies, y'all can learn how to be successful for yourselves, because once you build yourself a level of success, you can take away the greed of finding a man with money and just find a man that will do for you so that you can be happy. You look for a partner once you're financially stable. So if I could, just like you can't force a man to love Jesus until you take him out of the hell and damnation that he's going through. Ladies, a man can't force women to stop looking for a man with money if the women don't got no money. So I'm going to help y'all find ways to make yourselves financially successful so you can stop looking for a man that's got 100,000 a year. You can just start looking for a man that value you for who you are. And then what you bring it to the table is skill set and mentality, so that you can stop showing off your body and just trying to attract men with just your looks. If you stop attracting men with just your looks and start attracting a man with your skill set, he will value you for more than just sex. He will value you for everything else you do outside the bedroom, which makes you what a man needs for a lifelong partner, because all women can provide sex, but not all women can provide value out of the bedroom. So with that being said, ladies, I'm going to tell y'all again, like I told y'all a few hours ago, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking y'all to make it make sense. For any of y'all that's still popping into the podcast, we got an outro. It's about 4 minutes long. Anybody who wants to stay and listen to Higher Ground on his way out, special shout out to alanito.music for creating the YouTube exclusive podcast collaboration. Special shout out to Danny from Denmark for promoting it. So we really appreciate that. And any comments that comes into the channel that are appropriate during the outro will be aired on the screen. You'll see it right up here coming up. So I really appreciate y'all for coming to the show. We will be here tomorrow night. We're going to be doing questions and comments from the fans tomorrow. Specifically, we have on Thursday, Sarah is supposed to be coming to the show. She's going to be giving some dating advice for the fellas. So if you guys want to be involved with that, we're going to start at 10 o'clock on the dot that time. We might be late the rest of the week, but since Sarah's coming on Thursday, we got a special guest coming on Thursday. We're going to make sure that we show up on time at 10 o'clock, and we'll run it from 10 until she's done. But we should probably do at least an hour, maybe two. When Joe Mastrena was on the show, I think we did a 3-hour podcast where we were talking about taxes. And when Alan, a different Alan from Crestify and Happy Oli came to the show, I think we did a 3-hour show when he was talking about his website development business that he started up after his dog treat business that he started up, where a self-employed individual running 2 businesses came to the channel. We try to promote small businesses and small startups. So we always do that kind of situation. So with that being said, Flavor Sweet, eventually you can put some makeup on a show and we could talk about some shit, because you can always click that link, approve the mic, approve the camera, come on in real time. So we got a lot of stuff going on. And this podcast, one of very few, we're open to the fans, equivalent to what you guys see from TikTok, but we're just a little bit more appropriate about it because we bring everybody on. And I got the ability to kind of 16 by 9 and kind of put all y'all on, and then we start doing a big group of individuals. But right now, while it's mainly just me and everybody's comfortable with the comment section, we do our 9 by 16 because we save space. And I get to talk to a lot of y'all on the For You page. So anyway, since we're going to be here tomorrow night, we're going to be doing questions and comments from the fans. Monday, we're going to be talking about the politics and how it affects our ability, the average individual's ability to make, save, and invest money. And then Tuesday, we're going to be talking about money-making investment opportunities, whether it's starting up on businesses or investing in certain stocks and options and stuff to that effect. Then Wednesday, we're going to be talking about different countries we can invest in, different countries that are affordable to live. And since the podcast is tuned to the fellas, where we can go to find women that'll value and appreciate us for the standard of living that we got right now, which covers a broad spectrum of things. So between here and Thursday, that's our whole lineup. And then we got other stuff that follows that. But I want to thank you guys for coming to tonight's show. Thank you for coming to This and That. I am your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I will see you guys tomorrow night about 10 o'clock.
Higher ground. Used to chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. Standing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. I'm not landing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never yield.